Hello. Good to see you all. I'm huge for some reason, so I should fix that. But welcome to the stream, Mixa Zero Ludwig. Ugh. I really want to try to win back some of my money because I'm cheap, and I did qualify fair and square after a bunch of people dropped out. So here I am playing in my own playoffs for the first time. And we'll see if we can't win some of the money back. But a huge congrats to all the players that have made it this far. I typically don't want to play in my playoffs because I feel like that's kind of lame and also shady. But promise I'm not cheating or anything, and I'm doing it this time because honestly, like, I wouldn't be mad if I was able to win it and keep $300 in my pocket. So we'll see if we can do that, and if not, we will get to watch awesome battles, so it's a win-win, right? But for all of those who like the third-person cast, my apologies, but if I do win by some crazy reason, then I'll be sure to go back and cast replays from the other players. But let's see how this goes. Fair and square as 35th seed. Iron Thunder, thank you for corroborating what I had to say there. 35th seed, woot woot. Hey Loopy, good to see you, man. Guess you have good chances. You're one of the people who still play the game. Yeah, but I really don't play it like in my free time and when I'm playing it on stream. Like really the only times I play it are when you see me playing it on stream. And like I do usually 2 streams a week, and one of those streams is like purely tournament focused. So still not getting a ton of practice in. Now I'm gonna put in, well, it's future that will never come. I couldn't quite fit his name in my hey, Pink Pony Knight, thank you so much for the sub, my friend. That is really kind of you. I do appreciate the support. Got to get that Streamlabs up just to make sure I'm noticing too if they're gifted subs or not. I hate a whole wheel of cheese. I'm not even mad. That's impressive. Oh, dude. You'd be so proud of me, Papa Romulan. Where's some bones? And Pink Pony Knight. That's 19 months of tier 1 scrubs. Or tier 1 subs, not scrubs. I'm a tier 1 scrub. And good luck beat them all is the tag along with that. So thanks, man. I'll do my best. No guarantees. Now, for now, let's go ahead and get this hosted. And I'm going to decrease the size of my gigantic head. And put it over here into this little corner. Now, for the blocker, we'll throw this up, you know, just because it is a $500 tournament. We want to remove the temptation from anybody who would like to screen snipe us. But we obviously don't have any problems with that in the HW League because everybody is the best in this league. So we have nothing to worry about. Now, hey! So my opponent is top bracket. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I'm adminning the playoffs and playing in them at the same time, which is always a fun, confusing state of affairs. But huge shout out, as always, to Romulan Dog, my fearless godsend admin who's just been doing this for years. Guy's a workhorse. He's awesome. I don't deserve him. None of us do. He's too good for this world. Guten Abend. How's the state of the MP patch? They patch it right? Dimmy G, they haven't put in the cav change yet to the live patch, but this is the cav beta where they fixed all of the bugs like the AoE bugs, the magic missile bugs, double missile fire bugs, stuff like that. So once they go to this patch being the live version, I think the game's in a wonderful state. I think this cav beta patch is spot on. So yeah, Dimmy G, it's definitely a good time to come back to the game before Warhammer 3 comes out, since we got a few more months left. But yeah, this latest patch has been awesome. I did mention Iron Thunder Romulan. Oh, I'm sorry, Romulan. Is it because I didn't shout you out? I should have shouted you out there too. But I think we can both acknowledge that Iron Thunder is the true backbone of our outfit. spotted a massive owl, you're distracted. Oh, so maybe you legitimately missed the part where I called out Iron Thunder. I don't know. All right, so Oakenhammer's the map. Beastmen and Wood Elves. VC mirror match is more fun than The Last Jedi. Hot take. So it looks like we have Beastmen and Wood Elves as the options that we're going up against here. Beastmen and Wood Elves. Beastmen and Wood Elves. I'm just thinking about my options here. Beastmen and Wood Elves. I might use my Vampire Coast pick first. I don't want to bring Dwarfs or Empire into Wood Elves. Don't want to bring Bretonia. Yeah, I figured it'd be a Beastman pick for sure if I went with Bretonia, but that's what we're going to go with nonetheless. So let's see what we can do. I'm not going to bother with the Chalice of Potions. Really not. Yo. Yeah. Everything okay? 1 second. Let me see this. You look like a mud cake. I love you. Oh. Okay. Sorry to my opponent here. He's already waiting on me. Okay. Hmm. All right, good luck, have fun to our opponent. First match is Beastman versus Bretonia. Let's go ahead and update that scoreboard to get the armies right. I'll have Bretonia. Our opponent will be bringing the Beastman. And let's get that army blocker up the screen. So, welcome to the HW League Season 8 playoffs. $500 prize today. Hope you have a good time. And let's see if I can win back some of my money. That would be great. I would love it. Anywho, Oakenhammer is the map. Nice big open map. Allow our cavalry to get some work. Hopefully I have enough of it, but we do have a lot of chaff in this army, as I always feel comfortable with the big old peasant armies with my Bretonian play. So we'll try to get some terror routes down here with our Hippogriff Knights, and use the, the Grill Knights with their perfect vigor to just, last into the late game ideally. Knock on wood. And take it from there. Got the double paladins to try to team up on Torox if he's on the field, and we'll see what happens from here. Now, let's get everybody rip-roaring, ready to go into action. Turn them off skirmish mode, turn on guard mode. I'll leave them in fire at will because I just want them firing away as much as possible. And then we kind of got them in this little checkerboard formation. I'll push my poison units out front to get that poison down as quickly as possible. And leave the other ones kind of back here in this formation. Now we'll get our peasant mob out front to ideally absorb the impetus of the Beastman attack, that initial charge. And then we can come in with our cavalry, get some tactical charging in while they're chewing up our peasant mob, which I imagine they'll do in very, very quick order, and take it from there. Now let's go ahead. Yeah, we'll do it like this.
Orders, my lord.
Actually, I lied. We'll do it like this.
Spearmen at arms. Ready for orders.
Man, I should have warmed up. I was halfway debating not playing today, but then I decided to, so should have practiced.
Ready for battle. Knights errant.
I so heard.
Knights errant. Noble knights. Hey.
Okay. For the lady. Fargo's da! Jennifer. Yep, he's right. That is what the Beastmen say to get ready. So here we go. Hey, Ruben, good to see you, mate. Romulan, Dimmy G, everybody, good to see you guys. Sorry, I'm not going to be the best at catching up with the chat while I'm playing in the tournament, but I'll do better once I'm knocked out. Looks like we do have Torox the Brass Bull, double Manticore. We got all sorts of things in this Beastman build. And a lot of Gore Herd, Ungore Herd by the looks of it, because they are all hidden. So I'm not going to be surprised if that's what we are running into over here on the battlefield. Now, we'll get our paladins up here. And I'm going to actually turn around with my army so I can make sure I got a good idea of what's in front of us. He does have some throwing axes, so I'll have to be careful there. Okay, looks like his guys are going to be coming in hot. And what do you say we do this? Okay. Need to get you guys onto here. Oh no, the terror route is real.
Gianna. Awaken my vengeful brothers.
Nice job to him. He's getting through our units quick now. Need to pull back. Oh, that's what's going on too. I need to get my camera speed turned up in the next battle.
Apace. Anon. With haste. I shall.
Okay,
Post haste! On to glory!
get over here. Britannia, no! Yeah, things aren't looking the best for us right now. Those Hippogriff Knights and our infantry just got demolished. You guys come over here. Let's see if we can't get our heroes grouped back up with all of our
Orders! God help!
Grail Knights over here.
But wait.
Oh shit. Faye, no.
Quickly.
At once!
Come on. You can do it, computer. There we go.
At once! Moving apace!
Post haste. Quickly. Defender. I invoke thee.
Ouch, there goes the Fae Enchantress, and without her the chances are just going to go down to 0. Got to give him some nice credit there for a very well played charge.
God help us!
Fae Enchantress is dead. GG, well played. Maybe I should have gone with the coast there, but he played that very well. I think he just outplayed me. We're going to have our work cut out for us in round 2, that's for sure. Iskander Two-Horn, now known as Future That Will Not Come, has just ended the Bretonian future. Well played to him. Aircrastic, good to see ya. I know, nepotism at its finest, Aircrastic. I'm glad somebody's calling me out for this. Well, don't worry, it looks like I may not be here long if we can't pull ourselves together. Very nice game to Future That Will Never Come. Just kind of bulldozed everything there. Yeah, the Hippogriff Knights, I just didn't do good engagements, and this army melted apart. So very well played to them. Yeah, it was a good build. I just didn't come with what I needed to win that. Oink oink, Demi G. I bet you're happy. GG, well played. Let's go ahead and see what our maps are. Kelp and Coal Dust, interesting. Glacial Lake, Lost Crater. Oops. All right, let's see what else we have here. Let's see, Kelp and Coal Dust, is that the one I'm thinking of? CDE, FG. Yeah. All right, greenskins and dwarfs will be my pick. Ha 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 ha! Finest day alive. finest day alive. You see, if I lose this, it's because I didn't want to win my own tournament. Clearly, it's not because I couldn't win it. Hey, Butcher Bird. Good to see you, mate. Neck bat. Can I have some money? Shidoku. Did you not? Because I know you were in the backup bracket. Could you not play today or something? Because I don't see you in the final bracket. Oh, gotcha, Iron Thunder. Well, Shidoku, my apologies. Let's see. Alright, so he's going Bretonia against my Greenskin or Dwarfs. Alright, he went Bretonia on this map. Interesting. Maybe he's going to do some trebuchet things. Yeah, somebody told me Shidoku had to work. That's what it was. Maybe he's at work watching this. Yeah, Hadris. ODM always has good representation. Yeah, I just realized I accidentally said lol after he said Bretonia. Hope he just wanted me to know I wasn't trying to be a snarky jerk. Let's see. Sorry guys, 1 second. All right, let's see. Sorry guys, I got another admin thing that just came up. So give me 1 second. Yeah. So guys, we have some reports of players who are getting live coached during the battles, and just gonna say it here on stream. I don't have any way to enforce players not being live coached, and what I mean by live coached is like sitting in Discord with another player in like voice chat, and the other player is like, you know, coaching them throughout the battle. Now, the other player isn't in the battle lobby, So I don't consider it like cheating. You know, they're not in the battle lobby giving away positions of enemies and stuff. But, you know, I guess it could be cheating if they were reporting builds and stuff. But like, it's one of those things that, you know, we have to trust that the players won't be cheating. We put up army blockers, well, not for myself in this case, but for other players to ensure that doesn't happen. But there's no way for me as a tournament admin to check and make sure other players in the tournament aren't sitting in Discord chats together. So I don't like it's tough. It's just like one of those things that I can't enforce. So I'll ask the players, like, if you have a coach that's with you during your games, make sure it's honorable. You know, like, I don't necessarily think it's a big cheat to have somebody who, you know, is there. Like in a UFC fight, a boxing match, any type of fighting match, they have their coaches yelling at them, you know, saying like, do this, do that. And it's not cheating. But yeah, just it's one of those things that is frowned upon, and in this sport could easily lead to cheating. So please make sure you're not doing it. But unfortunately, until it gets to like the semifinals, where it's easy for me just to be like, okay, I see these players, let's go check and make sure, you know, they're not doing anything shady. I can't just like check the entire tournament bracket to make sure people aren't talking to their friends in Discord. So my apologies for that, but I think it's just one of those things that we can't really do anything about. So Iron Thunder, Romulan, if you're listening to me, I would say shoot a message. Make sure they know it's frowned upon and that I won't allow it once we get later in the tournament. But, you know, I don't want to assume the worst, that they're like, you know, doing anything malicious in there, because maybe they are just kind of treating it like a coach in your boxing corner. So, anywho, I just got off on a tangent there, so my apologies for that. Let's get into the fight. All right, here we go. Yeah, thank you, Romulan, for reaching out and handle those. But chat, let me know your thoughts in the chat below. Let me know. HW is a snarky jerk, confirmed. Hadres, you caught me with that lol, that passive aggressive lol I threw out there. But yeah, other players and people in the chat, if you're listening in on that live coaching discussion and debate, let me know where you fall on which side of the argument. Is it okay to have somebody in a Discord chat with you outside of the game, talking to you, coaching you, you know, telling you like, hey, check your flanks, stay calm, keep your breathing even? Or should that just not be allowed because it opens up the opportunity perhaps for accusations of stream sniping, where the coach is watching the stream and telling the player what's going on or something? But there is a delay, so that's a mistake too. Like, trying to live coach from the stream point of view could be a mistake, since they'd be getting old information. All right. All right. Let's get deployed, ready to rock and roll. This is a map where we have to be careful of the white line. Don't want to be too close to it anywhere and cheating like that. Now, cannon deployment will be an important aspect of this battle for me, so I want to make sure I get it right. And I guess I'm kind of leaning towards this position. It's Like maybe I'll push it forward just a bit, like to here. And then we can get our forces lined up on the other sides here to get ready to rock and roll. But now, let's think about deployment. So we got our miners. I think we can have a couple here. Got some blasting charge miners who we can keep just a little bit further on the inside. Throw a guard on top of these guys and turn off fire at will so they can throw their mines and not waste them. Generic Dwarf Lord, my man, my main man. Got our Dwarf Warriors that we're ready to go rocking and rolling with.
They have wronged us. Long be it. Let the vengeance begin.
Okay, got them. Do this. Turn off skirmish mode, turn on fire at will.
Axes out, lads. Slayers.
Okay, then we'll get our Slayers deployed with everything too. It's a Mankind faction. I have human tongue, so I can say it properly now. Wazak. King Lewin Leon Kerr.
Dwarf warriors. Move. Yes.
It's a lot of trebuchets. I think I have a lot of infantry. It's gonna be a lot of trebuchets killing my people. So far I've been getting lucky on these lobs they've been throwing down though.
Plow through. Vengeance. Anat.
Oh, you guys are running away now?
To attack.
It's just rude.
Dwarf warriors. Die. Move off.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go up and engage. I'm gonna keep on hanging back.
Dwarf and legs. Cannon. Dwarfs, ready axes. Forward of vengeance. Plow through. Range far, range fast. Move. For the Canazan Corps. We demand blood. Dwarf warriors! Charge! Strike out! It is a reckoning! Nothing can stop us! Move now!
Oh no! I clicked off my screen.
Artillery! Ready!
I really needed to bring more powder, didn't I?
For the ancestor gods! Range far, range fast! Strike out!
What you gonna do, Lewin? Got the lion shield on ya?
Cannon! Ready to serve! Move now! Yes, Lord! Stop! Nothing can stop us! She's out! The clans unite!
Bring it, Lewin.
Warriors!
I give no fucks. You just keep throwing rocks at me.
My king!
I will do my best to outlast you. He's definitely getting some good damage down, but I'm relying on my dwarven leadership to keep this together for me. I'm not going to waste time with Lewin. Probably has beloved Son of Britonia on top of himself anyways, which is just going to make it more difficult to deal with him.
Slayers! Go! Move! Archer! Kill them! Kazoo! Killers! Aye! Let the vengeance begin!
Get back on top of your artillery, damn it.
Charge! Blow through! Nothing can stop us! Fight! Scarf! Down! Kill Lux! Move now! Slayers! Blow through! Nothing can stop us! Let the vengeance begin!
Yeah, he's getting some good damage with Lewin now.
Longbeards! Strike out! Strike out! Plow through! Nothing can stop us! Range far! Range fast! Most of the throng! That'll do!
Hold him in place, Dowie! Not gonna happen, eh? Lewin just gonna get up in the air again.
Get moving! Slayers! Go! Move! Plow through! Ready to strike! Don't! Range far!
Me longbeards! Their beards belong.
Slayers! Kazoo! Nothing can stop us!
Yeah, he's playing it well.
Yes!
What the hell? Get back onto your artillery. Just because Lewin drops on top of you once does not mean you have to do that, dude.
Slayers! The clans unite! Move! Our fire undim! Charge! Move!
Yeah, I see you, Lewin. You're gonna do your little charge thing again. Your little prick. Does it suck having such a tiny penis, Lewin? Fly around in the air because you're so scared of all my little stunties? Come on, cannon. Actually get some damage down.
Fire at will! Slayers, go!
So right now we are not getting the trades we need done.
Aye, as you command. Slayers! Strike out! Pump those dwarfen legs! War of vengeance! Charge! On the way! Plow through! War machine ready! We're grim near! Now, halt! Scoop!
Hey, Questing Knights, that I just barely see you for the first time. I'm sure this is the most interesting battle you've ever seen in your life. This has been so awesome. I should have brought more cannons, eh? His trebuchets are almost out of ammunition, and at this point, as boring as it is, I'm not going to give up this position when I have way more ammunition left to spend.
Ready to strike! On! Dowie! Attack! Attack the air! Let the vengeance begin! Slayers! Cannon! Attack the earth!
If you could, like, actually shoot him once, I would be really happy.
To attack! Vengeance! Go! Kill hooks! And as nothing can stop us!
There we go. Finally the cannon gets a shot on his stupid questing knights.
They have wronged us.
Lewin, get out of here.
Silver as well! To the ancestor gods! Anu! Move now! Slayers! Gods! Move! Killers! War of vengeance!
I hate you so much, Lewin.
Yes! Go! Killers! Stop! Back out! Ready to strike! Move now!
Now he's going to chase my cannon off the map.
Vengeance!
There we
Fire
go.
on your command! Nothing could stop us! Slayers! Charge! They have wronged us! Slayers!
Stop shooting. Wasting ammo. Ammo.
Cannon! War of vengeance! Strike out! War of vengeance! Charge!
Keep on firing. Damn it. This is such a miserable battle. Just getting trebuchets. I'm pretty sure he's holding on to ammunition so he can just keep firing away.
Slayers! Nothing can stop us! Drain the edge! Ready! Dowie! Halt!
Right. Trebuchets. Looks like only one is going to be firing now. And then Lewin can stop his little
Move now!
jump and prance.
Well through! Down! Yes! Hazoot! Get moving! Slayers! Strike!
Yeah, one rune of slow, one flash bomb.
Now! For the
Alright, Lewin. You stupid bastard. They probably have a Wizard of Beast too. Okay, a Damsel of Life I see with Earth Blood. There has to be something else.
cannon!
Alright, trebuchets. Look like they've gone silent. Let's pull our Slayers back and actually try to get formed up somehow.
War of vengeance! Nothing can stop us! Move now! Hazoot! Dwarf warriors! Longbeards!
Get our reserves out from the forest,
Now!
from their hiding spots.
Get moving! Nothing could stop us! For the High King! For the ancestor gods! Rage far! Rage fast! Kill them!
Alrighty.
For the ancestor gods! Attack the earth! Barracks ready! Attack the earth! Slay the Oathbreakers!
Kill as many of these stupid questing knights as we can. Just need to make some gains in the balance of power, try to get it evened up a bit.
Stop us! On the way! For the ancestors! For the Carrier's Anchor! Killers bow! Fight! Yes! Killers! We demand blood! Move to attack! Down! Get moving! Range far, range fast! From the Carrier's Anchor! Attack the earth! Vengeance! Shoot! Fall through!
Okay.
Shield bearer, home! For the ancestor gods! For the High King! Understood, Lord! Let the vengeance begin! It is a reckoning!
Hey, stay back here, everybody. Just let the miners do their thing for now.
Well done! Nothing can stop us! Move! Dwarf warriors! Slayers! Axes out! Strike out! On the way! At your command! Move now! Pump those dwarven legs! They have wronged us! It is an order! Nothing can stop
Alright,
us!
Slayers are pulling back.
Go!
Oh, crap, what did I just do? That's what I did. That was a mistake.
Strike out! Go!
Okay.
Horde of vengeance! Yes! Kazoo! Slayers! Kazoo! For the Eye King! Victory will be ours!
Damn straight it will. Otherwise I'll be very angry. Because then I just wasted everybody's time not even to win. And that's very likely going to be the case, isn't it? Oh no, chat.
Axes out! They have wronged us! Come on, move! Killers! Ready to strike! Joey, attack! Axes out, lads! Anew! Fight! It's a reckoning! Rage fast! Longbeards! Dwarf warriors! Longbeards! Vengeance! Pump those dwarven legs! Attack the herbs! Attack!
Okay, do this. And then I think we're going to have to try and rush out at this point, I guess. There's nothing really else to do.
Kill the orc splitters!
Oh, never mind. Don't do that. You go into here. You come over here. You dive into here. Yeah, this looks like we're still losing this at the moment. Just gonna send these guys out after them. I'm gonna pull you guys back, so I send you forward. And you forward. Yeah, he's got me. That was just a huge waste of time for everybody. I'm really sorry. That was a poorly played game and a boring game to watch, I'm sure. So not only did I just perform poorly, but I wasted time doing it, and probably wasting more time even prolonging this fight, but what you gonna do? Concede defeat. Yeah, that is the thing you typically do.
Zoe attack! Zoe attack! Moving up! Stop! Miners! Attack the earth! Range, range, fast! Go!
Yeah, GG, well played. The Waziks, they got us. They got us good. So, not going to win back any of my money. In fact, I'm just going to shut down 2-0. Sorry about that, everybody. Mother of peasant archers. Yeah, it was 4 trebuchets, 5 peasant archers, and or maybe more peasant archers. I'm not honestly sure at this point. But yeah, GG, well played. Concede defeat, and we'll just go from there. Let's go catch some other battles. A huge GG to our opponent, defeating us 2-0. Future that will never come. Money that I will never get back. But best of luck to everybody else in the tournament today. I just get to go cry for a little bit. Change the tag of the green one. I thought I did change it to... Oh, it's still EC green one. Sorry, man. Let me get on that right now. Participants. I got the wrong clan rep for him. Where's the green one? Edit. ODM, the green one, save. Alright, should be fixed now. And of course, Sudoku. Yeah, so I mean, a nice build, effective, frustrating. I just didn't bring the tools to do it with Lewin, so that's my own fault. His trebuchets all paid for themselves and then some. Yeah, I mean, you can't be mad. It's a well-played game. It's just a frustrating battle to go up against. Cannon, I should have brought 2 cannons in hindsight. My build initially had 2 cannons. And, fuck you, Lewin. Go eat a dick. Go eat a dick sandwich. We were able to get the questing knights down to be pretty useless, but yeah, well played to him. Didn't stand a chance. All right, woo, 100 messages in the chat. Oh my god. Let's go find another battle to watch though, and watch some actual good people put up a good fight, unlike myself who just sat there for 20 minutes to die. And spectator slots, people. Looks like we got a Crabbling match. So let's see who Crabbling is up against, shall we? Blocker going to go up here. And it's VM Crabbling, ODM Alfredino. Hey! Score. Yeah, shut up, Romulan. I don't need to play another game. Yes, with sauerkraut. How else would you eat a dick sandwich, McRight face? Lewin can get it with sauerkraut and extra mustard. Alright, factions final. Score 1-0 to Crabbling. Let's open this up. Why can I not do anything today? Beastmen. There we go. Dark Elves. And here we go. Well, there we go. Both players loading in. Let's get the camera and the blocker off the screen so we can see what happens here. Match point for VM Crabbling in this best of 3. And he is not up against Future That Will Never Come. He is up against Alfredino, who I believe is ODM, so I'll add that in there just in case. Alrighty, here we are. Ladies and gents, we have the Dark Elves and the Beastmen. Let's go to start with our red player leading the Dark Elves into battle. And also, before I forget, let's remove that ugly cursor from the screen so you guys aren't distracted by it. And take it from there. Now, for the Dark Elves, we have 3 Scourge Runner Chariots over here on the right flank. It does look like Marathi's going to be accompanying them with 2 Feral Manticores. Marathi going to have her typical kit, I would imagine, with the Soul Stealer, Wand of Caridon, Enchanting Beauty, and what is this one? Heartrender and the Dark Sword. We're going to have 2 K-Knight Assassins on foot with Assassin's or Web of Shadows and 1 with Assassin's Trophy. Then we're going to be looking at some Dread Spears and 2 Witch Elves, Slaaneish's Harvesters, Doomfire Warlocks, and then we have some Dark Riders with shields. Now for the rest of this army, there's nothing. That's it. Super elite, tiny, tiny Dark Elf army at 344 troop count. For the Beastmen, going to be seeing 2 Centaurs, Warhounds with Poison up to 5 Chevrons, 2 Throwing Axes, backing them up. Looks like the same combination over here, but with the Grog Hooves of Wolf's Run, ROR Throwing Axes. Then for the center line, 2 Gore Herd, 2 Ungor Herd. We're going to have Beret Shaman of Wild with Traderkin and Beret Scream, and then Torox the Brass Bull, very popular pick right about now, and he is lumbering into battle. Now that's going to rout out our 2 forces. Obviously, the numerical advantage squarely in favor of the Beastmen. They outnumber their Dark Elf opponents almost 3-1. Scourge Chariot's going to be trying to even those odds ever so slightly here. Alright, Dark Elves using those Scourge Chariots to the best of their abilities to get as much kiting damage down as possible. Looks like they're going for Ungor Herd, or maybe they're just really poorly targeted Centaurs or Throwing Axes. I have a feeling they may be on fire at will, which is possibly explains the targeting here, but we will see. Scourge Chariots may be in a position where they can run in for a quick cheeky charge on the Gore Herd. They're going to take it, and we'll have to see how quickly they can extract themselves from that situation, because there are plenty of Beastmen mobile units inbound on top of them, but it does look like they're going to be able to extract themselves successfully, taking little to no damage. But the Dark Elves are in a dangerous position. Here comes Traderkin, and Traderkin going to be upgraded, minus 25% speed, and an increase to damage here. And look, it caught a bunch of these Dark Elves in it, and it's doing some significant damage. Right now, the Slaanesha's Harvester's going down about a third of their health, just going off with that one magic attack. So, nicely placed attack from the Beastmen, and I do worry about this Dark Elf army. Looks like they're going for the Death Ball tactic here. It's a very small elite ball here with chariots and Slaanesha's Harvesters and stuff, trying to set up a Doomstealer scenario, but Beastmen aren't taking the bait, doing a good job keeping their forces pretty much separated. But we'll see. Dread Spears now going down, and you know, the Dark Elves really have very little infantry to spare, so we'll see how they do. Right now, Throwing Axes coming in, going after Slaaneshi Harvesters, Gore Herd diving in. They're going to get attacked by the Manticore and by some Witch Elves. That's not going to be going their way at all. Alright, looks like another Traderkin going down. Oh, just kidding. Here's a Soul Stealer going down and a Web of Shadows as well. Terror kicking in on a lot of Beastmen units in the Dark Elves right now. Getting some good plays, getting some of the Beastmen infantry taken care of. Dishing out some damage to the Warhounds as well, so we'll see. Still an uphill fight, but the bounce power is looking more even now than it has at any stage of the battle. Over here, looks like the Bray Shaman of Wild, though, having a tough time. Manticore going after him, Marathi as well. Centaur's coming in here to play some defense. These Throwing Axes may be able to keep that Bray Shaman alive, and it does look like they're going to be successful. Oh, just kidding. Slaanesha's Harvesters coming in from the other end, pinning that Bray Shaman in place, and now the Manticore's on top of him once again. And it looks like the Beastmen may be losing their magic, which is a huge deal. Dark Elves have to be happy about that, and they still have all of their Scourge Runner Chariots on the field. Still good ammunition, too, and those Scourge Runner Chariots rounds just murder Centaurs every single volley. Over here, Manticores coming in on top of these Centaurs, and once again, you know, Beastmen having that edge in the balance of power, but they're kind of sending in units piecemeal, and they're just getting dominated. Over here, Throwing Axes coming in, look like they may be trying to get a volley off, but they're going to have to turn around very, very quickly before they get caught. Torox the Brass Bull has taken some significant damage at this point in the fight. Assassin's Trophy's on top of him. I'm sure Marathi and the Manticores probably sniffing some blood in the water, and they may go down for a triple team on top of him, so Torox going to have to be very, very cautious for the rest of the fight. Over here, one of the K-Knight Assassins, though, is routing. Very low on HP. Torox might have an opportunity to go eliminate him from the field. But he's close enough to the edge of the map where maybe he'll rout. But no, it looks like he's regaining that leadership. So K-Knight Assassin may be coming back. But no, Beastmen noticing it. And Crabling going to be sending them out right now to make sure that K-Knight Assassin does not come back to the fight. But will it be enough? right now we still have one K-Knight Assassin, 2 Feral Manticores, and Marathi all coming after Torox the Brass Bull, and he is running out of Beastmen friends to help him out here, and the balance of power is now dead even, as you can see. This fight is coming down to the wire over here. Scourge Chariots getting charged by these Warhounds of Poison, who immediately get terror routed. But the throwing axes are now getting some valuable time to continue throwing axes into these Scourge Chariots. Now, all the time they can get is going to be so valuable. Centaur's coming in, once again, pinning them in place for just a second. And all these throwing axes just have this beautiful little U concave around them. And are just throwing those axes in. And that's going to be the only way the Beastmen can possibly win this. And it looks like they may be pulling it off here. So we will see. Right now, Scourge Chariots all getting dangerously low on health. They're starting to waver. One of the Manticores over here got isolated. It's rampaging. There's nothing the Dark Elves can do to stop it from rampaging. And Torox the Brass Bull is coming over to finish it off. A big charge into the Manticore with that lovely Minotaur somersault. Doombolt, though, is going to be coming down on top of him from Marathi. And we'll see what kind of damage it gets on top of him. Looks like it's going to be a miss for the most part. Maybe doing a little bit of damage, but it definitely whiffed him. Over here, Dark Elves trying to regroup. They still have 2 Scourge Runner Chariots in here. Looks like 4 models between both of the units. And Marathi may be getting stuck on the ground. Oh, Soul Stealer's coming in. Oh, a huge hit on top of Marathi, though. But there goes the Soul Stealer. Marathi taking another huge hit. Is she going to rout, or is that Soul Stealer going to keep her in the fight? Right now, she's still hanging on, and it looks like she's going to get out. Centaurs cannot keep her on the ground. Oh, there she is. She's out of there. But Scourge Runner Chariots are both routing now. Torox is in a very dominant position here as he gets these other units hammered down. But Marathi coming into Torox now. Oh, Centaur's coming in as she gets kind of caught up on top of the Assassin and the Spears. And now Torox smells blood. He's turning around, going in for the kill. Trying to kill Marathi. Another somersault. Marathi beginning to waver. Balance of power coming back to her. And Torox has routed Marathi. That's going to be a GG. Very well played to both players. The Dark Elf player having a deficit in the balance of power and really bringing this to the bitter end. And the Beastmen there, in spite of kind of just losing the balance of power the entire fight, able to regain composure and, you know, win it in the end. Marathi is dead. K-Knight Assassin is the only one left. And I imagine he won't be long for this world. Hell yeah, Mixa. I'm happy to hear that. It's more than I can say. Hey, Jay Phoenix. Good to see you, man. Dr. Jellyfish, welcome, welcome. Cheering on your VM clanmate, I see. So here we are. 2-0 to Crabbling. GG, well played. Alrighty. Guess which event Torox took gold in at the Olympics? The floor routine? What is it, Hadres? Tell me. Somersaults gymnastics, yeah, and he probably did take brass, yeah, bronze. You can go see this one. I wonder if they just started or if they got through their first battle yet. Hey. RTK. Well, shit. Yeah, I guess that was Factions Final. We're getting into the first round immediately. So let's get to it. Oh, Beastman love Seal. I want to say it was Lizardman versus Greenskin, so I guess we'll see. I can swap it around if I end up being wrong. And indeed, I was right. Hell yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's get to it. We have RTK Zarix leading the Lizardmen onto the battlefield. The battlefield is Tower of Hoeth. There is the map's namesake. And he is bringing the Lizardmen. It looks like we're going to have a front line of Saurus warriors with shields. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. 3 skink cohort with javelins. We got the cohort of Sotek red-crested skinks right here. Other than that, we're going to be looking at feral cold ones. Looks like 1, 2, and 3 of them. 2 chameleon skinks. We're going to be looking at 2 Bastillodons with them Arcs of Sotek, very popular nowadays. Skink Priest of Beast with his Manticore Summon. And Oxyotl. I've been bringing his usual kit as he sneaks forward in front of his army. Now that's going to round out the army. No other magic besides the transformation of Kadan. And we'll see what happens. Now for the Greenskins, going to be seeing 1, 2 units of goblins, some orc boys, looks like 2 of them, and the 8 peak loonies. Going to have Forest Goblin Spider Riders and Wolf Riders up front, Mogrim's Mangy Marauders being the Wolf Riders. Going to have 2 Orc Air Boys, the Rusty Airs, 2 Orc Boar Boys, 2 units of Orc Boar Chariots, and then for the leadership of this army, of a Giant River Troll Hag, a Goblin Big Boss, so they need Stabbin and Spirit Leech on top of those 2. And then Goblin Great Shaman bringing Vindictive Glare, Itching Nuisance, Don't Even Try It, and Crown of Command. Vindictive Glare going after this Skink Priest. Nice targeting. Doesn't look like it's going to stop him from getting that first Manticore summon off, though. And at this point, the Greenskins probably just run away. It looks like they might actually be doing that. And that's a wise decision, because if they run away while the Manticore summon is active, they have the chance to completely negate its usefulness if they can, you know, refuse any engagements until it is timed out. Alright. Looks like the Greenskins are refusing their left flank engagement, so the Lizardmen right flank. Both Orc Boar Chariots have been caught, though, and that's going to be a pretty significant loss for the Greenskins this early in the battle. If they can eliminate the Ark of Sotek, at least one of them, that will be a nice little pickup for them, but still not going to be a trade in their favor as far as I'm concerned. Manticore Summon does appear to be timing out any moment now. Orc Boar Boy's getting knocked down pretty hardcore right now by the Ark of Sotek. Yeah, right now it's looking pretty good for the Lizardmen as far as I'm concerned. Sarix looking like he's in a pretty strong position so far. Over here, Gobble Great Shaman getting on top of this Bastillodon with the Ark of Sotek. Good engagement for her. Looks like she's got it routing. Remains to be seen if she'll be able to eliminate it completely, though. There goes the Wah. We are seeing a sliver of red coming into that balance of power towards the center. We'll see if it can hang on there or not. Right now, it looks like the Arachnarok Spider with the Goblin Great Shaman is going after the Skink Priest, or at least knocking him back a bit there. Oh, going in for another round. Future that will never come has conceded defeat, giving RTK Zarix round 1 in this best of 3. Hey, Akronsler, thank you so much for the follow, and Gamba Perro, appreciate the follows. Sorry for not mentioning it earlier. But yeah, looking at the post-battle screen, you can see Lizardman. Just kind of looks like there wasn't one unit that shone in particular, but they were just doing a good job of overwhelming the Greenskin front line, keeping them on their heels. Pushing, not letting the Greenskins catch their breath. And the Greenskins, you know, they're making up some nice pickups here and there, but it did look like Cesarix caught their army on their heels, as I was saying earlier. So, you know, well played to both players. I think these guys are quite evenly matched, and we will see what happens next. And I say they're quite evenly matched because, I've lost to both Cesarix and Future will never come in tournaments. Pretty sure my own tournaments, since those are usually the only ones I play in. But anywho, let's throw up that army blocker, get ready for round 2 between these two fine players. And I'm going to go take a quick break, use the bathroom, grab some more bebidas. But don't you go anywhere, because we will be back on the battlefield in just a moment. that was loud, obnoxious. I'm awake. Okay, I stayed up too late last night. No, I didn't. I went to bed at a reasonable hour, didn't I? Don't know why I'm so tired. Maybe it's because I'm a dad. Ooh, Bretonia versus Beastmen. Let's do this one. Sounds like Mama Kathy's over here to hang out with Frankie. This will be a happy baby. Ooh, excuse me. Cerberus is back. Yeah. My 3-headed dog outside. Kelgar Iron Fist. I wish I could take a quick nap right now. If I could freeze time, take a nap so I can come back here fully energized for you. But getting my ass kicked in the first round really, deflated my energy and my ego. Is there something in the camera? No, it's all good. Also, if you guys want to watch a really bad movie, I recommend Halloween Kills. That was quite... It was so stupid. It was ludicrous. Ridiculous. Absolutely outlandish absurdity. Ooh. So this is a matchup that I guess I favor maybe Beastman in, but there's a lot of really good Bretonian players, and I do think Bretonia has tools that can work well in this matchup. If you're really good on your micro, unlike myself, the Grail Knights can be a very powerful tool here. Their bonus versus large is quite useful, and their lack of armor piercing really doesn't matter against the Beastmen too much since they're a low armor faction in general. Torox can be a monster, no doubt about it, but if you can isolate him, kill the rest of the army, you can cycle him down. Alright, looks like Future is ready to go. Just waiting on Zarix. He is on his match point here. Since we do have a significant amount of money on the line, I imagine he's thinking this through and not wanting to make any mistakes in the build. I don't think he wants to bring this to a round 3 tiebreaker. If I had to imagine, he just wants to seal the deal, move forward, feeling more confident. You can't have some mind games when you're up 1 and you lose that second set. Sometimes I think the person, usually the person who won the last battle has the advantage. So... Alright, I'll give him another 30 seconds or so before I pop out a warning. It looks like he's just about done. I'm looking at his army being built. And I think he just hit the money mark. He readied up for a second there. Looks like he just had a second guess. Swapping something out. All right, and we are off. All right, the map is Longwy. And our players are in the map. Now the Beastmen over here with the Vampire Count color scheme. Going to be Torok's Brass Bulls faction, the Slaughterhorn tribe. And I have quite a lot of infantry in the front line. We did play against this very same army just a bit earlier today when he trounced my Bretonnian with army with them. Now we're going to have Ungor Spearman herd. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. Looks like they have shields too. Going to have 2 regular Ungor herd as well. Got the 2 Razor Gore herd on either flank. 2 Centaurs with throwing axes. Bray Shaman of Wild with Traderkin and Bray Scream. Got double Manticore up in the air. And then we're going to have Torok's the Brass Bull and a Gore Bull. Torok's going to have his typical kit, just beasting it up. So that's a very cool Beastman army there from our red player. And now for our blue player, Zarix, who is on his, or Charix, who is on his match point. We're going to be seeing a front line of Peasant Mob. Looks like 4 of them. We got 3 Peasant Mob Bowmen. Are going to have 1 with pox arrows and 2 regular. We got 3 Battle Pilgrims making up that back line infantry. And then we are going to be looking at 4 Knights of the Realm by the looks of it. So nice bonus versus large mid-tier cavalry. 1, 2, and 3 of them that I could see so far. Make it 4. Yeah. Then we're going to have the hero squad consisting of 2 paladins, the Fey Enchantress with Chalice of Potions, Favor of the Fey, and Dwellers Below, so we'll keep an eye out for that sexy Dwellers Below. And last but never least, you have some skirmish cav up here in the front in the form of 3 mounted yeoman archers. Something I actually wish I had in my battle, so we'll see what kind of role they can play here, if they can help counter those throwing axes.
But rounds out both players' armies. Looks like they're pretty evenly matched in terms of troop count. Bretonians slightly ahead with their peasant numbers. But yeah, I think this is going to be a good matchup. Yeah, exact same build he took against me, Iron Thunder, unless there's something I'm mistaking. Mounted Yeomen continuing to fire away. They are shooting into Ungor Herd and stuff. These are shielded infantry, which is just kind of a waste of ammunition. Also, they're expendable, so got to keep that in mind as well. Fan Enchantress coming out here with their Paladins. They're going to turn around and think better of it. Looks like Peasant Mob going to get charged for free by the Ungor Herd. That should be no contest. Battle Pilgrims are coming into the fray now, though. And it looks like we have these Knights of the Realm going after the Bray Shaman, but Torox the Brass Bull going to do a dive charge into him, and here comes Gore Bull. And I think these Knights are pretty bad out of position. Getting a nice counter charge against the Razor Gore Herd, but is that really going to be enough to do anything? Here comes the Traderkin, going to decimate the Knights of the Realm. Earthblood going down to try and counteract it, but I think the writing's on the wall, and they're going to be able to rout those Razor Gore Herd first, but two Knights of the Realm getting taken out very, very quickly. Over here, the two Paladins and the Fan Enchantress are all going after Torox the Brass Bull. Torox is an absolute monster, but he has that 40% ward save active right now with 24 melee defense buff. Manticores are coming in to even the odds, and now you have throwing axes in the mix too, and so far not looking the best for Bretonia. Over here, going to be seeing the infantry getting into the back lines, getting ready to shut down these peasant archers. On the right flank, it looks like the Bretonians are doing slightly better, but their knights are also tattered. And yeah, this looks like it's going... I think he's doing better than I did, but it's going in a similar fashion to how my battle went, which is that I don't see Bretonian pulling out of this at this point. They've kind of got overwhelmed. One of the Paladins was routing. Now he's getting into combat, but there's throwing axes being thrown at his face. And Beastman's starting to get a very commanding lead in the balance of power over here. One of the Paladins has bitten the dirt, further hampering the Beastman's chances. But Dwellers Below going down, catching some nice units in it, hitting some of the Beastman units too, who are actually taking a ton of damage, even if just a couple of the models start going in there. And it's a pretty nice cast there, but will it be enough to change the tides of this battle? And it's something I'm starting to doubt very much. Fan Enchantress about to get charged. Mounted Yeoman coming in for a charge. There goes the Rampage. Manticore getting a very nice hit on top of the Fan Enchantress right there. Swing and a miss. And there we go. Manticore is now pinned up on top of all these Mounted Yeomen, and it may rout. But at this point, the balance of power is so far against the Bretonians, I just don't know how they're going to do it. Over here, one other Manticore, though. Looks like it may be getting taken care of, but nicely timed Greer Charge from the Razor Gore Herd is going to send them packing as the Terror Route kicks in, as their leadership drops. Over here, Manticore not giving up on the Fan Enchantress, going right after her. And we'll see what happens. She throws out an Earthblood, but I think army losses are kicking in, and the Bretonians probably going to lose at any second here now. But there's the Paladin. We got another Paladin who's still here, but that's going to be it. Cesaric's going to concede defeat, and future that will never come, fighting his way back into this best of three, bringing it to the tiebreaker. Yeah, I think the Knights getting out of position at the beginning are what stacked it there against him. I think he... Yeah, the Knights getting out there at the beginning was like really a fatal error. He couldn't afford to lose half of his cavalry force that early in the battle. He needed all the cav he could get to try to counter all of this Beastman mobility. But, you know, great game. Like I say, he did better than I did, so good game to Tarix. And we'll see who can bring it out here in the tiebreaker match. Hey, Pantalinade, Hank Cyrus, good to see you. You bring Pegasus Knights here. Interesting. Yeah, I guess they'd be good against Centaurs if you get a good charge on them. And they're supported. But yeah, difficult matchup for Bretonia, it seems. But I mean, I don't think the issue is not enough Peasant Bowman, because this Peasant Bowman got shut down so quick. More Peasant Bowman doesn't solve that problem. You need more meat in some way to protect them. I don't know. I'm wondering if just like higher numbers of mounted yeoman archers would be a better way to go. Require more macro, and they don't do quite as much damage, but they don't get caught either, as long as you're playing them right. You know, the Peasant Bowman. What do you do there? You know, you're kind of at your opponent's mercy in a lot of those scenarios. And by that I mean like you're relying on him to not chase your unit off or kill it or something like that, or for him to make bad plays and engage. Anyways, I'm just meandering and rambling. Anywho. Yeah, I'm with you, Iron Thunder. Oh wait, did it? Oh, sorry about that. So let's talk to him. Alright, we'll use Eshin as this tie-break map. Oh, my bad. Oh man, I'm just confusing everyone, including myself. So at least I'm, not being discriminatory with my confusion. Either way, but that's just the ruling I've been on. Five people have asked. Oh, gotcha. Anywho, doesn't really matter. I think, to be honest, there were some people who were like, oh, it's not fair that that person gets to pick the map again. But yeah, I don't know if I agree. Yeah, might as well keep it consistent. Agreed, Iron Thunder, for this tournament. Want to keep consistent with your ruling. Yeah, this has not been a good season. I need to regroup, reorganize, be better next season, but I'm going to stop saying that because that's what I say about everything. All right. All right, Alpine Ridge is going to be picked. Interesting.
Lizardman for future. Looks like we have a high elf pick. Is that confirmed? Okay, so was Lizardman and Wood Elves. Future has chosen Lizardman, and RT Cesarix has confirmed he is bringing the High Elves in this fight. Let's update these faction banners and get ready for some juicy action in this tiebreaker finale. Excuse me. A stout keg. And Lich, what is taking so long? I think that's the purple's hard to read on my blue chat. Yeah, they're just still picking the units. Good luck, have fun, and let's hope they get into it quickly. All right, Charix is ready to go. Yeah, Lich, this is the top 32 players. It's their playoffs. Long time coming. There was a lot of delays because Silence and the Fury patch really broke a lot of things in the game at first. But it's finally here. So yeah, these are the top 32 players from the HW League Season 8 fighting for their share of the $500 prize. I mean, they're from all over the world. There's, yeah, you know, got Chinese players, Russians players, all sorts of players from Europe. Couple Latin American players and then American players, so all over. I wouldn't necessarily say the top in the world because you never know if there's one of the top players who didn't play this season. I know, for instance, Falcon didn't make it up this season, but I think he just wasn't really playing in my tournaments this season. And I would still throw him up there and a few others. Anywho, let's get my army off the screen as well as the army blocker, and here we are loading into MP Alpine Rigs. Alpine MP Ridge, or MP Alpine Ridge. I swear, sometimes I can articulate. And it is the tiebreaker, so we're back to our blue player with a really sexy army that I have to say, oh god, yeah, I like it. We got Alariel the Radiant, a Handmaiden of the Everqueen, and a Noble. Noble is going to be bringing, what is this called again? It's a missile resistance item. Sacred Incense, 10% missile resistance for self and allies in range. And we have the Handmaiden of the Everqueen. Handmaiden of the Everqueen will be bringing Horn of Isha for that reload skill. And then Alariel the Radiant is going to be bringing her horse. She's got Tempest, Shield of Thorns, Earth, Blood, Arcane Conduit, and of course Star of Averlorn. And don't forget about this, a Boon of Isha that imbues magical attacks and immune to psychology and AoE around her. And she's got Shieldstone of Isha for physical resistance. Up in the air, we do have a beautiful Frostheart Phoenix, looking sexy, ready to find a battle, and I haven't seen that bird in quite a while. We're going to have Silver and Guard. It looks like so 2 Silver and Guard and 2 Spearmen in alternating formation. And then we're going to have 3 White Lines of Trace stacked on top of each other in quite a glitchy fashion. And that's going to round out this High Elf army. Very elite, very small, only 373. And now we're going to go check out the Lizardman army. And here we're going to be seeing some Chameleon Skinks, 2 Skink cohort with Javelins on either flank of this side of this front line. Cohort of Sotek along with 2 Saurus Warriors with shields. And then we're going to have Cold One Riders. It looks like 4 in total, 2 on either flank. 2 Bastillodons with them Arcs of Sotek,
and Lord Mazda Mundi himself going to be on top of his ancient Stagadon Salak with the Ruin of Nation of Cities, Banishment, Shield of the Old Ones, Apotheosis, Harmonic Convergence, and Net of a Mintok. So that is going to round out our 2 players' armies, and here it is. Winner takes all. They will proceed in the tournament. That was a really dramatic pause, wasn't it? Jarix. Oh no, not this build. Pain. I haven't seen this build, to be honest, so I'm curious to see how it goes. Oh, shit! How did I miss? Wait, what the hell? Is this the Noble's ability or something? Oh, I was just being... Wait, no. They're all hidden. How are they all hidden? The Arcane... Or the Frostart Phoenix shouldn't be hidden right now. What ability am I missing, chat? I'm so confused. Okay, now they can be seen. I guess maybe I was just like misjudging where the Frostart Phoenix was. I thought there was some ability hiding them, but I don't think there was. It was just the way they were deployed. They couldn't be seen. And I was just being silly. I'm sorry for all the babies and dog barks in the background, by the way, chat. Just part of the charm of the stream. Over here, Cold One Rider is getting sniped down by that Handmaiden of the Everqueen. And just kidding, those are feral Cold Ones. So it does look like I said what was actually in this build. There's 2 Cold One Riders and 2 feral Cold Ones. Feral Cold Ones obviously not quite up to snuff with the Cold One Riders, but they are significantly cheaper. War Lines of Trace. Oh my god, I forget. Their charge bonus is just so big. I wonder if we're going to be seeing a Star of Averlorn coming down here at any point. We got Shield of Thorns, the Shield of the Old Ones, and Earthblood Extended going down right now on top of all of these High Elf units. But I don't know. Maybe it's going to go south here. There's a lot of Cold One Riders going in here to pin him in place. And then the Dinos to help. But man, look at that. The terror kicking in on top of the feral Cold Ones. The Frostart Phoenix being in the mix debuffs the stats of all of the Lizardmen in its AoE. You got Spearman over here holding Skink Cohort at bay. And right now, Star of Averlorn helping out this High Elf army quite a lot. Silver and Guard going to get rear charged by the cohort of Sotek. And that's going to be vicious. They just got sandwiched between Source Warriors and Skink Cohort with great weapons. And then you got the Bastillodon with the Arc of Sotek. So not looking good over there. But the rest of the army forces for the High Elves aren't doing terribly at the moment. Does look like Mazda Mundi's getting a bit isolated. And if the High Elves can hold it together and try to bring him down a bit, maybe they can get something going. But we'll see. Silver and Guard hitting him from the back while the the Frostheart Phoenix is in front of him. Chariot's also helping to impede his avenue to escape. But it looks like he's going to turn around right now and be going the other way. Lion Chariots coming over here, beelining it for the Skink Cohort, and they are just dominating. I cannot wait to see the War Lions of Trace damage. Or sorry, the Lion Chariots of Trace damage on the bone. Their charge bonus is like, I want to say 70. Yeah, it looks like 70, which is insane. And so on the charge, they're just doing so much damage with that weapon strength and armor piercing. Another Shield of the Old Ones coming down on top of the Lizardmen, trying to help out. Yeah, this weird composition from the High Elves, but it seems to be paying off at the moment. They have the edge in the balance of power. Cold Ones and the feral Cold Ones are routing and pretty much dealt with at this point. You have the Handmaiden of the Everqueen going in here to kill him, and she's a monster. Bonus versus large in combat, and then she has those awesome missiles. And yeah, these chariots are just doing work. Still have one more Star of Avalorn in the back pocket for the High Elves as well. Apotheosis and Harmonic Convergence both going down on top of Mazda Mundi, trying to keep him healthy. Some of the War Lions, or the Lion Chariots, are taking some damage. But it looks like they're going to disengage once again. That Lion Chariot just barely getting a little bit of the Star of Avalorn. Lariel the Radiant is now sitting in it right on the edge to soak up that HP. Lion Chariot's coming back around, Terror kicking in. And the Lizardman Force is just not holding it together. Their infantry just getting dominated right now. It's pretty insane how effective this build is proving to be against this Lizardman army. But I mean, like the Frostheart Phoenix in here, you look at their melee stats. What is this, 12 and 38? And Mazda Mundi is the one giving the defensive stat bonuses with his AoE and the Sunburst of HWL-8, I think. This is pretty crazy. High Elf army just mercilessly chewing through this Lizardman army here. And RTK Charix is going to defeat Future Will Never Come. 2-1. Excellent series between these two guys. He was, yeah, he had a lot of cav there, but maybe the cav just wasn't elite enough to keep him pinned in place because, yeah, even with the cav there trying to support, they just, you know, those War Lions were just dominating. And I think, you know, that does have a lot to do, too, with just what's coming on, with the healing and these Shield of Thorns and those different abilities that she was using just to keep him healthy the whole time. These Lion Chariots of Trace, 1770, 1883, 1567. All three of them paid for themselves and then some. Getting some ranks here. Frostheart Phoenix, I think, is, you know, people might underestimate it, and even in hindsight, like looking at the post-battle screen, you may underestimate it, but I think its AoE debuffs that it has, I forget the name of it, Chilling Aura or something like that, is pretty powerful to melee stats, so that's going to help this Death Ball get even more work done. Obviously, the infantry is bare bones here. We're just there to give you the model count and some, you know, meat on the bones of this army. But GG, well played to him. I mean, both of these guys playing very well. Future that will never come knocking me out 2-0 in the round before this. So congrats to him for getting to the next round here. But Charix, congrats for going forward. Well earned, good games, and we'll see him later in today's tournament. Yeah, Feral Cold Ones were definitely a liability there. And I would give him some credit there. I wouldn't say it's not about micro, because you do have to still micro the army well and choose your engagements well. But yeah, that build was pretty mean. It was just kind of like, seemed like it was diving around with impunity. Wait, what did I just do? Let's win the custom battle. Alright, we got Ice Power versus Viking. What the hell, guys? Where are the spectator slots? Come on, open up a spectator slot. We want to watch you. Or we can watch Craveling versus Evenstar, which is probably a good option, depending on whose lobby gets up first. As Ice Power and Viking is right here, as you can see, they just don't have a spectator slot opened. I am Lich. Me! Yeah. I host the prize pools and the subscribers and people who donate. I put that money towards the prize pool, so myself and my monthly subscribers and donators. Excuse me. I need to stop burping so much. Gross. Alright, we're going to do a rehost. Oh, I look pretty worn out. Yeah, I didn't get enough sleep. It was a busy week at work, too. My apologies. I didn't sleep very much last night either. So, damn. I need to put on makeup or something like a newscaster so you guys can't tell how worn out I am. Also, this camera sucks. Ah! Ooh, Cyphos versus Void Laws or Craveling versus Evenstar. Everybody let me know.
Alright, got 2 for Crabling and Even Star already, so we'll go with that one. The hell, Even Star? I'm trying to get Even Star into the lobby right now, folks. Even Star has been a staple of the tournaments for a long time. He's been playing the tournaments. Let's see. Yeah, he got 2nd place in the HW Season 7 playoffs, coming after Falcon. And then, yeah, I think that was the first season where he got to the top 3. And he was burning through people. Season 6 was our last truly... I've loved all of my playoffs, don't get me wrong, they're like my children, but Season 6 was the best. The $1,000 prize was Falcon versus Tloxl and Soothsayer for the best of 7. That was probably the best, smoothest season we've had. The last 2 have been pretty messy. Last one because of some feuds, and then this one because of just Patch derailing everything. Sorry, actor. Interesting. Well, while we're waiting here, how about we check something out really quick? Alright, Even Star's going to try to host now. Yeah, that's a very lively, happy kid. She loves her mama, Kathy. It's her grandma on her mom's side. There we go. We got our players in. Let's go ahead and update the scoreboard to show our players. Now, we've got BM Grappling in blue. And we have Even Star, who's also BM. Somebody confirm for me. I'm just going to put Even Star for now until I get confirmation. Sick. And now let's go ahead, throw on a display capture, and show you this. So as y'all can see, we have the Hall of Fame, and look how far back this goes. When was HW League Season 1? 2018? End of 2018? I want to say, yeah, 2018 or beginning of 2018. Yeah, I need to shut off those notifications. Oh, he got kicked from BM? I didn't know that. Well, I won't put that on there then. And if that's true, this is a grudge match. But yeah, so Season 1, Crusader, first place. Mixa second. Then you got Soothsayer in third. Second season, another $300 prize pool. Falcon Chief and Archon the Black. And then we had Season 3, where it was Soothsayer winning. Sypho second. Tutorial third. Oh man, I'd like to see Tutorial play again. And then, same with Soothsayer. We got Syphos in today's tournament. Season 4, another $300 prize. We had BBB Chief coming first, then Zero and Sura Stopfo. And then in Season 5, yeah, Archon is a good player. He can just be a bit of a jerk. But yeah, for Season 9, I'm lifting the ban on every player and giving everybody a chance and resetting expectations just so I can, if we have any drama like we did in Season 7, I can nip that in the bud because I need to be much more consistent with my rulings. But yeah, so Season 3, Flying Taco, Hadris, and Alric Rawl, plus ODM Anticity. There was no third place battle for that playoffs. Season 6 was $1,000. That's the biggest playoffs we've had so far. $1,000. We were able to get raised up for it, and that was Falcon first place Soothsayer, then Vicious Satsuma. Pretty sure that Falcon Soothsayer best of 7 final is still my biggest YouTube video. At over 1,000 views, I'm big time. Season 7 was a $500 prize pool, and that was Falcon, Evenstar, and Chosen One. So we'll see. Evenstar coming back, trying to win this tournament, perhaps. Since he wasn't able to hold on to it last time. Alright, Summer Song is the map. And let's see what the players pick for their factions here. Actually, I guess we can show one more thing. And so here's today's bracket, in case anybody wants to take another look at this. So we got Dactyr defeating Defaniv, Syphos defeating Dactyr. Syphos is up in the first of the quarterfinals. Got Migsa being defeated by Would You Kindly. Voidlaw's defeating Hanadins. So we have these two playing right now. Tank defeating Takoyaki. Alcaral losing to Tank. Tank is now up here in the second bracket quarterfinal. Up against Charix. Now, I lost to Future That Will Never Come. Future That Will Never Come lost to Charix, as we just saw. And now that he's up there fighting Tank. The Viking that defeated Han Samurai, who is now up against Ice Power. We weren't able to beat that match because they didn't have a spectator slot. Tis, tis, shame, shame, know your name. And then we have Alfredino losing to Crabling, as we saw earlier as well. And now we're about to watch Crabling versus Evenstar. Evenstar did defeat Loopy in his first round matchup. And then we did see an update. Looks like we have confirmed... oh no. Did I? Yeah, Voidlaw's defeated Would You Kindly and is now up here against Syphos. So we have that quarterfinal starting up now too. Down here, Rizel defeating Charizum. And then we have him up against Hadres. Energized losing to Avicnir. Abe or CNR going to be up against the green one now. Ludwig losing to the green one first round. So this is today's bracket. Let's turn off that display capture and get back to the game. And it does look like we have a Wood Elves Dark Elves matchup, folks. So strap in tight. We got a lot of pointy ears on the battlefield. Let's throw up that Wood Elf banner and that Dark Elf banner. And then I need to get an intro card ready to go. I haven't done that once today. Shame on me. You guys need those intro cards. I know it. Now let's get it updated with the players' names and factions. I do enjoy this matchup. I think Wood Elves versus High Elves is pretty fun. Okay, cool. Yeah. We can hold the semis, bud. I'm going to go... I think one of the semifinals will be starting way before the other one, so the timing might just work out. I guess it depends who we ask. I think the Dark Elves, if they go rush builds, can have some success against the Wood Elves, but I do give Wood Elves the edge. More so in that matchup than against the Lizardmen. So I guess I do agree with you, but... I like Wood Elves too. I'm not good with them, and I don't play them competitively, but I like them as a faction. They're cool. Isn't fun, it's horrendous. I'm okay with it. I think the Dark Elves obviously have the stronger infantry game here, like no questions asked. The mobility game is pretty even, especially, you know, with the most recent of the Wood Elves DLCs. Before that, I think the Dark Elves actually did have an advantage pretty significantly in mobility. But now not so much. We'll see what happens, though. The big disadvantage, though, for the Dark Elves is the ranged game. The Wood Elves outrange them pretty much across the board. And the Dark Elves pay a premium for armor-piercing rounds when... Besides trees, they don't really have any armor piercing to really worry about against the Wood Elves, you know. It's not really something you need to make sure you have if you're fighting the Wood Elves. Yeah, I think Dowie Skaven is, to me, what I would consider the worst matchup in the game. All right, Crabling has confirmed his readiness for battle. Just waiting on Even Star. Summer Song is the map, so Wood Elves fighting the Dark Elves on the High Elves home turf. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Get ready for the battle. Round one of their best of three. Here comes that intro card as I remove myself from the screen, and here we have it. VM Crabling bringing the Wood Elves against Even Star and the High Elves. This is round one of their best of three, and it should be a good one. These are two veterans of the game, two excellent players. Even Star, as I mentioned earlier, coming in second place last season, and Crabling making it up to those top positions multiple times in the past. So let's go ahead and remove that intro card, and here we are. Map is Summer Song. And let's start with our blue player leading the Wood Elves into battle. Now, for the Wood Elf force, we are going to be seeing Dryads and Eternal Guard with shields making up that front line. Looks like 3 Eternal Guard with shields and 2 Dryads. We're also going to be seeing, and make that 3 Dryads, my apologies. We also have Deepwood Scouts with Swift Shiver Shards. So we're going to have 3 of them. They do a lot of damage, but they sacrifice some range for that extra damage they do because they shoot 2 arrows at a time, which also means they use up their ammunition quite quickly. Wild Hunters of Kurnos. Regiment of Renowned Wild Riders are on top of the field holding down the rear. We got some more Wild Riders with spears on the other flank, just the generic variant.
Now for the heroes, we are going to be looking at a Branch Wraith, Shield of Protection, Penumbral Pendulum. Also going to be looking at Awakening of the Wood, Blessing of the Ancients. And then up in the air, we have a Forest Dragon being ridden by the Sisters of Twilight. Sisters of Twilight got the Eagle Quiver, Conjoined Destiny, and don't forget about that Soporific Breath. And there it is, Athenhar's Tenacity. Well, actually, never mind. That's not what I was thinking it was. So, Dark Elves. This battle's already underway, so I need to hurry it up. We got the Black Art Corsairs. Looks like two of them. Got Bleak Swords in the center, Witch Elves backing them up. A healthy number of Scourge-Runner Chariots. Looks like 3 of them. Dark Riders with Shields. Going to be 2 of them. Slaanesha's Harvesters, a single cold one. Then we have a Sorceress of Death with Spirit Leech, as well as Aspect of the Dread Knight, if I'm not mistaken. And then up in the air, we have a Dreadlord with Sword and Crossbow. And he's just going to be bringing that net, I think. A Soul Stealer going down from the Doomfire Warlocks. And, yeah, it's Volley of Dark Arrows, actually, which is what he used on top of the Sisters of Twilight. Right now, Dark Elves looking like they're having a tough time. Slaaneshi Harvesters getting decimated. You cannot forget, these Deepwood Scouts do magic damage too. So they are tailor-made to eliminate the Slaaneshi Harvesters, or any Doomfire Warlocks for that matter, because they rely on that huge physical resistance to, you know, stay alive. But if you're getting shot with magical arrows, you're going to go down lickety-split. There they go again, shooting in all those magical arrows. Slaaneshi Harvesters are routing. But the Dark Elves have kind of gotten into the back line. It looks like their hands are in the cookie jar. Can they keep up the pressure? Or will the Wild Riders be able to drive them back from whence they came? Right now, Dark Riders are terror routing. However, there goes a terror route on top of the Wild Riders as an aspect of the Dread Knight comes in on top of the Black Art Corsairs. Over here, we are going to be seeing Sisters of Twilight targeted once again by the Dreadlord with his item. And he's doing some nasty damage right now. Wild Riders coming into the backline again for another big charge. Scourge-Runner Chariots going after him. The Dark Riders are going to start routing pretty quickly thereafter. Balance of power still in favor of the Wood Elves in quite a significant way at the moment. Caster for the Dark Elves is routing. Barely any health left, only 209. So I doubt she will be coming back to the fight. Sisters of the Twilight, meanwhile, now diving in on top of the Dreadlord with the sword and crossbow. And he is losing so much health. Getting shot in the ass as he flies away. Narrowly avoiding some nasty fire from the Sisters of Twilight and these Deepwood Scouts. But it does look like they're going to be able to. He's going to be able to get in the air. And over here, both Wild Riders are routing. Both Scourge-Runner Chariots, or at least 2 of the 3, I think there was 3 initially, are alive and doing well. Yasgarolf, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. I hope you're having a good time. Sisters of Twilight taking some serious damage right now. Black Art Corsairs with handbows starting to come out on top right now in the skirmish game as the Dark Elves drag down the Wood Elf skirmishers. Deepwood Scouts getting eliminated, and the Wood Elves are going to start running out of tools here if they're not careful. Sisters of Twilight, do they have that passive ability to heal themselves up? Cannot remember. Yeah, Conjoined Destiny. There it is. And so once they go below 20% HP, they will get that huge HP boost. And there it is. It just popped. It has a cooldown time. Scroll of Shielding going down on top of the Sisters of Twilight. They are running away, though. And as soon as that Conjoined Destiny pops, I think it's 20 seconds until it goes down. Here it is. Got 12 seconds left. And then they're going to get that 1800 HP back. And right now, I don't think the Dark Elves can do anything about it. It's going to be painful. 3, 2, 1. Boom. And Balance of Power, just like that, flies away from the Dark Elves. Sisters of Twilight are going to get an attack here. Oh, it looks like they're going to miss it. The Dreadlord running away for his life. Sisters of Twilight are going to shoot him in the back the whole time, though, and he won't be able to dodge it. He's doomed. This is going to be a Wood Elf victory after a very admirable Dark Elf chance at it. But, I mean, I guess I don't know. Can the Scourge-Runner Chariots and Black Art Corsairs shoot down the Sisters of Twilight? Or is it just game over at this point? I just don't see how the Dreadlord is going to be dodging shots enough to stay alive here. Dark Elves have no magic, no Spirit Leeches or anything like that to try to drag these units down. And I don't know. Time will tell. I mean, they still have some ammunition on these Blackheart Corsairs. Scourge Runner Chariot still firing away, trying to chip at that the Sisters of Twilights and their health. But, man, this is a very interesting fight right now. Very dynamic, both players. And I know a lot of people don't like this matchup, but this is why I like this matchup, because they're such different factions and play style that you can see some interesting matches. Like the way this Dark Elves have to skirmish with the Wood Elves is so different than how the Wood Elves skirmish, you know, and just these Chariot play versus Wild Riders and, you know, two Kiting Lords right now. Oh, look at that. Sisters of Twilight eliminating some of the Scourge Runner Chariots now. Nicely done. Ooh, a beautiful Earthblood coming down here from the Wood Elves. That's further increasing their lead in that balance of power, and army loss is kicking in. That's going to be a GG. Well played to both of these fine players, and Crabling going to come out on top with a Wood Elf victory, but Evenstar putting up a hell of a fight there. 1,700 damage on top of these Dreadlord sword and crossbow. His Sorceress did get shut down pretty hard, so I think that's another testament to how I mean, he didn't play well enough to keep her alive, but he played really well in spite of losing the magic to, you know, to get it to be that close of a match. And honestly, with the Spirit Leech, that could have been game over. So very well played here to Crabling, eliminating that magic. And, you know, recognizing the ace in the hole. It's just like, yeah, I'm down on the balance power, but if I get the Sisters of Twilight out of here, almost 2,000 hit points are going to be regenerated. And boom, you saw that balance of power. It was nuts. It was just like, just like as soon as that happened, it just went right over to the other side. Yeah, agreed with Stout Keg there, Yargolf. Welcome to the stream, man. But yeah, first game there, going to Crabling. A crazy good battle, though. Dark Elves almost had it there. It was just that heal that popped on top of the Sisters of Aberlorn at the end there that, you know, sealed the fate. But I like both of these armies a lot. Like, these are two very cool armies, and the two of them fighting each other was, in my opinion, quite fun to watch. Good fight, gents. Let's throw up that army blocker. Wait, why did they leave the game? That was one battle. It looks like one of them may have crashed out or something, so let's see where they rehosted it. Love how stacked the brackets are. Yeah, the brackets are crazy stacked. Conjoined Victory. Oh yeah, Conjoined Destiny. It should be called Conjoined Victory. Yeah, Conjoined, please don't shoot me for 30 seconds. I'm trying to remember who was playing in that one matchup where it was Skaven versus Wood Elves, and the Wood Elves were looking really strong. And they had that Conjoined Destiny on the Sisters of Twilight. They were on an eagle, though, instead of the dragon. And a Warpstone Scroll went down on top of them. And just, there's no Howling Warp Gale to worry about, but there was one Warpstone Scroll. Skaven popped it on them. And yeah, they weren't about to have a chance to run away for 20 seconds. They just got eliminated so quickly, like 3 seconds into their Conjoined Destiny, and they were done. I misunderstood that completely. That was game 2 for Crabling. My apologies, chat. That was game 2. Crabling 1-2-0. Yeah, it was a great game. and I did not realize that that was round 2 of their battle. So my apologies for misinforming everyone there. But yeah, there we go. Crabbling defeating Evenstar 2-0. And Evenstar was what I would say a favorite to win the tournament for sure. But so is Crabbling. So at this point, looks like we can go to Charix versus the Tank. That should be a good match. I'm also seeing if there's anybody we haven't watched yet. Rizel versus Hadres. Man, Crabbling 2 Alfred and Evenstar, he's going full beast mode, yeah. Because we did see him defeat both of those players, if I'm not mistaken. All right, looks like Ice Power won his fight as well. And hold on. Sorry, everybody. Let's check a look at the bracket. Here, you can join me. So, what do we have here? Looks like... Better get like really dark outside all of a sudden. I don't know what's going on outside. So Syphos and Void Lulls, Tank and Charix, Ice Power and Crabbling. I want to see all of these. Rizel, who was a replacement because his clanmate Sapphire couldn't make it, so he was nominated as the replacement for Sapphire. And then CNR and the green one are still duking it out. A Han and ODM clan war. So let's go ahead, remove that display capture, and I think we'll get into Charix versus Tank. Wait, that was still a match that was possible to go to. Yep, it's one of our quarters. Yeah. All right, who do we got here? All right, RTK Charix. And let's see, what was the score? 1-0 for Tank, so he's on his match point. Wood Elves and BC. Alright. So Charix picked Wood Elves and Vampire Counts as his options. And Karak Boopdar is the map. Alright, so these factions aren't final. I guess that the last match was most likely Lizardmen versus Vampire Counts, and Tank won. Tank is an excellent Vampire Count player, so. I want to see Syphos too. That's the problem. I want to see everybody. Syphos and Void Lulls. Yeah, I mean, it's so rough. I want to see Syphos versus Void Lulls. I want to see Crabling versus Ice Power. Chara versus Tank. Like, yeah, that's there's really no wrong choice, but that makes the choice very, very difficult. Jamba and Fromage? Always Jamba and Fromage. All right, dwarfs versus Wood Elves versus dwarfs. Oh, I did Viking? How was it, man? Bummed that I missed it. I mean, honestly, just send me replays, too, if you guys saved them. Always down to cast a playoff battle, since the brackets are always so top tier. Just stacked. Oh, gotcha, Viking. I did message you in Steam, Viking. Or is there another person called the Viking on Steam that I'm friends with? Or no, are we not on friends on Steam? Because you're right. I messaged Crabling or Samurai, or I messaged whoever you're playing on Steam. Hey, Kelgar Iron Fist. What, the one right in front of you? Or myself? But the one on the army blockers are River Troll, bro. River Troll, bruv. Yeah, on Steam we aren't. I don't know if we're friends anymore. On Discord I sent you a message, and I sent your opponent at the time, who was Samurai, or was it Crabling? I can't remember. I think it was. No, I'm just mixing everybody up. But yeah, spec slot was not open. Otherwise I was going to join you. Ooh, Charix is ready. Oh, the roaring one in the background? That is my daughter, and a monster she is. All right. I thought you said it was me earlier at the selfie Iron Thunder. I see you're just insulting all of the other folks. All right, let's go ahead, get that intro card up and load into the fight. Here we have it, RTK Charix with the Wood Elves taking on VM Tank and the Dwarfs. This is round 2 and a match point for VM Tank. All right, here we are on the map, getting ready for it. So, starting with our red player, as it is round 2. We're going to have Bugman's Rangers. Looks like we have 3 of them up front, and we got 3 Corlers in the back. Now, keep in mind, these Bugman's Rangers keep nice and healthy by drinking a healthy dose of Bugman's Brews. We got Norgrimling's Iron Breakers, Regiment Renown Iron Breakers. And then we are going to be looking here at a front line that consists of Dwarf Warriors. It looks like we have 4 Dwarf Warriors. Is that 3 Longbeards? Yeah, 3 Longbeards, 4 Dwarf Warriors. And we're going to have, yeah, the Oilers getting deployed over here. And it's time to take a look at our hero squad. We got a Master Engineer, Fiery Ring of Thori, and more powder on top of him. And then we're going to have Belagar Ironhammer, Just out here looking sexy. He's got very heavy armor, silver shield, 15% missile resistance, and a 25% magic resistance. And then we have a second Master Engineer. This one with the Flash Bomb and the Fiery Ring of Thori. So, that's our Dwarf army with the... Yeah, Norgrimling's holding up the rear. No Slayers or anything like that to speak of, so that's interesting. And for the Wood Elves, we're going to have 3 Way Watchers vanguarded up front with a Way Stalker. Way Stalker will have, looks like, Arrow of Kurnos and the Eye of Kurnos. We're going to be seeing Glade Guard with Starfire Shafts. Looks like we're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1 regular Glade Guard on the far left flank. Up in the air, we will be seeing the Sisters of Twilight on top of their eagle with the eagle's quiver and Conjoined Destiny, along with Gwendolor's Vantage. And way back in the rear, we have a Spellsinger of Life with the Regrowth, Life Bloom, and the Power Stone. And we have the Lost Sylvan Knights. Lost Sylvan Knights hanging back, playing it safe. Looks like both of them doing that until they have a better idea of what they're up against. So Charek's cautious player. Doesn't want to move forward with units he doesn't need to engage until he absolutely has to, especially if there happens to be artillery on the field. Over here, looks like the Waystalker getting some good damage against the Master Engineer so far. Sisters of Twilight coming into play too. This is going to be an interesting fight. Waystalkers, you know, they have the speed advantage, no doubt about it. Dwarf Warriors are coming out to kind of screen them with their shields. Looks like there goes a nice volley. It's all going to be hitting the Bugman's Rangers, or the Quarrelers, who are taking some serious damage. Quarrelers do have shields, so that's going to help out quite a lot. But Waystalkers are just nothing to be trifled with. They're very, very deadly. Glade Guard with Starfire Shafts. Starting to get pushed out. Ooh, Sisters of Twilight going for the anti-infantry ammunition now, doing some nice damage with that scatter shot. Wood Elf's getting some good damage from the Waystalkers, but so far all they can show for it is, you know, a couple of Quarrelers, or some Bugman Rangers going down now too. But I just worry that they're going to run out of meat on the bone of this army. But we shall see. Right now, Master Engineer is doing a good job countering the Sisters of Twilight. They do have that Conjoined Destiny, so they can heal up quite a lot, but, you know, that's damage they won't be able to heal up later, as I do believe it is a one-time ability, not something they can, you know, pop multiple times. Nope, I totally lied. Yeah, I definitely lied. There doesn't seem to be a cap on it. But they do have a healing cap, so they can't use it forever. Alright, Quarrelers getting focused again. Starfire Shafts getting pushed further and further out. Over here, we have the Lost Sylvan Knights coming in, and Lost Sylvan Knights are what really worry me for the Dwarves. What do the Dwarves have to deal with these Lost Sylvan Knights? I suppose maybe Fiery Rings of Thori, they do magic damage, don't they? Or is it only fire damage? I'll have to take a look. Yeah, it's magical too, so who knows? Maybe the Fiery Ring of Thori can eliminate the Lost Sylvan Knights. Alright, Way Watchers continuing to have good fire discipline. Happy to see that. Going after Longbeards by the looks of it. And, yeah, we'll see what the Dawi can do here. There's no infantry in the Wood Elf build, so I don't have to worry about that. Pretty much if they can outlast the ammunition and deal with the Lost Sylvan Knights, they got this. But it's a big if, you know. Lost Sylvan Knights are going to be tough to deal with. The terror routes are real. They don't have any Slayers or anything like that to be unbreakable. Bonus versus large, even though these guys clearly have a huge physical resistance, so it'd still be nice to have the Slayers in the mix. Ouch. Over here, going to be seeing Sisters of Twilight continuing to just do a lot of work over here against the Dawi army. Very tightly packed formation right here of Longbeards. I don't want to see that. I feel like the Sisters of Twilight can really capitalize on that if they wanted to. Meanwhile, other areas, we have the Master Engineers pushing forward now. Dwarfs are successfully pushing off the right flank. going to be seeing these dwarf warriors charging after the Glade Guard. Sisters of Twilight are coming in for a rear charge though, and that's going to slow them down. They're immediately going to turn around and get into combat with them. And we'll see if the Glade Guard take advantage and get a nicer rear shot into them. But it looks like the Lost Sylvan Knights are on their way now. And these Dwarf Warriors are isolated and a perfect target for those ethereal Elk Riders. Alright, Waystalker's continuing to push around. Sliver of Red is now in the balance of power. Looks like the dwarfs are starting to make some ground. Another Firing of Thor coming down. That one's going to be a swing and a miss. And I'm not joking. I mean, I know they're not well suited. Breath attacks usually aren't good against large units, but I mean, it's magical damage. What's it going to hurt to try one of them? But then again, these are lightly armored archers, and eliminating them is probably a smarter decision. Do what you know works rather than sitting over here trying to test things out for the first time. Enjoying Destiny, not popped yet. Feel like it's going to get popped pretty soon here. They have to be closing in on 20% of their HP. There it goes. Conjoined Destiny has popped. They're just waiting on that cooldown, and then once they get that cooldown taken care of, that's going to be a lot of balance of power advantage that they're going to get, I think. Because right now they're still ahead. And once the Sisters of Twilight heal up with the Conjoined Destiny, I'm going to keep an eye on that balance of power because I have a feeling it's going to swing pretty significantly.
Pray to your ancestor god.
Not as much as I was expecting, to be honest. But nonetheless, still going to help out the Wood Elves. You can definitely see yellow now on the other side of the balance of power. So here we go. Dwarf Warriors taking another charge from the Lost Sylvan Knights. Lost Sylvan Knights just going to be having their pick of engagements here. Looks like Belagar Ironhammer getting attacked by the Waystalker, and he's going to dominate that fool. But he is getting shot in the back in the process. And there are some elk on top of him, complicating the matter. Yeah, Lost Sylvan Knights, if the Wood Elves can't figure out how to deal with them, that's going to be what wins the game. Alright, Norgrimly and Ironbreaker is still pretty much full health right now. They're starting to take some damage now as the elves target them, but they do have increased model count and HP because they're that Regiment of Renown. And it looks to me like the elves have enough ammunition to kill them. Balance of power very in favor of the Wood Elves at this point. Belagar Ironhammer getting out ahead of himself. It looks like the Spellsinger of Life is even gone out to charge him. Could be a risky call if he gets a nice hit off, but looks like he's going to miss that opportunity. Quarrelers firing in now. And the Spellsinger is going to run away. Ooh, Arrow of Kurnos going into Belagar Ironhammer, doing a nice touch of damage. And as you can see, the Wood Elves are continuing to kind of push back in this direction. Dwarfs are now coming up, getting ready to kind of set up a battle line on the ridge line, I believe. At least that's what I would be doing. And they got to play this very careful. Belagar Ironhammer needs to stay alive, otherwise the balance of power will just be insurmountable, I think. Both Master Engineers are still high on ammunition, though, and look at the damage. The Sisters of Twilight are underestimating what's happening to them right now, I think. Hey, JT Potts, thank you very much for the follow. Did that just pop down again? Yeah, Conjoined Destiny popped down again. It's a multi-use ability. I did not realize that. it goes. Looks like we got our regrowth going down on top of the Waystalker now. Conjoined Destiny healing up the last of the Sisters of Twilight health before it hit the cap. Dwarf Warrior is going to get charged right now. Or not. Nope. They're going to go out and charge them. Alright, we have Glade Guard coming out to get in melee combat, which they will not exceed at. And then, oh, hello, have you ever heard of a blasting charge? Happy birthday. Oh, Belagar Ironhammer, though, continuing to get sniped by the enemy forces, but those Wood Elves just getting obliterated by the Iron Breakers as they throw in their satchel charges. Over here, Sisters of Twilight look like they're probably going to commit the rest of their ammunition to trying to kill Belagar Ironhammer. Belagar needs to turn around so he gets that block chance. Right now he's just getting shot in the back, and that's never fun. Ooh, man, down to 510 HP. Belagar might be going down for the count because I don't see the Sisters of Twilight running out of ammunition quickly enough. They still have 3 shots, and this one may be enough to finish them off. 313. Belagar hanging on by a thread. Master Engineers trying to come out, help screen for him, but this is going to be tough, tough, tough. Waystalkers, really good fire discipline on top of them. A couple more volleys from these Waystalkers can definitely eliminate Dowie units. And look at that, 10, 9, 8 is the ammo count across them respectively from left to right in our perspective. Yeah, the Dwarves' chances seem to be slipping through their fingers right now. Their little fingers. Oh, they do count as artillery. That's right. So it doesn't work. You're absolutely right, Viking and Kelgar Iron Fist. Thank you very much for pointing that out in the chat. Keep me honest, chat. Don't want to misinform the public. I'm not a politician, after all. Over here, Sisters of Twilight just pulling through the Longbeards with their superior mass. Longbeards hanging tough. That's what they do. Their beards are long, and their patience long-lasting. Over here, Dwarfs are starting to get their arrows firing again at the Way Watchers, trying to screen them out, but the Dwarfs, unlike the Way Watchers, are very, very low on ammunition. You can see that most of them are down to their last, I would say, 3 rounds or so. Over here, Lost Sylvanites at their healing cap, so they've been at least taking some damage. Now the Dwarfs are starting to climb back in the balance of power from what I can see. So we'll see what happens here. Sisters of Twilight coming right back. Looks like they're going in for the kill of Belagar Ironhammer, if I had to guess. And it looks like the Master Engineers aren't nearby to, you know, protect Belagar at this point. And, oh, Belagar down to 141. Sisters have 2 more shots. I'm not sure if that means 1 more volley and each one of their shots counts as 1, or if it's just like 4 total shots left. But we will have to see. Oh, they missed that one because he went below the ridge. Sisters of Twilight. Where's that Waystalker? Is he still alive too? Oh no, looks like the Dwarfs were able to eliminate the Waystalker. But the Way Watchers are coming over here now to eliminate Belagar. How can he has 39 HP left. Sisters of Twilight going to come forward here, and I think Belagar's about to bite the dust. Okay, he died. I was like, did he just survive that with 1 HP? That's a no-go. Alright, Spellsinger of Life not looking too great. Lost Sylvan Knights taking some serious damage. But Terror kicking in on top of Dwarf Warriors quite readily. Lost Sylvan Knights still just about half health remaining. Master Engineers are firing away, and look at that. Spellsinger of Life getting into combat with them. Balance power shifting. Charix is looking strong at first, but is Tank bringing this back? Got that Dowie patience. That had to be their last round. How are they still firing? Look at this. 656 on top of the Sisters of Twilight, so they are running for dear life. Over here, blasting charges successfully connecting with the Way Watchers. That's going to be very painful. Balance of power is officially in the dwarfs' favor at this point. Another very nice blasting charge going into them, and that's going to be the last of the Ironbreaker blasting charges. Over here, though, we are going to be seeing Way Watchers diving into Bugman's Rangers. Probably going to be Way Watchers win that, even though Bugman's should dominate in an even fight, but the Bugman's Rangers are much lower in HP at the start of that engagement. Over here, restock coming down, and we're going to possibly see some more blasting charges here, but they're going to get knocked over before they can throw any out. Master Engineers pushing down. We will see. Oh, there's that Fire Ring of Thori doing a touch of damage. Happy we got to see it. And the dwarfs are now significantly ahead in the balance power chat. Blasting charges coming out after the Lost Sylvan Knights, and they're pretty low on HP, down below 1k. Waystalkers, looks like this unit has one more round left. Okay, 2 more rounds. There's another Fiery Ring of Thori, though. That one just going to clip them, but still not too bad. And at this point, their balance of power is in their favor. Over here, Waystalkers using one of those rounds on top of the Master Engineer, doing a lot of damage. They have one more volley left. Boom. So much damage, even not just on one volley. But over here, blasting charges coming in. And the Dowie shooting the Sisters of Twilight. Only 139 HP left on her. Looks like she will be able to fly away without dying, but I don't know if she's coming back at this point. Balance power is really getting out of hand for the Wood Elves. There we go. Sisters of Twilight are back, at least for a moment. Can they get anything going? Waystalkers are now diving in to tie up the Master Engineers, keep them busy so they can't just shoot the Sisters of Twilight. And now the Lost Sylvan Knights who are in here are causing terror, it looks like. Oh, no terror yet. Longbeards are immune to psychology. Are Bugmans too? Yeah, Bugmans are too, so no terror gun down here, but they could potentially rout them. Oh, no. The Master Engineer was able to get a shot off, and the Sisters of Twilight have fallen to the ground with their eagle, and I think that's going to be a GG. But wait, Longbeard's routing. Terror. Can it carry the day? The Lost Sylvan Knights pushing in. Lost Sylvan Knights trying their darndest. But there it is, the rout and the victory for for Tank over Charix. Match point. Tank will win that 2-0. Sister Twilight, tons of damage. Really strong start from the Wood Elves. It kind of went pear-shaped as the battle lagged on. Lost Sylvan Knights, Waystalkers used very, very well, though. All of them paying for themselves, and then some. Now, over here for the Dwarves, Master Engineers, look at that, 2,000, 2,100. These guys are just really, relying on those Master Engineers. Got a ton of work done. Corlers, Bugman's Rangers. Bugman's Rangers did so much work for this army as well, so very good game, great series. Charix, better luck next time, my friend, and Tank, congrats, you're moving on to a semi-final. Alright, yeah, Tank is going to be fighting the winner between Siphos and Voidlaws. Oh, they're in game right now. By the way, welcome to any new viewers, anything like that. Hope you guys are having a good time. And once again, big shout out to Potts for the follow, Yoga Rolf for the follow, and Krinsler, Cambapero, this is to Dobney, and then to Pink Pony Night for 19 months of subscriptions. Thanks for that resub today, my friend. Very good fight indeed. That was one of the better Wood Elf Dwarf matchups I've seen in my life. So yeah, let's see. Got Chosen One and CNR. That would be cool. Let's see. Charge versus Tank we just watched. Who's Crabbling up against? Ice Power.
Oh wait, Cyphos and Void just ended, so I think we have our first semifinal, which we're gonna go watch that. So is it Void Lulls or Cyphos up against Tank? And let me throw up my display capture so you can see what I'm talking about. I think this match just closed, Cyphos and Void Lulls, so we should see who's proceeding to fight Tank in the first semifinal in just a second. Razel versus Huntress is down there. Yeah, well, Cyphos and Void Lulls disappeared here, so I'm banking on getting into the semifinal between him and Tank right now. Or Cyphos or Void Lulls, I'm not sure who won yet. Alright, chat, just bear with me while we figure this out. Get into the semifinal lobby. I'll probably take a bio break, grab some more water, do some push-ups so I can get my blood flowing, and then we'll get into the semifinal. Hey, Undead Blank, thank you so much, man. That means a lot. I'm glad you're enjoying him, and happy to have you here live, man. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, we got some really good, it's a stacked bracket today, no doubt about it. 95 viewers, hell yeah. Welcome, welcome. 76 on Twitch, 19 on YouTube. Look at these numbers, fans. We've done it, we've made it. I don't see a lobby. Oh, and by the way, green one did defeat Chosen of the Norns 2-0 from what I just saw. So that's Ryzel versus green one, two ODM clan reps fighting each other. Ice Power versus Crabling, Tank versus Charix, or no, sorry, Tank versus Void Lulls. So these are the three ongoing battles. Once again, I'm trying to find Tank versus Void Lulls. Is Tank still in this lobby? Alright, sounds good, Iron Thunder. Everybody, we'll be right back with the stream. We're just getting the semifinal set up, and I'm going to go take a break so I can be full energy as we go into the semifinals and then the final. So, everybody, take care of yourselves, and I'll see you soon.
Hello, everybody. I'm back. Sorry, I was stuffing a corn dog in my face. A couple of them, to be honest. Let's get that intro card opened up. So, in case you guys weren't reading along with the game chat, I'm just letting these guys know the semifinals are going to be best of threes today. Typically in my playoffs, I do best of five semis, but I'm only going to have the final be a best of five in this playoff because I decided I wanted to do a third place match, and I kind of viewed it, if I wanted to do the tournament in one day, I had two options. I could keep best of five semifinals and have no third, fourth place match, or I could do a third and fourth place match, but I have to do best of three semifinals. So I decided with that option. So basically, semifinals are best of three, third place, fourth place match is best of three, and the final is the only best of five. Hello, Twitch, I see you. Wow, hi, YouTube. Yeah, no, the restream, you guys get to see each other's chats. Although... Sorry. Jalapeno chip tickling my throat there. But I forgot what I was going to say, so it doesn't matter. Oh, that's what I was going to say. In the future, I'll probably go back to just streaming on Twitch and uploading videos to YouTube. I think the YouTube people like that more, and also once I become partnered with either, I can't stream on both. So I don't know, let me know what you guys think, but I think maybe just doing edited videos on YouTube and all the streams on Twitch might be the path forward next season. I got you, boy. Yeah, it is hard. Not that it's anything that's going to happen to me imminently. No doubt about that. Watching streams on YouTube. Chatting without. Virgin Twitch versus Chad YouTube. Didn't realize Twitch was a virgin. Alright, looks like one player is wishing good luck. Yeah, both players returning it. Tank seems to be ready based on that. And looks like we're just waiting. There we go. Tank is readied up. Void. Just waiting for him to confirm, and then we'll get into the battle. Okay, so here we go, chat. Shavak, thank you so much for the subscription, my man. You're too kind. And Viking actually gifting the sub to Shavak, who's had 3 months of subs. So Viking, thank you so much for gifting that sub to our friend here. And without further ado, how about we get into the battle, throw up that, intro card, which just did not feel like working. There we go. And here we have it. Round one of the semifinal best of three between VM Tank with the Warriors of Chaos up against Void Laws and the Beastmen. The map will be Oakenhammer. Or no, just kidding. This isn't Oakenhammer. This is one of the Carracks. I can't remember the name off the top of my head. But starting with our blue player and the Forces of Chaos, we're going to have Marauder Horse Masters. Looks like we have 4 of them. No messing around here. Elite. skirmish cav force. We're also going to be having a front line supported by a whole lot of chaos spawn. It looks like we have 1, 2, 3, 4 chaos spawn, one of which will be the word spawn. And then we have a infantry force consisting of chaos marauders. It looks like we have 5 of them. And we're also going to be seeing the Mirror Guard Regiment of Renown Chaos Warriors. Leading this army will be none other than Archaon the Ever-Chosen. He's riding Dorgar, his warhorse, into the fight. And this bad boy is going to be bringing with him the Slayer of Kings, Stand or Die, Foe Seeker, Burning Head, Cascading Fire Cloaks, and Kindle Flame. That rounds out the forces of Chaos. And now we're going to the Beastmen. We're going to have a front line with a lot of Ungors, Vanguard deployed and hidden. We're going to have 1, 2, 3 regular Gore Herd, 2 Ungor Spearman Herd with shields. We're going to have 2 Centaurs on the far right flank, 2 on the far left flank, 2 throwing axes in the center, along with a Tuskor Chariot. We have a Bray Shaman of Wild with Traitorkin and Bray Scream. 2 Warhounds back here, looks like both of them with poison. And then we're going to have a Gore Bull and Torox the Brass Bull with their usual kits. Torox the Brass Bull is going to be bringing that brass body. Skirmish is opening up. Looks like they're going for the Spearman Herd first. I would agree with that. The Chaos Spawn can deal with the Ungors, no problem, but Ungor Spearmen will be a little more difficult to deal with. Looks like Chaos is a very strong, just like short front line. A little bit, you know, too not wide enough in my opinion, but we'll see. It's clearly going to be setting them up for burning heads, though. I think Archaon planning to use that to dispatch with the Beastmen infantry as much as possible. Warhounds with poison coming in here to the fight. They're going to take some javelins to the face, though, from the Horsemasters. Horsemasters, even if they get a counter charge against Warhounds too, they can decimate them. Their charge bonus ain't too bad at 30, so nothing to shake a stick at. Alright, Chaos Spawn and Marauders coming out over here on the left flank. Looks like they're turning back now. Both players are really on point with their Myco. Pushing in and pulling out very deftly. Brass Body coming down on top of Torox the Brass Bull. Gore Bull going to somersault into Archaon. Archaon needs to get out of there. He doesn't want to get stuck in combat with Gore Bull and Torox. And he's already taken some serious damage there. About a quarter health being ripped out of him very quickly. Slayer of Kings getting popped, but he just wants to get out of here. Get out of this engagement before you get stuck in it. And yeah, Archaon taking so much damage right now. Cascading Fire Cloak, Stand or Die has been popped, increasing his defense significantly. And here he goes throwing down a Burning Head. That Burning Head is going to decimate some Marauders, but also the Ungor Herd that it goes flying through. Archaon still in combat, but now he's just up against the Gore Bull. And that Slayer of Kings he had was really beefing up his stats. And look at this. Gore Bull, one-on-one, Archaon could go toe-to-toe with him, no problem. But there's bigger problems for Chaos than Archaon at the moment. And that is that their Horsemasters have been sandwiched between Centaurs and crushed. That is, I think, all of the Chaos Cavalry right here just being eliminated very quickly. VM Tank going to have to be pulling through with Archaon, trying to get away from Gore Bull. Gore Bull just narrowly going to miss him. And now the Mirror Guard and the Chaos Infantry is here. Can Chaos bring it back at all? Archaon going in for a charge, doing some nice damage on the charge to Gore Bull. Gore Bull is now wavering. Archaon coming in for another huge hit. And it looks like Gore Bull will be eliminated just like that. But is it going to be enough to turn the tides here? Archaon, a dangerous lord, no doubt. And he has plenty of Chaos Spawn here to help him. But the Centaurs still on the field with their charge bonus. As long as they're microed well, will be more than enough to deal with all these Chaos Spawn. Archaon running away for dear life from Torox the Brass Bull, but a big fat Traderkin coming in, debuffing his speed and everybody else's speed in this knot, and it does not look good for VM Tank at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. Torox the Brass Bull and Archaon the Ever-Chosen going toe-to-toe, a very good fight, two very melee-focused lords. I'd give Torox the edge, but Archaon is no chump, and he's also a caster. And it looks like Archaon dishing out some good damage here. And it's a very neck-and-neck fight here. Archaon looking like he's winning it against Torox, but I just don't know if he's going to have enough units to support him long enough. But look at that, Torox the Brass Bull wavering, and now he is routing. If Archaon can get out of this blob and chase him down, then I think the Beastmen may be in trouble. But right now, the balance of power is still just squarely in their favor. Archaon trying to get out of this blob. I don't think he has any fireballs or anything like that. Yeah, he just brought Cascading Fire Cloak. And it looks like he's desperately trying to get out of here. Mirror Guard, there goes the route. And now Archaon should be free in just a moment here. But Torox has regained his leadership. Nope, just kidding. He's routing again. Holy hell, tank. The Gorebull is routing again. Chaos Spawner over here on top of the Bray Shaman of Wild. Looks like it's going to be able to pull out of here now. A nice Bray Scream going down. Archaon the Ever-Chosen, though, keeping this fight alive for the Warriors of Chaos. Can they do this? I just don't know. Archaon, what a badass. Over here, Ungor Herd going to get attacked by the Beastman Fist. Centaurs are throwing axes coming in here. Probably going to throw off a volley into the Mirror Guard. But they are getting down to the last of their ammunition. And there goes another Ungor's herd for the Beastmen. Archaon trying to regroup what's left of his forces. He's charging out at Groghoof's Warhoofs. Wait. Groghoof's of Wolf's Run. Groghoof's Warhoofs, hoofs. Yeah, I don't know. This Chaos is really behind in the balance of power here. If they can eliminate Torox, if they can eliminate Gorebull, I think they can get the edge in the balance of power that they need to potentially bring this back. But as long as those heroes are just hanging in there, I don't know. This is when Archaon, I'm sure, this is why I'm a proponent of Fireball. I know a lot of people don't like it, but it's like, when you see a Gorebull like this, and you're just like, ah, shit, why don't I have a Fireball? I can just shoot him in the face and get him off the map. Because right now, this Chaos Army is definitely at the mercy of the Beastman's mobility. But Beastman player running out of ammunition, as I was mentioning. And I don't know if he'll be able to, you know, without hero support, I don't know if the cycle charging will do it. However, Bray Shaman of Wild, I have to imagine has enough for another Traderkin, but he has been using his magic quite actively throughout the battle. So if he has one, he is definitely saving it for last, I would think. Over here, the Groghoofs of Wolf's Run coming in, but then pulling away. And now we see Archaon the Ever-Chosen going in hard. Another Bray Scream coming down. That one maybe not quite as nicely placed, but here comes a Burning Head. Chaos is breaking apart, though, and look at that. Army loss is kicking in. That's a shame. I really thought Chaos had a better chance there than the balance of power was giving him credit for, but it just goes to show, you know, you gotta be aware of that, and you just get to a point sometimes in the battle where even if, you know, you have a lord that can kill their lords, if they just have more numbers than you, it just becomes insurmountable at a point. So very good game to both players. The Traderkins here absolutely dominating that small, you know, tightly packed Chaos formation. And then I'm sorry we missed the play, but the Centaurs just sandwiched the Marauder Horsemasters at a point there, and you can just see the value they did not get compared to the Centaurs. You know, you can see there's Centaurs here that did perform pretty well. The throwing axes, I think, were the ones that shone most. And then, of course, Bray Shaman. But holy hell, can we give some love to Archaon the Ever-Chosen here? He was going toe-to-toe with Torox and a Gorebull for a long time there, and he came out on top. He got both of them to rout. And, yeah, he is vicious. And I'm happy to see that he's a lord who can go toe-to-toe with Torox the Brass Bull. So, very good fight. Just think it was this decisive cavalry victory for the Beastmen that really hamstrung the forces of Chaos. Once they lost that mobility, it became a very, very steep uphill climb as far as I'm concerned.
Blackish Beard, welcome to the stream. And everybody else, hope you enjoyed that first battle. Tank going to get defeated. And a narrow victory for Voidlaws, 1-0 currently. Yeah, a bunch like that against me with Kolek. Yeah. Hey, yo. Chain routes right after coming back are bullshit. Maybe a very brief time, but I don't know. I definitely don't want it to be like a prolonged period of time where they're unroutable because they rallied. I don't know. I guess for me, they just... I guess it depends what's fun in game or not, but from a reality logic point of view, I'm like, yeah, it doesn't make it like... Just because you rally doesn't mean you're unbreakable for a minute. You can like be rallied and come back and then see something horrific and be like, fuck this, I'm running again. So I guess it doesn't bother me too much. Yeah, the Gorbel outnumbering was a cause's fault, but he didn't fall, Shavak. You know, he was still there. He cut those guys down to size. Yeah, a brief leadership bonus. I agree with that. I think it's one of those things that even though it doesn't make sense logically, it would make the game perhaps more fun, which probably means it should be in there. Oh shit. I'm hitting my green screen. Still up. It's gonna fall on my head. Fair point, Viking. I would agree with that. Alright, looks like Pillar of Bone, Vampire Counts, and Beastman from Tank. Looks like Void's thinking about this. He is on match point. If he wins this, he goes to the final. If he loses it here, then best he can do is third place. And third place is $50. Fourth place is $25. Second place is $125, and first place is 300 buckaroos. And I think I do remember that battle, by the way, Viking, now that I'm thinking about it. When it was Beastman versus Chaos, and you had a front line of Chaos spawn. At least I vaguely do. Just making sure you didn't go AFK or anything. Okay. Looks like Void Laws might be picking vampire counts. Oh, he's in a either. Yeah, it's not a good matchup for Beastman, I would say. But yeah, that's a good pick, I think, against his opponent. So it's gonna be a VC mirror. This is. We'll have Manfred versus a black coach. VC mirror. Holy shit. I haven't seen a VC mirror in a hot minute. I commend Void. I think that was a good pick for the second round when he's on match point. Play a little head game. Because if I recall, and somebody correct me in the chat if I'm wrong, Tank's strongest faction is vampire counts. So if you force him into a mirror match, I think that's a smart call. Because everybody knows Beastman versus Vampire Counts just isn't the best matchup, and nobody would know that better than Tank since he's such a good vampire player. Interesting. At least we're getting a little bit of spice in today's tournament, eh? Can't say we aren't. I'll reply to you later. I look like Harry from Dumb and Dumber right now. What I look like is a guy who needs a shower. Or a hat. Keep things organized on my head. I'm excited for this. I know mirrors aren't people's favorites, but when it comes to the playoffs, anything is exciting. We've seen some pretty awesome mirror matches in playoffs before. I remember an awesome Wood Elf mirror match. But we'll see what happens here. And that was actually, the Wood Elf mirror match was in the Warhammer World Cup. It's going to bother me that I can't remember the players. Alright, I'm going to grab some more water while these armies continue to animate corpses. Alright, just had to get the intro card ready, and I'll be right back. One player ready. One to go. Stout keg already fallen asleep. let's go ahead and throw up that intro card, shall we? See you on the battlefield. Now, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We have VM Tank leading the Vampire Counts up against Voidlals von Karstein. Just kidding, he's playing Vampire Counts too, but I wanted to mix it up. So, Vampire Count Mir, round 2, match point for Voidlals. We'll see if Tank can fight his way to the tiebreaker, or if he will be sent down to fight for 3rd place. The map is Pillar of Bone. Here is said Pillar of Bone. And let's start with our red player leading the Vampire Counts. Air Force, da 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 da. Fly to the Valkyries, anyone? All right, so we have 4 zombies, a single skeleton spearman. Down on the ground, we got a Mortis engine along with 2 necromancers riding corpse carts. Both of them are going to have that Forbidden Rod, Master of the Dead, and Scroll of Shielding with them, and got that bigger Mortis to boost the stats of the undead forces around him. The other one will have a Scroll of Shielding too, but Raise Dead. Ooh, caught right into the microphone, my apologies. Now for the Air Force, we're going to have Terrorgeist, make that 2 Terrorgeist, up in the air, naturally. We're going to have 3 Vargeist, including the Devils of Shorshafen. They are going to be bringing that terror that they bring, as well as armor piercing. Now, one of the Terrorgeist will be ridden by a Strigoi Vampire Lord. He's going to be bringing Ghoul King. Oh, no, just kidding. That's the other Strigoi Vampire Lord. I have to be careful here. I almost mixed them up. So we have 2 Strigoi Vampire Lords. Interesting. This one is going to have Ghoul King of Usharan, as well as Claw of Morcaine, Opal Amulet, Power Stone, Gaze and Magash, Invocation of Nehek, and Spirit Leech. So, interesting build. And now our blue player has a similar idea, but a bit more heavy on the infantry. And we're going to have 5 zombies. We're going to have 3 skeleton warriors, so not much heavier on the infantry, but still heavier. Going to have the Devils of Shorshafen. We're going to have 2 of them. We're going to have a Terrorgeist and a second Terrorgeist ridden by the Strigoi Ghoul King. And we have a Vampire Lord, Vampire over here with the Lore of Shadows, Immortal Will, and Enfeebling Foe on top of her. And then we're going to be seeing the Strigoi Ghoul King also with a similar loadout, Ghoul King of Usharan and Claws of Morcaine. Seeing a Spirit Leech immediately go down on top of the Devils of Shorshafen there. And, yeah, both Air Forces pretty similar, to be completely honest. A slight, maybe, I don't know who I'd give the edge to, because the Vampire Lord is actually pretty good. And so the extra Vargeist, clearly in favor of red, but the Vampire Lord, I think, can do pretty well against some Vargeist and will help in those single entity duels because it'll give them a 3rd single entity over our red player here. Here comes a breath from our red player. Going to catch a couple of the Vargeist. One of them's going to fall to the ground dead. And looks like our red player just going for some snipes on top of the Vargeist at the moment. Ooh, one going to go down here too. Vargeist going in for the breath attacks. And both players here just fighting for that air supremacy. Both have a Mortis engine. The ground force, I think, for a blue player will win just because they do have at least the 3 extra skeletons support him. So I guess they outnumber him with 2 skeletons, but I don't know. We will see what happens. And over here, all the Vargeist coming around the corpse carts and stuff, getting healed up, resurrected by the looks of it. And red player going to continue playing it pretty safe. Over here, blue going in for a charge. Crown of Morcaine, Opal Amulet on top of him. Strigoi Vampire Lord from the opposing faction going to turn and run away. And the Vampire of Shadows is now turning to fly away too. And yeah, Vargeist now in a duel with one another up in the air. And man, these players playing it very close to their chest. Nobody overextending, making any, you know, risky plays. And we'll see what happens from here. Zombies for our blue player are moving in. Spirit Leech now going down on top of our blue player's Devils of Shorshafen once again. And it looks like they're down for the count. Devils of Shorshafen for Tank going to be eliminated very early in this battle. And that's a huge edge that we just saw red get in this battle so far.
Spirit Leech coming in, a breath from our red player coming in. Spirit Leech was on his Vargeist though, so it looks like both players are going to be trading a Vargeist, but the ROR still in function for our red player, not our blue player. Blues in an aerial engagement I don't think they want to be a part of. They are outnumbered. And yeah, this isn't looking good. Tank definitely on his heels at this point in the battle. Down on the ground, we see the zombie chaff going to war with their Mortis engines in tow. Definitely don't know why this Mortis engine isn't over here. Yeah, this just isn't looking good right now. Tank getting his Terrorgeist out of there. A Spirit Leech still on top of him. Right now, though, Scroll of Shielding on top of the Devils of Shorehaven. The Vampire, the Lore of Shadows, not doing the best right now. Never mind. Vargeist are coming down. Both sides of Vargeist are pretty much down for the count. But Tank's Strigoi Vampire Lord is staying pretty healthy here. And it looks like slowly but surely, somehow he's coming out on top. It must be some vampire shenanigans I'm just not familiar with. But there goes upgraded Invocation from the Heck on top of the Terrorgeist and the Devils of Shorehaven. And our red player is running his Air Force away, and it looks like VM Tank going to be chasing down Voidlaw's Vargeist, but then abandoning the chase, turning around, coming back here. It looks like he's going down onto the ground, trying to get the Vampire out of combat perhaps, but I don't know. That seemed like a mistake. I don't know why they didn't just stay on top of the running Air Force, get the Vampire up in the air. Okay, it looks like they're up in the air, and now they have the chance to go back on the offensive against the opposing Air Force. We'll see what happens over here. The Vampire's still on the ground. Just having a tough time getting caught up on its own corpse card even. And oh, a big charge on top of her, but there she goes, getting up in the air. A little bit of a false charge there from the Terrorgeist on top of the opposing Lord. Over here, it looks like they're going to get him on the ground though. VM Tank going in for an Alpha Strike by the looks of it. Looks like he's getting some decent damage in, but Strigoi Vampire Lord for Voidlaws looks like he's going to escape and get back up into the air. And I'm really, I'm questioning Tank's decision to not chase and eliminate the remainder of the Vargeist when he had the opportunity. I think that would have been the call. Over here, this Terrorgeist now in combat on the ground. Not looking too happy, but a breath going down, doing some nice damage on top of Voidlaw's Lord. And here comes, oh, Tank diving in, but a breath coming in from Voidlaws on top of the opposing Terrorgeist. The balance of power is dead even right now, but Tank's Terrorgeist does appear to be in terror. But as I say that, now Voidlaw's Lord is getting charged by the Vampire in the rear, leadership taking a huge hit, and Tank's Strigoi Lord is doing much, much better at the moment. Over here, it looks like we're going to be seeing some more zombie summons coming down here, and we're going to be seeing Tank pull his Terrorgeist out of combat, up into the air. Let's see if he can get it to stop crumbling. If he can do that, then this Terrorgeist should be okay. Looks like it's coming over here for a breath attack if it can help, if it can. But now it needs to be careful. It's getting up in the air. It's going to get charged by the Devils of Shorehaven once again. It's coming in here for a charge, trying to shut down the Terrorgeist. Really just wish you would play it safe with this guy. Balance of power going back to our red player at the moment. Crumbling still down on top of his Terrorgeist. And he cannot afford to lose that Terrorgeist right now. And it looks like he's going to. I don't see how this bad boy's going to survive. He's crumbling below 500 HP. Vargeist are chasing him. He's still crumbling. And just like that, Voidlaws is starting to get that balance of power in a significant way. Tank, 310 on top of his Terrorgeist. Still crumbling out, though. Going to see Strigoi Vampire Lord over here going into combat with Tank. Claws of Morcane going down, increasing that armor piercing. Tank getting a nice hit off. And now he's bringing in his other Terrorgeist. The other Terrorgeist coming in for a charge. Still crumbling out of existence. I think it's going to die any second now. Invocation Heck was needed yesterday on top of that thing. And it just looks like it's going to go down for the count. But not before it gets one good charge on top of the opposing Terrorgeist. But now the balance of power is wildly out of favor for Tank. And Voidlaws looking like he's going to defeat Tank. Viking down for the count indeed. And that's going to be a GG. A very GG. Void saying rip. Guess maybe recognizing that this is over now, and that's going to be it. Hey, do not touch this. Yeah, literally the first vampire count mirror we've seen in a long time, and that one is not going to go in Tank's favor. We're going to be seeing Void Laws win that best of 3 2-0, sending him right up to the finals bracket here. And Tank will be fighting for 3rd place, or he'll be going down to 4th place, depending on how he performs. Right now, let's go ahead and take a look at the post-battle screen. As you can see, both of our guys doing crazy well for themselves. Void Law's getting 4,700 damage. This one, 3,300 damage. Vampire up in the air doing okay for... I think Tank, not to say he threw it away. There was like definitely conflicting priorities there, and you know, you have to make a call in the heat of the moment, but I feel like he could have chased off the opponents. Like he could have chased off Void Law's Vargas there and potentially secured air supremacy. So I do think that was a missed opportunity that kind of snowballed from there, giving him that opportunity to fly away with those crumbling Vargeist and Terrorgeist and not executing. But I don't know, easier said than done. I'm no vampire count main by any stretch of the imagination, but an excellent series. Tank, better luck next season, my friend. You're going to be, but don't give up hope yet. You're fighting for $50 or $25, so you still get that $25 incentive to try to get 3rd place instead of 4th place. Yeah, best of luck in that matchup, and let's go find out what's happening elsewhere in the bracket. So if I come over here, let's go ahead and throw up that video capture device. So as we can see, Void Laws is now proceeded to the final, and he is waiting for the winner of Ice Power and Odium Razel. The loser of this will fight Tank in another best of 3. The winner of this will go on to the final, where they will be fighting in a best of 5 match for the championship here against Void Laws. So we'll have to see how this goes. Yeah, Tank, great games. Oh, he misclicked. Oh, mortises do not affect air. Thank you for pointing that out. My bad. Just on time, the other semi. I know, it's a beautiful thing, isn't it? So let's remove that. And GG's, mates. Great games to both of you. Tank, you're a legend, my friend. Void Laws, congrats. That's a tough player to go up against. And sit back, relax, guys, enjoy. Void Laws, you'll see who you play based on this match, and same with you, Tank. So here we go. Ice Power versus, was it Crabling? Or what did I miss? Hold on. Odium Razel versus Total War. Odium Razel is the replacement for Odium Sapphire. He asked that he be his nominee to replace him. And should only take like 4 minutes. All right, Ice Power, no worries. So, do you guys have a lobby up by chance? Ice Power? Yeah, you still got a shot for 3rd, Tank. Get that money. Display capture. Have I even shown the prize pool yet? I think I mentioned it, but yeah, so that's how it breaks down, ladies and gents. We got the prize pool. 1st place, 300 smackaroos. Got 20 place, second place for 125. 3rd gets that $50. 4th, 25. So typically pay out the first 2 spots via PayPal, other ones via Steam, but I am flexible with the players, so we can work together on that. And I guarantee it within 2 weeks, but depending on what I have to set up to pay the person and the processing timelines and stuff, may take a couple days. But I've never not paid anyone. There we go. Lobby is up. Let's get to it. Yeah, so far I think I've avoided COVID. Do not touch this. Got vaccinated. Supposed to go in and get a booster shot, so I need to schedule that. No worries at all, man. Ask all the questions you'd like. 0, 0, 0. Spice power. Okay. All right, guys, there we go. Just wanted to get everything updated before I headed out for a quick break. And I will be right back. So please stay tuned, everyone. Really appreciate you all being here. 96 people, 85 on Twitch, 11 on YouTube. Thank you all for being here. I really appreciate it. We're getting into the next semifinal, so the final semifinal of today's tournament. So do not touch this. Thank you so much for the subscription, my friend. That's 6 months of subs. You beautiful, beautiful, sexy monster, you. I really appreciate it. But yeah, got a good best of 3 coming up for this semifinal. And then depending on the timing of everything and, you know, based on the players' time zones, we'll either get into the 3rd place, 4th place battle, or go straight to the final and then cast the 3rd place, 4th place replay at another date. Just trying to be conscientious of the players and their time zones. Some of these players are playing from, well, I guess I have to go through and confirm all their locations here, but at the beginning of the tournament, we've had people from China, from Russia, you know, Germany, UK, France, you name it, Mexico, US. So those people who are, you know, in the Asian or Australian time zones, it's getting into the wee hours of the morning for them. So depending on how quick this semifinal goes by will determine whether or not we go straight to the best of 5 final or watch that best of 3 3rd place match first. So we'll do that based on the player temperature and how they're feeling, because I'm happy to do it all. Now, on that note, I'll be right back. Stay classy, folks. We're back. And what are the faction picks? Alright, sorry. Correct, Ungor is the map. He's taking Dark Elves and Empire. And it looks like we have a Lizardman response. Tend to see people go with the Dark Elves versus the Lizardmen, although I do think both factions are evenly matched with the Lizardmen as a whole. I don't mind the Lizardman Empire matchup. Now, going over here, let's update that faction pick for our red player, ODM Razel. Hey Hydras, das American, bruh. Bro. Alright, he's going Empire. We got the Empire here. And we'll see who comes out on top between the state troops and Jurassic Park with lots of magical toads. There you are, Empire. And I do believe this is our first Empire matchup today. So happy to see them on the field. Getting some good faction variety today. I think the ones we haven't seen thus far are... Well, we haven't seen Greenskins, interestingly enough. We haven't seen Tomb Kings and Vampire Coast. And we haven't seen Norska. I think those are the four we haven't seen. So, almost there. Empire just got knocked off our list. Tank, we were going to go to the third place first, unless this took forever. I'm basing it on how the players are feeling, because if it's like 7 in the morning for somebody and they've been playing since midnight, I just want to be considerate to that, because I don't want to force somebody to play until 8 in the morning or 9 in the morning for, you know, a pretty big prize. But like I say, it'll be kind of a majority rule thing, plus myself is the tie-breaking vote if you guys split 2-2. So, yeah, just going to play it by ear with you guys. But, yes, the plan is to do third place first and then the final. And I want to see that third place match. Yeah, I think you're right. Because we have, what, XMT, Ice Power, ODM Razel, and then Void Laws. So yeah, I think they're all Europe, right? Or Russia. Maybe one Russia. Those rich bastards deserve to suffer. You have to play with the exhaustion. That's part of being a good general, guys. You think this is tough? Ha! Razel's Continental and Tank Void are Russian. Yeah, Tank is Russian. Yeah, Ice Power UK. Okay, there we got it then. So 2 Russians, UK, and Continental. Yeah, VM is typically Russian. I know they're not country specific, but most VM clan members I know are from Russia. ODM majority are French, but I do know of exceptions. I think they have some Spanish clan members and stuff too. BBB, mostly Spanish, but they do make exceptions there too. What other clans? AMA. AMA, somebody remind me. I'm wanting to say Russian, but I feel like I'm wrong. Where's AMA Germany? God, I'm useless. Yeah, they're definitely usually national core to a lot of the original clans. But then you got like XMT, which is a motley crew. Got Spicy Power in here, or Spice Power, I should say, representing. Yeah, Tank, that's completely fair. So like the old block states have a lot of VM membership from the, yeah, that makes sense. So it's a language requirement. That's cool. I mean, that is the main blocker to working with people in this game, is strategizing. We do have the Teach Me Warhammer content creator tournament coming up next month, if I got my timeline correctly or something. So I'll keep y'all posted on that. Actually, I don't know if I should have said anything, so I'm going to keep my mouth shut. Yeah, I think I just messed up. Got slip of the tongue. ODM Razel. Hey, and we're ready. Getting into the battle now. Nothing else matters. Nothing else happened. Let's see how this goes. Now, I'm going to go ahead and throw up that intro card. See you on the battlefield. Okay, XMT Ice Power with the Empire. He is going to be taking on ODM Razel with the Lizardmen. This is round 1 of their best of 5, and it is Karak Bufdar, if memory serves me correct. And here we are, loading in now. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, going to start with the blue player, XMT Ice Power. Now, beginning with the infantry corps, we are going to see halberdiers in here. Looks like we have 3 of them. We're going to have Sons of Sigmar, or Sigmar's Sons, I can't remember which, along with a ample amount of spears. And I correct myself from earlier, there are 4 halberdiers in this army. And then we're going to see another 5 spearmen. And it looks like all of them will have shields. So I'm going to be spending the extra 50 for those. It gives them a boost to defense and that missile block chance. 3 war wagons will be on the field of battle. And then a single Empire Knight holding down the back line. And for the heroes, we have an Amber Wizard, a Warrior Priest, and Volkmar the Grim. Grim, as always. Amber Wizard is going to be bringing the transformation of Kadan. And as for Volkmar and his Warrior Priest, it looks like the Warrior Priest will have Soulfire. Volkmar will have Grand Soulfire, Grand Hammer of Sigmar, and Banishment. Now that is an interesting Empire army. I have to say I like it quite a lot. And we'll see how it performs against these Lizardmen forces, who up front have some Chameleon Stalkers ready to go. Just throw in their explosive rounds to begin the combat, blow up some of those lightly armored state troops, and then to back up the shock of that explosive charge, we're going to have red-crested skinks. Looks like we have 5 of them, one of which will be a red-crested cohort of Sotek Unbreakable Regiment of Renown. Now, in the rear and on the wings, we're going to be seeing skink cohort with javelins, and they will be backed up by a mobility force of what appears to be feral cold ones. So 4 feral cold ones, no cold one riders or anything like that. These velociraptors are free roaming, free range velociraptor. And then for the monster support, we do have a Bastillodon with the Ark of Sotek to let out those slithering snakes all over the battlefield around them. We're going to have a second one right here. Now, leading this army, we do have Krakar on top of a horned one. He's going to be bringing Hand of the Gods, Swiftness of Itzel, and Sacred Spawning of Ixoatl. Now, Skink Priest of Beast, Transformation of Kadan, along with the Amber Spear, is going to be on top of him. And that's going to round out the Lizardmen army. So let's go ahead, take a high-level view as this battle begins. Both armies serendipitously deploying directly apart from each other. None of that cattywampus shenanigans. And they're going right towards each other. No hesitation. Both armies just coming to close the distance and come to grips. War wagons led by Volkmar coming out first. Empire Knights not far behind, ready to pounce out and support them should they get into any trouble. And it looks like these war wagons are focusing on the Bastillodon with the Ark of Stotek successfully screening it away from the front line so it can't use its terror or its AoE ability. Over here, we're going to be seeing a Soul Fire coming down from Volkmar the Grim, a beautiful Soul Fire, to be completely honest, just decimating half health off of both of those units, and the Sigmar Suns come in to clean up. Over here, we're going to be seeing a Banishment and a Soul Fire coming in. That's not going to do quite as much damage, but it is going to chase those red-crested skinks off. But some very nice micro here from Razel, you know, deftly maneuvering these guys out of the path of the Banishment and into, you know, some unengaged spearmen. Now, in the center line, though, Cohort of Sotek pretty much smashed Empire Knights coming in with a charge that has just decimated them. They still have 33 models. I imagine they popped their ability that prevents their models from dying for a period of time, but they are next to no health. Meanwhile, in the back lines, the Empire is starting to, you know, we're starting to see some cracks in it. Halberdiers getting in combat with the Bastillodon, which they want, but Chameleon Stalkers and Feral Cold Ones hitting them in the back, which is what they absolutely don't want. But back here, it's just a slugfest. Each player trading terror routes, Volkmar the Grim and the Empire Manticore going up against the Summoned Manticore and the Bastillodons here. So both players have a lot of tools. In balance of power, though, the Empire is starting to come out on top, and they really have nice overwatch here. You can just see they're firing down from this elevated position into the Lizardman forces, providing a ton of support and damaging that leadership significantly. But Volkmar the Grim, with that said, does appear to be in a lot of danger. He needs to be running away, and right now he's having a hard time getting out of here. Feral Manticore diving into combat, and War Wagons coming in to do what I think is honestly probably their best utility purpose, which is come in here and block. They have excellent mass, so they will act as a wall for all those dinosaurs, and Volkmar can just escape behind it. Over here, Hand of the Gods was going for Volkmar, but it smashed their own Manticore. That Manticore is going to die before its summon can even time out, because Krokar's Hand of the Gods just shot it in the back. Ouch. That is not what you want to happen. But right now, a very even battle. Either player could take this. Soulfire coming in over here on top of Chameleon Stalkers who were engaged with some halberds, and the Warrior Priest here just smashing him to bits. So very nice play by that Warrior Priest. I like both of these players' armies quite a lot. Over here, Krokar not looking the best, but he's still around. He's fighting Empire Knights who are pinning him in place. A nice job from the Empire here. But they're having a hard time getting any damage through by the looks of it. But Krokar at the moment isn't even engaged with him, and he needs to be. Feral Cold Ones now diving into combat. Cohort of Sotek coming in too, but they're super tattered. Halberds are in the combat. But look at that. Ark of Sotek in combat here, and now the Spearmen are diving into the Snake Summon. All these snakes just slithering around like glowworms. And man, oh man, terror kicking in, and this battle is still dead even, chat. What'd you think about that? Over here, Volkmar the Grim, getting low on health, but he has that regeneration, and he is unbreakable. Pistoliers looking like they're coming in to play some defense now. Some very nice blocking from the Empire player here, but the balance of power is now starting to escape from his edge of the battlefield. Now, wagons, still very high on ammunition, and still very high on models. Only one model has been lost so far from these war wagons. And once this Feral Manticore times out, maybe the Empire can start bringing this back together, because these armor-piercing rounds are going to do very, very good against everything that the Lizardmen have left, from Krokar and the Bastillodons with the Arks of Sotek. Now Volkmar running for his life. Oh, the other Hand of the Gods whiffed it as well. You can see them all just exploding harmlessly off in the distance. It looks to me, and I don't want to say anything unfounded, but some more friendly fire from Krokar. He's been killing more of his own forces with those Hands of the Gods than the Empire. Now, over here, Lizardmen pinning down the Summoned Manticore. Looks like they're going to be able to shut it down, but I think overall that's an Empire net win because, you know, this Feral Manticore summon is distracting all of these Lizardmen units, and even more than that, it's terror routing some of them. Krokar is nearby, and it looks like the Manticore for a second was going to go for him. Looks like that attack was called off because it got engaged by the other units nearby. Over here, we're going to be seeing the War Wagons continue firing away, but one of them is down to one model and is terror routing at the moment. Over here, Ark of Sotek still doing okay. For some reason, they're not firing at the moment, and that's going to be a lost opportunity. They need to take down this Bastillodon as quickly as possible. They're going to go firing away now, doing some nice damage. Volkmar the Grim, though, is really the only thing supporting them. It looks to me that the Lizardmen pretty much have just kind of formed a line between the bulk of all of the Empire chaff and forces and then its hero and War Wagon squad. And they're just pushing them into the corner right now. And the white line is coming up. So this is a point where the Empire needs to make a play quick. Because even though they're ahead in the balance of power, if the Lizardmen can successfully corral them into a corner on the edge of the map while the rest of their army is just sitting out here, then, you know, it can happen. And I've seen way crazier comebacks than this, ladies and gentlemen, especially in the playoffs when there is money on the line. Over here, War Wagon coming out, doing another wonderful secondary, you know, utility purpose it has here, charging into the Skink cohort. I absolutely love charging units with these guys. More terror routes going down on top of them, though, and Volkmar the Grim looks like he's getting attacked by this Bastillodon with the Ark of Sotek. And everything's opening up, but right now that Ark of Sotek is really proven to be difficult to get through, and I think it probably is ready to throw down another sacred spawning of Sotek. Oh god, there it goes again, and their halberds are in there. Halberds are going to be getting wrecked, but Grand Hammer of Sigmar on top of them is really beefing up their melee attack to 50, which means they're doing a lot of damage. Volkmar, don't get too far away. They're gonna get really scared. But look at that. There they are, not losing heart and continuing to chase the Bastillodon, but Bastillodon going to terror out them nonetheless. Over here, Warrior Priest. Oh no, he's about to get sandwiched by Bastillodons. That poor guy. But nonetheless, he's going to continue fighting. No, I lied. He got terror routed. I can't blame him. You know, that's two dinosaurs coming at you with snakes on their backs. But in spite of this, the balance of power is still heavily in favor of the Empire. Got the nearly full health Sigmar Sons over here. They're unbreakable. Volkmar, unbreakable and still over half health. And right now, looks like the Empire is going to be taking this unless ODM Razel pulls it back very, very quickly. Right now, Ice Power just playing a beautiful game. And there it is. Army losses kicking in, and that's going to be a GG. Well played to XMT Ice Power. War Wagons become impassable terrain on death. Thank you for pointing that out, Hadris. They're awesome. Yeah, I love this high comedy. Oh man, classic Volkmar bait indeed. Just reading it through the chat, catching up, you guys. What a great first battle in the semi. Spice Power and Razel. Really great battle. It was dead even, like the entire fight, and the Lizardmen did break through there a few times, and these Bastillodons of the Ark of Sotek, new meta for sure. And people really liking the Feral Cold Ones now. They definitely do the job. You know, I'm not a Lizardman player, but I do prefer, you know, a little bit more leadership. But I get the logic. These are 450. That's so damn cheap. Armor piercing, good weapon strength, decent mass. Just the leadership is the problem. But if they're supporting, you know, Stillodons and skirmishers and like red crested skinks, then I think they kind of work perfectly because they're cheap enough to bring with these guys. And then as you're like, you know, throwing in bombs, because like with these chameleon stalkers, you could, in my opinion, if you play it right, and it's not something that I find to be like, oh, it's going to be super difficult against good player, because good players can do this, and they also have stock, which allows you to sneak up. Their explosive attack is really good against lightly armored troops. You can destroy an entire unit of flagellants if you get those 2 volleys off into them. And yeah, I think people underestimate that. So I did like seeing them here. And point being that if you're like using that, you reveal yourself and do it, then you can sacrifice a 450 cold one feral cold one to go in there and pin something in place while the chameleon stalkers run away again. You know, so I just really like this army overall. But you know, my hat's off to Volkmar the Grim and Spice Power Total War with a very nice Empire build representing the war wagons beautifully. And yeah, just great game all around. But I have to say I feel bad for Krokgar. Don't you guys? I think everybody here feels bad for Krokgar. Both Hand of the Gods. Like, first he murdered his own Manticore. He just murdered it. And then, what did he do next? He whiffed it. He just foul-balled it. Hand of the Gods into the dirt. Sad, sad day. I shouldn't say anything in the middle of a match. That can tilt the player, so I'm going to keep my mouth shut. What the hell am I doing, HW? Shut up! Because, yeah, those Hands of the Gods. Yeah, those Hands of the Gods. The first one was murdered as Manticore. The first one, I say, like, more so is like, okay, that's kind of like, you know, a mistake was made. You know, you got to be careful with Hands of the Gods, because if you do have enemy-friendly units nearby, it's liable, even if it doesn't miss, to do some splash damage, and like a couple of them will go off and hit your friendly units, and it's significant damage. But the second one was just like, oh god, I hate when the Hand of the Gods just goes in like complete wrong direction. And I think Volkmar is just a lord where, like, there was the season 7 playoffs. Who was it? Oh, once again, I can't remember the players, but Marcus Wolfhart was up against Volkmar the Grim, and he could not shoot Volkmar for the life of him. Like, all of his amber bows, all of his focus shots, all of his regular attacks, they just kept on going right over his head. So the hitbox is messed up on Volkmar. Hyali Nali, on the other hand, is a Lizardman player that always gets great Hand of the Gods. Hyali Nali is, I haven't seen him in a long time, but he was still one of my favorite, if not my favorite, Lizardman player. He's up there, like top 3 for sure. He's an excellent Lizardman player, and he brings interesting Lizardman builds. I like him. I also remember him playing High Elves a bit too. Maybe that's incorrect, though. RNG involved as well, and the other player is involved too in terms of like timing of when they turn their unit to try and dodge and stuff, because, you know, there's micro involved with the dodging too. Before I forget, let's update the scoreboard. Ice Power is up 1-0, and we're going into round 2. Yeah, I think from a higher angle it is generally more successful. Like, if he's on the Carnosaur, it will work out better. Because I think the problem with Volkmar's hitbox is that it puts it towards the top of the model. And so if you're shooting from the ground, it has a tendency to arc over it, just like just shoot right over it. But if you're high up, then the base of his hitbox is still quite large. So if you're shooting down into the hitbox, you don't have to worry about it just like being targeted too high, if that makes sense. So yeah, I do agree with that assessment. Like, if you have a higher angle on him and it's coming at him at a downward angle, it's much more likely to hit. But I think his hitbox, it feels like his hitbox is literally like the very top, like the crown of his head is his hitbox. Because every like ground unit, a Lithanar, Marcus Wolfhart that shoot at him on his chariot in particular, it's just like, phew, phew, just every time. Swear to God, try it out. All right. Oh, I missed the first 2 faction picks. Beastmen and Wood Elves. Spicy Power replying with Dark Elves. And Rizal going
Beastmen. Okay. Definitely favor the Beastmen in this matchup, but Ice Power is arguably the best Dark Elf player playing at the moment. I think, you guys let me know in the chat if you disagree, if there's other great ones right now. I know there's plenty of good Dark Elf players, no doubt about it, but seems like Ice Power takes pride in his Dark Elves, and as we just saw in the previous battle, he's pretty good with plenty of other factions too. Alright, while we wait for this, how about we just take a quick look at the bracket and how the players have gotten here so far. So, starting with Void Laws, who's waiting in the final right now. He defeated Tank 2-0 in the semifinal we just watched before this. And it looks like he defeated Cyphos 2-0. A match, if they have the replay, please send me, because I'm very sad I didn't get to see Cyphos play today. He then, prior to that, defeated ODM Would You Kindly 2-0, and then he defeated ODM Hanadins 2-0. Void Laws is undefeated today, ladies and gentlemen. I just noticed that. So there it is. You saw it here first. We got Void Laws 2-0 shutting out every opponent all the way to the final. So, ooh, that's got to be nerve-wracking for our opposing players down here in the bottom bracket. Ice Power, Total War being the first one we'll start with. So you can see it looks like first round he got a bye. He was second seed in today's tournament after everything was settled. So he was very highly ranked. He got that bye in the first round. And he defeated Viking 2-0. Viking, I see you in the chat. Hey, you. If you have that replay, send it on over. Ice Power then defeated Crabling 2-1, which is another battle replay. Please send it if you have it. And now he's up against ODM Razel, and he's leading 1-0 on match point here. So if he wins it, he goes up against Void Laws. But otherwise, Razel will be bringing it to a tiebreaker. And going back to the game, as we saw, it is a Dark Elf versus Beastman match. And I do favor the Beastman in this matchup, but I just, you know, Ice Power can make you a believer in the power of Mom Rathy. So watch out for it. Razel ready to up. And I think we're going to be getting into it shortly here, folks. Yeah, Beastmen can get in trouble if they get caught in the blob, no doubt about it. Made mistakes of picking Cavalry on Cavalry Patch. Do you not think Cavalry's in a good state just yet? I think they're performing quite well. But, you know me, I'm kind of dumb. What was the first matchup you played, Viking? What was this hard counter to Cavalry? Brett versus Empire? Nice. So you were Bretonia. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. We'll pick up this conversation after the battle, my friend. But let's get the intro card up. So I'll see you all on the battlefield. All right, Ice Power representing Clan XMT, bringing the Dark Elves against Razel representing Clan ODM. This is the Dark Elves versus the Beastmen in round 2 of this semifinal. Alright, the map is once again going to be Pillar of the Bone. I've seen this map a couple times in today's tournament, but you know it, you love it, you want some more of it. It's a great map, one of the finest maps in multiplayer. And CA, if you happen to be listening, or anybody who likes to pester CA on forums, just let them know, you know. Pillar of Bones, great map. Let them know about the maps you love and tell them to make more like them. Some
diversity, open area that people can choose to fight on if they want to be straightforward, smash and grab, but also some interesting terrain features and Vanguard deployment zones. I don't know if I'm in the minority on this one, but I do like that it has such a lopsided Vanguard deployment zone that's like over here on the western side of the map, whereas if you go to the eastern side of the map, there's practically no Vanguard deployment zone. Very narrow sliver comparatively. All right, now get back into the fight. It's round 2, so we're going to start with our red player, Odium Razel, fighting for his life against Ice Power. Now, we're going to see Ungor Raiders up front, and then we're going to go cover the infantry. Looks like we're going to have Ungor Spearman Herd. Looks like most of them are 2 with shields, 2 without shields. We're then going to have Centaurs with throwing axes up front, a couple of regular Centaurs, make that 3 regular Centaurs, and a single Centaur with great weapons for that armor piercing power. Now, in the backline, we're going to see Tuskgore Chariots, and then for the hero squad, we're going to have a combo we're pretty familiar with at this point. We got the Bray Shaman of Wild, Trader Kid and Bray Scream on the Tuskgore Chariot. We got a Gore Bull, and Torox the Brass Bull, going to be coming in with the brass body. So that's going to be the Beastman army. Going to be Vanguard heavy by the looks of it. Now let's go cover the Dark Elves. So for our blue player, XMT Spice Power Total War, who is going to be on match point, has a front line of 3 Bleak Swords. Going to have 2 Dread Spears backing them up. And then we're going to be looking at 1, 2, 3, 4 Dark Riders. Up in the air we have 2 Manticores, kind of being his trademark. 2 Scourge Runner Chariots. And then 2 Knight Assassins. These guys are both going to have a Web of Shadows, and one of them will have Assassin's Trophy. Now on top of Marathi, flying in the air on her Dark Pegasus, she is going to be bringing the Wand of Keraidon, Soul Stealer, Heartrender, and the Dark Sword and Enchanting Beauty. Greater Arcane Conduit also going to be on top of her. Very powerful Lord, huge AoE debuffs to drag your opponent's melee stats down into the dirt, and Soul Stealers to punish any blobs. But we've seen it happen before in today's tournament where Torox can take a big smash out of her, and you know, neither one of these lords are chumps, so should be a good fight. Still favoring the Beastmen, and the balance of power seems to agree with me. Looks like they're going to outnumber them by just over 300 troops. So this is all going to come down to how well the players play it, as I always say. The builds definitely matter, and then in some cases you can lose on the build, but at the end of the day it usually comes down to the play on the ground. Scourge Runner Chariots coming forward. Looks like they're trying to pick some targets, and they are going for Centaurs. And there we go. Scourge Runner Chariots going out for a charge. Going to be taking some damage in return, though, and can they turn around? It looks like they're having kind of a hard time getting out of combat here. Alright, looks like they should be okay, but Centaurs are now on their way. It looks like they're coming in to pin them in place. Perhaps, nope. Going in for a nasty side charge against the Bleak Swords. And then they're turning around, and now the Scourge Runner Chariots are going to be in trouble. Losing health, and Torox the Brass Bull is inbound. And over here, Dark Elves is looking a little bit sluggish on their feet, perhaps, at the moment, as this hero squad comes in. Now, checking in over on the frontline engagements, we're going to see the Dark Elves doing a bit better. You can see some of their frontline wavering, but they have routed some Tuskgore Chariots and have Spearmen on them. In the backline, this Centaur getting demolished by Marathi, the Dark Riders, and the Manticores. But over on the Dark Elf right flank, the strong Beastman left flank rush has really seems to be paying off. There's some stragglers here hanging on for dear life, like the Dread Spears, who are actually in pretty good combat. They have no terror over here to worry about, and so looks like the Beastmen are going to disengage and run away from that. But now Marathi back up in the air with the Manticores, and she's headhunting, so Dark Elves need to start picking up some points. Balance of power doesn't seem to have moved since the battle started. You know, balance of power was already in favor of the Beastmen. So Dark Elves want to be picking up some plays here, and it looks like one of their Scourge Runner chariots is routing. Still has 3 models, but it's very low on health. And now Marathi is committed to combat. She has some Dread Spears nearby to come in to support. Soul Stealer going down on the ground, and that's going to be a big one because you have the Gorbel, you have the Bray Shaman, you have Torox the Brass Bull, you have some Centigores, and Marathi's going to stay full health throughout this combat. The K-Knight Assassin staying in combat to help her as well. And looking around the battlefield, you see the Beastmen are still picking up a lot of gains, routing a lot of units. That Feral Manticore is out of this ball. Web of Shadows has been cast. Wand of Carried On going down on top of Torox the Brass Bull. And looks like Torox is going to disengage. He's getting out of here. You don't want to fight Marathi with Manticores in a blob. But the Beastmen do seem to have the Dark Elf surrounded now, and I don't think they're going to be able to disengage. Yeah, this is looking pretty bad. As much damage as they're getting down, Marathi still in a lot of danger as her Manticores have now abandoned her, and they have no infantry support. It's just the K-Knight Assassins and Marathi, and I think this may spell defeat for the Dark Elves after a very, very, convincing push. But, oh wait, is this another Web of Shadows, or is it a Soul Stealer? It's a Soul Stealer. Ladies and gentlemen, will this Soul Stealer heal up Marathi enough, rout these Beastmen enough to keep the Dark Elves in the battle? Right now, Marathi's still looking weak. She's wavering. She wasn't staying in combat. Looks like she was just trying to get out of here. And, can't she get in the air? No, Torox the Brass Bull going in there and taking a huge chunk of her health. And the Centigores are closing in from the other side to pin her in place. Marathi, I think you're going to go down for the count. There it is. Marathi has been killed. Balance of power pretty much like 75% in favor of the Beastmen at the moment. But it does look like, Dark Elves made a little bit of a gain there. But nah, there go army losses. And we're going to a tiebreaker. ODM Razel saying this ain't over yet. Torox the Brass Bull going to rage his way to victory. Great battle between these two guys. I wish my dogs would shut up. Oh no, they just actually thought it was such a great battle. That's why they're barking. How could I forget? Yeah. Actually, I'll turn this off because it blocked part of the army. Not bad. Torox doing what he needed to do. Gorbel outshining him quite a lot. Looking at the infantry, they did get shut down pretty hard. Centigores and the Chariots doing well for themselves, and the throwing axes performing quite well. Over here, Spice Power with Marathi and the K-Knight Assassins all doing very well for themselves. Dark Riders seem to get shut down pretty hard in that battle, with the exception of this unit. Scourge Runner Chariot's doing okay, one of them getting shut down hard though, and Manticores just are really not doing the damage. Excuse me. Just not doing the damage that they needed to pay for themselves. They were getting some good terror routes and all of that, but yeah, they just kind of ran out of steam halfway through that battle, and it was GG, good night, Marathi. Scurvyders. Yeah, it's a tough one. Yeah, bigger maps would be cool. Yeah, that was a fast battle, convincing. Like I say, I think the Beastmen are pretty good against the Dark Elves. Icefire definitely gave him a run for his money, but yeah, Like I say, they just kind of ran out of steam, ran out of chaff. That's the the problem that I think elf factions have against the beastmen, like with the exception of the wood elves, who I think have a pretty good fight against them. But the high elves and the dark elves, I think it's just the lack of chaff really is difficult against the beastmen. Spearmen don't trade great. Like rangers, okay, they can do okay. But yeah, I don't know. It's like those small elite faction builds just don't trade well against a rush faction like the beastmen. Well, look at that. Ice Power in the chat. Reflecting that his single entity squad was much stronger. Rizel's was that mean. And maybe this matchup is actually bad. Need to do some test. Alright, now we have Altdorf Outskirts being confirmed as the next map. Requested by our winner of round 2, Odium Razel. We haven't seen any coast. We haven't seen Coast, Norska, Tomb Kings. Coast, Tomb Kings, Norska. I think that's it now. Is there anything I'm missing? Oh, Skaven. We haven't seen Skaven. How could I forget? They don't exist. Shabak. They don't. It's a myth. It's a myth that midwives tell those peasant children. Yeah, I'd be surprised if we saw Norska too. Maybe if the final was like a best of 9, you might see Norska get pulled out. But yeah, Norska is not in a very popular state right now. If we do see him, it will be a counter pick, because I think in specific matchups you can see him do some cool things. But yeah, by and large, you're just not going to see a vampire army. And that's coming from a Viking. Norska is like a prototype faction, says Viking. Wow, I mean, you're kind of the expert on the matter as a Norse raider, so I guess I'll take your word for it. Hadres, peasant mothers tell their kids, now you best behave, little one, or C8 will release another Skaven DLC. I'm glad I read that in that voice. I didn't even know what it was going to say, but that old lady voice really helped me immerse myself into your comment, Hadres. Alright, so Chaos and Wood Elves is Razel's pick. Spice Power has used Dark Elves and Beastmen so far. So we will see what he decides to counter here. Now against Chaos and Wood Elves. I can't remember if Ice Power plays Vampire counts or not, but I think that might be a good pick. But I do not enjoy Vampire Wood Elf matchups depending on how the builds are. So we'll see. VC versus Wood Elves, are you drunk? Yeah, I don't want to see that. No. It's just going to be a bunch of Hawk Riders and Forest Dragons and Heroes on Eagles versus Zombie Dragon, Terrorgeist, Vargeist, Fellbats. I think VC has a good chance against Wood Elves for sure. Don't underestimate vampire counts. They can tank through so much shit. As long as you get me Glacial Lake. Then they should have played Ouch, dude. You hurt my feelings now. I did play and I lost hard. Okay, it looks like... What's next? Grayest Wolf with the subscription. Grayest Wolf, thank you so much, man. I really, really appreciate that. Let me go check it out. See how many months that is. 14 months. Over a year of subscriptions from Grayest Wolf. You beautiful bastard. Thank you so much, guys. Grayest Wolf, do not touch this. Viking for gifting some subs. Pink Pony Knight. Thank you guys all so much for the resubs. Much, much appreciated, guys. Yeah, when they face a tree box instead of the Air Force, they're expecting Killer in you. Oh, I was busy not losing 2-0. You son of a bitch. Oh, you meant Legion should have played. I see what you're saying. All right, Beastman versus Chaos. Interesting. All right. I like Beastman against Chaos. I honestly was kind of expecting... Wait, what did Ice Power play first round? Never mind, he played Empire first round, not Beastman, so he did have Beastman on the table still. And he's picking it against Raitzel's Chaos. Alright, looks like we're getting into it now. See, it looks like Ice Power's build is ready, at least from what I can see. And then we have Chaos Army, which I can't see at the moment since I don't have the one host in the lobby, but should be into it within the next 2 minutes. Good luck, have fun. And let's get to it, folks. Infantry require great control. Ask any dwarf. Is Tank a dwarf? I think he is a dwarf. He's actually drinking Bugman's brew right now, maintaining his glorious beard, polishing and sharpening his axe. Alright, let's go ahead and get my ugly mug off the screen of that army blocker. The map is Altdorf Outskirts, and we have XMT Ice Power with the Beastmen versus ODM Razel and the Warriors of Chaos. This is the final round, the tiebreaker. Winner is headed to the final. Loser is headed down to fight over the third place prize of $50. So let's get to it. And I have to say, Beastmen versus Warriors of Chaos on Altdorf Outskirts. Altdorf Outskirts. God. And whoever wins, the Empire loses. Uh, so here we are. Altdorf Outskirts. Not Outskirts. I'm never going to be able to say this map name correctly again. Balance of power starting up significantly in favor of the Beastmen of Ice Power. Now going back to our blue player. We're going to start with the Beastmen led by XMT Ice Power. For the front line, we are going to be seeing Ungor Spearman Herd. Looks like we're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 units of them. A couple with shields, a couple without. Looks like 3 and 2. We're going to see 2 Ungor Raiders in the mid line backing them up. 2 Tuskor Chariots just getting deployed on the left flank of this Beastman formation. In the center, got 2 Centaurs with throwing axes. On the right flank, looks like we're going to be seeing some Warhounds with poison, generic Centaurs, and then generic Centaurs and some regular Warhounds without poison. Now for the monsters in the hero squad, we got the double Manticore up in the air, as you may expect. Torox the Brass Bull is indeed leading the army, but we got 2 casters this time instead of Gore Bull Buddy. We're going to have a Bray Shaman of Wild with Traderkin and a Bray Shaman of Death with Spirit Leech. These 2 coming out in their awesome festival outfits, ready to trip balls. Now, that rounds out the Beastman army, and we're going to be going over to the Warriors of Chaos, led by our red player, ODM Razel. Got a front line skirmish force of Marauder Horsemasters. Looks like we have 3. Going to have Marauders making up that frontline chap. We have 2 of them. We're going to have 4 units of Chaos Warriors with halberds, and then the Regiment of Renown Chaos Warrior unit, the Mirror Guard, in the center here, holding it down. Some good infantry against the Beastman forces. We will see how they fare. Now, up in the air, the Beastmen do have, a presence. It's going to be 2 Exalted Heroes. Exalted Heroes that will bear the mark of Khorne. Gives them immune to psychology, +8 melee attack. Immune to psychology is a little bit redundant since, they're on Manticores, but it does give them that nice weapon strength bonus, charge bonus, and melee attack bonus. So their melee attack going to be, up 55. I think it'll go +8 once they deploy, but maybe I'm wrong on that. So there's those 2 in the air, and then down on the ground, riding his warhorse, we once again have Archaon, the Ever-Chosen, riding Dorgor into the battle. He has the Slayer of Kings, Stand or Die, Foe Seeker, Burning Head, as well as Cascading Fire Cloak and Kindle Flame to get that map-wide 20% fire weakness to the enemy army. So, let us know what you think, chat. Who's going to take it home from here? The Beast or the Warriors of Chaos? Air Forces both got Manticores, but obviously the Chaos has the edge, considering theirs are ridden by Exalted Heroes, so their stats going to be a bit better. Look at their melee, 55-30 floor versus 40-34. So Looking at them now, you can see Exalted Hero went from 55 melee attack all the way up to 63 with that +8 bonus from the Mark of Corn. Now, Skirmishers pushing out to the front line for Chaos. Ungor Spearman Raider, or sorry, the Ungor Raiders are going to open fire. It looks like the Marauder Horseman Master's going to notice that and start pulling back. Beastman doing a good job putting out their Ungor Spearman herd, especially the ones with the shields, to absorb that javelin damage, something I failed to do quite often. I'm going to go ahead and hide the foliage for us so we can see what's going on here in the woods. Into the woods, grandmother's house. We have the Beastmen and the Warriors of Chaos going at it. Meanwhile, on the Beastmen left flank, the Chaos right flank, we do see the Exalted Heroes pushing forward. They got 2 Horse Masters on the ground supporting them, and there's some infantry coming out this way as well. Over here, Beastmen playing it very safe with the Feral Manticores. I think recognizing the Exalted Heroes will be a bit too much for them to take on. And over here, we're going to be seeing Archaon going right after Torox the Brass Bull. Slayer of Kings popped right before he went into combat. 952 weapon strength. Armor piercing, guys. He's a monster, but it looks like he's only going to get that 1 hit off. But still, that 1 hit doing so much damage to Torox the Brass Bull. But Torox feeling a bit feisty, coming back around saying, hey, oh, Manticore, get out of my way, dude. Why are you in my way, Manticore? Oh, I'm going to somersault over you. And Archaon, now it's his turn to take some serious damage. But the Exalted Heroes diving into combat, smashing that Feral Manticore. A very nice pickup for the Beastmen. But balance of power very much not in their favor at the moment. And that Burning Head not going in their favor either. It did demolish 1 unit, but then it went right over the Mirror Guard. Luckily, their heavy armor was able to resist most of that damage. Over here, Beastman forces pushing forward now. Beret Shaman of Wild is on foot, so Archaon now has him trapped in his own lines. Got the Exalted Hero coming down. Mirror Guard and Halberds are pushing forward, and Chaos is looking pretty strong to me right now. I know Balance of Power disagrees and whatnot, but I think ODM Reizel's Chaos forces have some good momentum right now. They've been able to eliminate 1 Manticore by the looks of it. Yeah, it's not regaining its leadership. 1 Manticore off the map for Ice Power Total War. And Archaon is, like we saw earlier in today's tournament, one of the few lords that can go toe-to-toe with Torox the Brass Bull and live to tail. And over here, it looks like now he's going right at, he's making a beeline for the Bray Shaman of Death. But no, he's making a mistake. Get out of there, Archaon. Archaon's going to be running. And the Manticore's coming in for a nice rear charge. Cascading Fire Cloak is inbound. And the Beastmen are going to call off the attack. Oh, but too late for this Feral Manticore. That just took a huge hit from Archaon and the Exalted Hero. Halberds are now here to support Archaon and the Exalted Hero, so he's feeling confident enough to stay in this combat, and I can't blame him. These chariots, doing their best to disrupt their formations and still doing some good work, but they may have just met their match in the form of these Halberds, which are now kind of sandwiching them and terror kicking in on both of those Tuskor chariots. Chaos still behind in the balance of power, but getting some really nice gains here. But over here, Beastman successfully routing this Exalted Hero. Very nicely done. Looks like he will be able to regroup and come back. But still, nonetheless, getting some really good damage on top of that Exalted Hero. Over here, though, Archaon not done with the Beret Shamans yet. He's going after the Beret Shaman of Death. He won't be satisfied till he's dead. And it looks like he's going to be able to have his way. Meanwhile, the other Bray Shaman, I believe, has already been killed by the Exalted Hero, who over here just regained his leadership. So, man, what a close fight. But the forces of Chaos are starting to make advances in the balance of power, as you can see for the first time, a sliver of red displaying up above. Meanwhile, over here, Throwing Axe is just going after Archaon, and Archaon's going to be pulling out. Oh, that's a mistake. Oh, no. I mean, no, it's not. He had to go back for it, but send somebody after this Bray Shaman. The Exalted Hero could go get him. That would be super, super useful, and it looks like should be able to happen here. Exalted Hero going right after the Centaurs, possibly going to get a Terror route. And the Forces of Chaos just kind of regrouping here in the back lines. Mirror Guard still very healthy. These Halberds while getting shot, still quite healthy, and they need to turn around. It looks like they're going to turn around in the nick of time. Centaur's also going to turn around in the nick of time. And over here, we're going to be seeing... Oh no, the Berry Shaman came back and he's hiding in the woods. He's hiding in the woods, the sneaky Berry Shaman. This is a crazy close match. Anybody's game. The throwing axes still have enough ammunition to be pretty useful. But look at that. Spirit Leech upgraded for the extended cast range. There was a miscast, so the Bray Shaman, that was his final act, was the overcast one on top of the Exalted Hero. Maybe it was worth it. He is at 263 HP, but in hindsight, probably not. I don't know. He's routing. We'll see if he gets off the map as a result of that Spirit Leech or not. But I have a sneaking suspicion he'll be back. Over here, Warhounds with Poison diving into the Warriors with Halberds. Archaon and the Mirror Guard coming up to support, though. And Chaos is looking pretty strong. Torox the Brass Pool still very healthy, though. And it's all about the timing of these engagements. You know, Torox the Brass Pool gets a good engagement. Once it could be game over. Meanwhile, Tuskor Chariot's getting way into the Chaos backline, and I think they're going to die here. Exalted Hero and the Halberds on top of them, breaking those rickety chariots, scaring off the swine that leads them. And over here, Mirror Guard going toe-to-toe in a charge against the Centaurs and Torox, but Exalted Hero coming in to support them, providing that leadership support and the terror to keep the Beastmen at bay. Still very, very close 50-50 matchup right now. Beastmen have the mobility advantage, possibly, and they do have the skirmish advantage with the Ungor Raiders, but Chaos has the magic, and Chaos has the air superiority. So it's going to be interesting. But Torox just has to be super, super, super duper duper whooper careful. A wah sounds in the difference. And then underneath them they hear the echoing yes, yes words. Sorry. I'm getting carried away. Back to the battle. He just popped Slayer of Kings, I believe. Yeah, Slayer of Kings, Cascading Firecloak, and Foe Seeker are all on top of Archaon. But Torox is going to run away, successfully disengaged from that combat. And Torox is coming in for a charge now. Torox getting a big charge. Archaon, just hit him. You still have Slayer of Kings active. You fool. I need to stop doing that. These players are so much better than me, as made very clearly by my first round in today's tournament. But I still can't help but, you know, have those things. But I'll work on it, chat. Anywho, Beastmen successfully isolating some of these Halberds in the back line, getting a good charge in, and then it looks like they're disengaging quickly before the Exalted Hero can get on top of them for those terror routes. And so Beastmen ain't out of this yet. Torox the Brass Bull has taken some damage, but he is regrouped with some Centaurs, with the Warhounds that are remaining on the field, including some tattered poison units, so that'll be a nice tool to have if they can perhaps trap the Exalted Hero on the ground with the poison. But right now, I have to say, Chaos looking strong. Burning Head, Cascading Firecloak still in their toolkit. There's not a lot of good targets for Burning Head, so I understand why he's not using it. Ooh. Nice dodge from the Exalted Hero as he took off into the air. Alright, Centaurs diving into combat and also unleashing their final volley of axes. Warhounds coming forward. Exalted Hero terror routing the Raiders, and at this point just turn around and hit them. Oh no, he's going after the other unit of Ungor Raiders. Nice decision. Halberds engaging with the Warhounds, who are immediately going to begin running away. Over here, uh-oh. This could be the moment where the Beastmen pull it back and seal the deal. Oh, Archaon getting out of there just in time. I thought we were going to see a big old Torox the Brass Bull rear charge. Over here, looks like the Exalted Hero. Oh, he was charging! There he is, going after Torox the Brass Bull. Torox is going to disengage, though, as the Chaos Infantry comes into support, and that might have been one of the last chances for the Beastmen to pull it off. I don't know. Maybe I'm, you know, being hyperbolic here, exaggerating too much, but, yeah, he's got to get something going soon, because all of these charges, while he's doing it beautifully, the Centaurs are taking damage and casualties on all of those charges. So slowly but surely he's going to get dragged down. And I just think the armor from the Chaos Infantry is really making them very well suited to deal with all of the Centaur cycle charging. Burning Head going through. Going to do some friendly fire. Hit the Warhounds though. They're going to immediately begin to rout. And now Torox the Brass Bull's out in the open. He has some units remaining to support him. But Archaon, the Ever-Chosen, and this Exalted Hero do outrun him. So they will be able to catch up with him whenever they need to. It's just they can't catch up with him and have other units supporting them at the same time because their army is just so slow. This is such a close game. And yeah, it's like both of these players just playing their hearts out. Ungor Raiders almost out of ammunition. It looks like Archaon's going to go in for a charge on him anyways. And boom, there goes the Exalted Hero over here. Centaur's coming in for a charge. I have to say, Centaur's, I don't know if I agree with this. Looks like they're going to be pulling out very quickly, though. Another rear charge coming in here from those Centaurs with throwing axes. And the Beastman play right now from Ice Power is absolutely insane. And same here to our Warrior of Chaos player. Oh my god, for the first time in the battle, it looks like they've taken the lead. So Archaon, no chump, the Exalted Hero, and him really keeping Torox on his toes. Torox is very nervous. He knows that this comes down to one good charge on either end. I think both players are very aware of this, that if Torox can get an unopposed charge on top of Archaon, it could be game over there with one good charge if you can get him to start routing. But vice versa. Do give Chaos the edge at this point, though, just because they have that infantry support that the Beastmen are severely lacking. Over here, Ungor Raiders getting attacked. Torox the Brass Bull coming in for a charge. Could he get any big hits here? Cascading Fire Cloak going down on top of Archaon. Torox is in a pull back, not liking what he's seeing in that engagement. I don't know. Centaurs, okay, they're going to be able to pull out once again. That immune to vigor is so nice. That the perfect vigor keeps them fresh the entire game, so they can just keep on cycle charging like this without suffering those big penalties that accumulate over time. And here they go again, diving in for a big charge into the Chaos Infantry. Once again, the Chaos Infantry taking some serious damage. And Archaon he must be super frustrated right now. Like, damn you, fawns and centaurs. Over here, Exalted Hero and Archaon continuing to try to just eliminate the remaining Beastman forces. Ungor Raiders, just beautiful play here. They're going to use every last shot they have if they have any say on it. And at the moment, Chaos Forces have a lot of forces units routing. They have 2 halberds still in the game. But the other forces, the Mirror Guard, these halberds and those halberds, I don't even think they'll regroup regardless of if anything chases them or not. It does look like Chaos may not, the Beastmen may not take that chance. But we'll see what happens. Right now, both players just trying to eliminate their opponent's pawns and get into the game with as much balance of power advantage as possible, I think. Right now, Chaos trying to eliminate those Raiders. But then he's turning around, and that's the huge advantage for the Beastmen right now, though, is that they get to pick their engagements. They're just picking and choosing, running this way and that way, shooting some arrows here and there. And I think the game plan is like, okay, if we can kill the remaining warriors with halberds, then maybe we can get the surround leadership penalty and kill off the Chaos Hero squad. Because without the infantry support, I do think the Beastmen may be able to pull it off because they can then decide to pin units in place and let Torox cycle charge in. But this is... I'm nervous. This is a great battle coming down to the wire. All right. One of the halberds getting routed. Warhound's getting charged by the Exalted Hero. But Exalted Hero getting charged by Torox. big charge from Torox. Archaon coming in, though. Slayer of Kings standard die on top of him, and he is going right after him. Cascading Fire Cloak, too. Torox the Brass Bull getting another nice hit on top of the Exalted Hero, but now it is do or die. Torox the Brass Bull smashing the Exalted Hero. Poison Warhounds coming in here to support. And Torox is going to somersault his way out of there as the Exalted Hero is rounding. A burning head coming through from Archaon the Everchosen. There's pretty much nothing left besides some tattered Centaurs and Archaon. Archaon and... oh my god, Archaon and Torox are alone on the battlefield right now besides these hiding Ungor Spearmen. Exalted Hero's getting up in the air, so I think he's going to be coming back. And if he comes back, it's probably just a Chaos GG. Because he can do that unopposed flying charge. And Archaon can go in for the kill. But right... oh my god, this is so damn close, chat. Warhounds and the Centaurs coming back into the fight. Torox killing the remaining Halberds. Oh, the Centaurs are routing, though. And the Exalted Hero just regained his nerve. 432 HP left on him, but there he goes routing again. Yeah, okay, I agree with you, Viking, and whoever else was saying that. Oh my god, is he just going for it? He's not going to try to do anything but kill Torox the Brass. Oh my god, he's just going in it. He's not even going to go try to eliminate like the Warhounds or anything. And oh my god, Exalted Hero's in. Torox going in. Cascading Fire Cloak, Foe Seeker. Everything is getting popped. Oh, he's running away. I mean, at this point you kind of got it, don't you? Exalted Hero going in for the charge. He's going to hit him. Torox is going to get a huge somersault charge off, though. Balance of power going to the Beastman once again. Terror not kicking in on the Ungor Spearman. Archaon. Oh, the Exalted Hero just... holy shit. Archaon getting charged by Torox the Brass Bull. Hitting him in return. But the Warhounds are now pinning Archaon in place. Archaon has no way to get out of this at the moment. Torox coming in for another charge. Archaon not opposing it because he's pinned in place. There goes a nice hit from Archaon. There go the Warhounds. Ungor Spearman Herder. The only things remaining here, Cascading Fire Cloak and the Slayer of Kings are active, and Torox is getting scurred. Right now, the Ungor Spearman Herd just not hanging in there. Torox trying to stay out of there until the Slayer of Kings is not active, I imagine. But there it is. Oh, a whiffed hit. A whiffed hit? Holy shit. Alright, oh my god. Right now, okay, for some reason, I guess the horse kick did some damage. Torox down to a mere 438. He is routing. The Spearmen are routing. Army losses. ODM Razel secures a position in the HW League Season 8 playoffs. Archaon coming in with 2,700 value. One Exalted Hero with 1,400. Other getting shut down a bit, but still 766. Looking at the Halberds, you know, Beastman doing a good job shutting him down. The Mirror Guard getting some good value. Horsemasters, mixed results. But Torox doing God's work. Really good micro from Ice Power right there. Just really, really good micro. And holy hell. Yeah, that was so close. That was beautiful. Wow. I'm opening up my replay file so I don't forget to save this and all of the final replays. Yeah, Torox failing that charge animation was what, like, it was such a close game. It was really going to go either way based on how the engagements went. like the charge animations, if they were going to succeed or not, if any models were going to, like, that was such a just toss of the dice kind of battle at the end there, because either player could have won it. Awesome sauce indeed. Let's watch the third player battle. Ice Power, stay here. Let's invite Tank in. All right. Holy hell. Let me catch up on the chat. That hero is not coming back. Oh, Palpatine, you spoke too soon. There's some Horse Lords from Game 2 that are way worse than Archaon. Come on. Archaon, the ever... Oh, Reichland guy saying GG? Oh my god. I can't believe how many people thought it was over. Yes. No, that was such a good game. I'm glad the chat was reacting like I was, because that was... Oh... No, that was awesome. My hat's off to both those players. Thank you for an awesome game. That was spicy, spicy, spicy. Ghost of Helmengorst, yeah. So, going back, let's take one more look here at the path here to the championship. So, ODM Razel, he was the replacement for ODM Sapphire, who requested his clan mate to take over. Beating Svertrasm, Hadres, the green one, and Ice Power. And now he's going up against Void Laws. But first, Tank versus Ice Power. Mega. Hey, green one, how you doing, man? And yes, please speak in English. Suck my Archie. Hey everybody, let's be respectful. Screen blocker, thank you so much. Oh shit, the display capture was on. That's what it was. Alright, so we got Tank with the first pick, and then Spice Power. So I will be right back. I'm just going to update the scoreboard before I go. Holy hell, what an excellent tie-breaking match that last battle proved to be. That was just absolutely beautiful. Now we got VM Tank. Hey guys, yeah. Por favor, Mega Squirt, well no, Legion, and who else was speaking in Spanish? Now I can't see. Anyways, yeah, please keep it in English, everybody. I'm insecure and I think you're insulting me, even though I can read what you're saying. What do we got here? Beastmen versus Dark Elves? Yeah, looks like it. Ice Power with the Dark Elves. Oh, he just played this one and wasn't able to pull it off. He got pretty convincingly beat. Soundly defeated by ODM Razel. Now, let's update. Let's get some Minotaur goring going on over there. I want the Queen's English only, Shavak, clearly. Thanks, Mega Squirt. I need way more practice, dude. I haven't, like, my Spanish I wouldn't say is good. I can remember things. But it's not good. It's embarrassing. I don't even like to tell people I lived in Mexico anymore. Because it's just embarrassing that
after 10 years of not working in any industry that's required Spanish. Kind of just left. Oh, that's what I forgot to do. Intro card. And then I'll go take a quick break. Oh, I lied. Is it Dark Elf? Oh, Dark Elf's vampire counts. All right. Sweet. All right, guys. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Alright, I lied. I didn't go anywhere. Here we are. XMT Ice Power and the Dark Elves going up against VM Tank and the Vampire Counts. Winner of this best of 3 will secure 3rd place in the HWL Season 8 playoffs. So Dark Elves versus the Vampire Counts. And the map is whatever the hell this map is. I believe it is Gorgazan, if memory serves me right. So starting with our blue player, as tradition suggests, we will be seeing a Dark Elf army that has 3 Dread Spears and 3 Blackguard of Nagarond ITP Halberd Infantry. 2 K-Knight Assassins on the ground. Up in the air, significant Air Force. Looks like we're going to be having the Crows of Cain and a generic unit of Harpies up in the air. Then besides that, we have the double Manticore, as we typically see with the Dark Elves nowadays. And Marathi is going to have the Doom Bolt, Soul Stealer, Heartrender and the Dark Sword, Enchanting Beauty. You know, the usual kit. But now it's time to take a look at our Vampire Count forces led by VM Tank. We got 4 zombies up front. We're going to have Skeleton Warriors. Looks like a grand total of 4. 2 Graveguard with great weapons backing up the Chaff Infantry. We're also going to be seeing an Air Force with 2 Vargeist, a Blood Dragon Vampire Lord on that Zombie Dragon, and another 2 Vargeist. A lot of air units here, perhaps trying to catch out Marathi and her Air Force, so we'll see who comes out on top here. Oftentimes we'll see Marathi on foot because of that possibility. Going to have 2 White Kings down on the ground as well. Both of them will have Scab Scrath, and then we have the Dire Pack ROR Dire Wolves with their bonus versus large. So interesting builds from both of our players. Time to see who comes out on top. Oh crap, I didn't update the player names. I'm so sorry, everybody. Wait, what? Oh no, I did mess up the name. It's VM Tank. Holy shit, I'm gonna try to do this so quick.
I am so sorry, everybody. Did we miss anything? Okay, looks like we have the Canine Assassins coming out to skirmish fire here. The Crows of Harpy coming out with some Vargeist here. Everybody coming into this fight. Blood Dragon Vampire Lord does have his ability here. Web of Shadows going down. It looks like a Soul Stealer's going down. And we're also going to be seeing a Helm of Discord coming in from the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord. Over here, Invocation of Nehek upgraded coming down. Doom Bolt of Carried On. Everything's happening at once. But the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord does not look happy. He's debuffed. He is getting out of the engagement now. Will he be able to survive? Right now, he's turning around for another charge. But Marathi is still full health at the moment. There's only one unit of Vargeist left in this fight. And it looks like the vampires might die very quickly here. And that may turn into a quick concession from VM Tank that it might be a GG if his Lord at least doesn't get out of this. I mean, the rest of his Air Force has fallen. Please look at all of the Harpies and Vargeist corpses on the ground. All these Dread Spears are like, hell yeah, I love this fight. I just get to watch. But Blood Dragon Vampire Lord going to go down. VM Tank conceding defeat. A very quick, decisive aerial engagement will decide that battle within the first 3 minutes. So there we have it. Only less than 100 units killed in total in that battle. Oh, how beautiful and peaceful. One of the quicker battles I've seen in recent memory. Yeah, the web totally demolished that effectiveness of the Vampire Air Squad. Yeah, that was definitely a battle that was a roll of the dice to me when they went in. Like, I think the Dark Elves I think the Dark Elves could have played, I mean, the Vampires could have played that better, but I think they had a pretty rough draw going into the battle. I think the double Manticores with 2 Harpies and Marathi is going to be able to beat 4 Vargeist and a Zombie Dragon. I think the Vampires needed a heavier Air Force if they were trying to win against that Dark Elf army. And, you know, in their defense, Dark Elves sometimes don't bring anything in the air against them. So, yeah, it was just a very good build, good play by Ice Power. I will be right back. I must tinkle. I'm muted. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Well, you've been here. I'm back. So welcome to me. Good to see you all. We've had some excellent battles today. Some really, really close ones, and then some also not so close ones. Some decisive victories. The last battle being an example of such decisive victories. And yeah, we're in it. Can't hear me? Oh, I need to... Ay-ay-ah! Can you hear me now? Yo! That was me being annoying. Boy, mister, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. And, yeah, get ready for the action, folks. Looks like we did lose some of the viewers there. Went from about 120 down to 100. But welcome, welcome, guys. So good to have all of you with us for the long-awaited Season 8 playoffs. It's been too long. No doubt about it. All right, we have Wood Elves versus the Tomb Kings. We got the Tomb Kings! Now we just need Norse Gun Vampire Coast when we get all the factions, guys. So, here we have it. Wood Elves versus the Tomb Kings. Boom, boom, boom. And this is a matchup I like. I like it. I'm excited to see it. It is round 2. Match point for... ice power. I don't know why that took me so long to remember. Let's throw that in. And looks like we're still just going to be waiting on spice power. Good luck, have fun, and we'll see what happens here. Very even matchup, maybe a bit Tomb King favored. They do have some very good skirmish tools against the Wood Elves. Typically at the Wood Elves you'll see a couple different build types. Some of them involve a Glade Lord with Helm of Discord on a dragon, rushing in with Wild Riders and stuff, and just trying to crush Tomb King units quickly. Sometimes you'll see the Wood Elves go very heavy on the Kite, and sometimes you'll see them go very heavy on the Air Force Kite. Hawk Riders, Sisters of Twilight, things like that. So we'll see what happens, but this does tend to be a ranged heavy fight. But, you know, both factions do have some ground killing potential. Dryads from the Wood Elves are pretty good against most Tomb King infantry, but the Tomb Kings do have those skeleton chariots to counter Dryad play, and they can do quite a lot of work indeed. My T-Rex impression is spot on. Hell yeah, Pock Knock. Scream more, Mega Squirt. Alright, here we go, guys. We're getting into it. Get ready. I'll see you guys on the battlefield in just a moment. So here we are. The map is Schwarzhafen. And throwing up that intro card. So as you can see, we have XMT Ice Power with the Tomb Kings on his match point, trying to take out VM Tank and the Wood Elves. This is round 2 of their best of 3. The winner will go home with $50. The loser will go home with $25. So you still win something either way, but don't know about you guys, but that extra 25 sounds nice to me. All right. Now we're going to be covering our red army. Since it is the second round, we're going to have 3 Dryads up front. We're going to have 4 War Dancers. Don't see this every day, but holy hell, a bunch of sexy elf ladies with 2 swords going into fight. Got 2 Glade Guard with Starfire Shafts. And then we do have some mobility here. The mobility will consist of Wild Riders. Looks like they do have shields. Silver shields are nice, give them that 45% missile block chance. Oh, 55%, I apologize. Yeah, 55% block chance. And then we're going to have a 3rd Wild Rider. Wait, so is that just 4 Wild Riders? Yeah, 4 Wild Riders. For some reason I thought I saw Sister of Thorn, but must have been imagining it. And then down on the ground we have Draika. So very rush-focused Wood Elf build with the War Dancer. She's got the Rouse to Wrath for the Dryad summon, and she's got the Penumbral Pendulum as well. Now going over to our Tomb King player in blue on match point, we have XMT Ice Power. Now he is going to have a front line of Skeleton Warriors. Looks like we have 2 of them. We're going to have a back line with 5 Skeleton Spears. He's going to have 4 Skeleton Horse Archers, 2 Skeleton Chariots. So let's go in here and get some close-ups on these sexy Tomb King models, since we haven't seen them in today's tournament. We have Ushapti with the great bows back here. It looks like we're going to have two of them. A single Nehekara horseman in the rear playing that mobile defense, kind of playing in the back line. And then we have Setcher the Imperishable, a Lich Priest of Death with Spirit Leech, an aspect of the Dread Knight, and Setcher the Imperishable with the Ruse Incantation of Protection. Let me go double check this. Yeah, aspect of the Dread Knight. It is indeed. And that rounds out our Tomb King army. So here we go. Players getting right to it. Skeleton Horse Archers coming out to shoot at the Wild Riders with shields. Wild Riders, I'm sure, are happy they have those shields at the moment, giving them that 55% block chance. No small thing. So yeah, 40... Most of the armies, like 4,800 points, are all sunk into this Wild Rider. So the Wild Rider play will be super, super important. And over here, the Wild Riders not being in the back line is opening up a huge gap. And it looks like the Skeleton Chariots just went out to take advantage of it. Got some decent damage on the charge. They are turning around quickly. And we do have the Wild Riders kind of sandwiching them in as they try to squeeze out that little gap back into their own backline safety. Over here, Setcher the Imperishable taking some damage, and Ruse Incantation of Protection is active on him though. And now he's going after the Wild Riders. We have Nehekara Horsemen coming out to countercharge them as well. Looks like the Wild Riders got a little bit greedy, got too far out in front of their forces. Penumbral Pendulum coming through, decimating that unit of of Skeleton Spearmen, who are now getting charged by War Dancers. War Dancers will excel at killing this Tomb King infantry, but the question is, will they be able to survive the chariots? And right now, one of the Tomb King chariots is getting dragged down by the looks of it. Only, okay, there's 9 models left, so still pretty high on model count, but crumbling out. The other 2 still alive and well. Skeleton Horsemen seem to be firing in from the wings kind of with impunity at the moment. The Ushapti, the Great Bow, is also firing away. Nehekara Horsemen chasing down these terror-routed Wild Riders. Wild Riders coming back for a moment, but then going to be routing immediately thereafter as those Nehekara Horsemen do not give them a chance to breathe. Over here, going to be seeing some more Penumbral Pendulum action. Oh, nicely placed, a little bit off center of the other skeleton unit, but here we go. Ushapti summon coming in, and the Wood Elf War Dancers charging up the hill now, trying to get on top of the Ushapti with great bows, and Nehekara Horsemen and Spearmen pushing in to take their position on the high ground, and the Wood Elves are really losing the balance of power here. Over here, though, look at that, Malevolent Dryads being summoned in a dramatic way, getting on top of the Skeleton Warriors. War Dancers pushing forward into combat now, but I just don't know. Can they do it from this point? Dryka still alive and well, doing her thing. She probably has more Penumbral Pendulums up her sleeve in the near future, and a well-placed Penumbral Pendulum could decisively end this infantry engagement in favor of the Wood Elves, because the Wood Elves, keep in mind, do have the infantry advantage on the field right now. They need to get these units in, keep pushing regrouped units into the back lines, get on top of them. Wild Riders, although tattered and damaged, still alive and being useful here, getting on top of these Horse Archers. They're getting shot in the backs. War Dancers engaging the other units. Here comes that Penumbral Pendulum. Going to do a little bit of friendly fire by the looks of it, but still do a good amount of damage on top of the Skeleton Spearmen. And man, this is a close battle. Tomb Kings definitely have the advantage, still have the edge. The Ushapti Great Bows are still firing away. But the problem for the Ushapti Great Bows is they don't have a ton of great targets at this point. You can show War Dancers and Dryads, yeah, but that's just not going to be getting you the most bang for your buck. Over here, though, these Skeleton Chariots, the saving grace in the Tomb King army, as far as I'm concerned, because they are single-handedly eliminating all of this Wood Elf infantry, with the help of Setcher, of course, but the Skeleton Chariots are really what's allowing the Tomb Kings to, stay in the fight against all of this infantry. So at the moment, Nehekara Horsemen coming back, some more Skeleton Horsemen coming back, Wild Riders with shields still coming back, their charge kicking in, giving them a little bit to hang into the fight. Oh, but they shatter as soon as they touch them, and that is really hurting the balance of power now for the Wood Elves. Wood Elves looking like they may still have some infantry holding on for dear life, but the longer this goes on, the more of a long shot appears to be, and I think we actually just had a concession from VM Tank, perhaps. Or maybe it was just a glitch. Over here, Draika getting surrounded by a Nekar Horseman and Setcher the Imperishable. Setcher turning around to run, hightailing it out of there. Nekar Horseman now turning in over here, getting pulled out almost immediately. Oh, Glade Guard with Starfire Shaft shooting down the Lich Priest of Death. Trying to remove that tool from the from the Tomb King toolkit. Infantry coming over to now support Draika. Tomb King skeleton chariots on their last wheels. These guys are not looking too great. But the problem is terror routes can still happen from Setcher the Imperishable. And the Wood Elves are just in such a tattered state right now. Draika is still hanging in there. She is an absolute boss. No way to get around that. But I don't know. Tomb Kings are losing their Nekar Horsemen. There goes the last of the spears back here in the back line. And it looks like everything's coming right after Setcher the Imperishable at the moment. Another Spirit Leech going down on top of Draika. And that's going to hurt the balance of power even more as their general's leadership begins to sink further down to the half health mark. Tomb Kings have successfully eliminated all of the infantry up here that was with Draika. So now she's isolated and possibly just going to get surrounded and routed. But Shapti Greatbow going to be coming over here, shooting the Glade Guard. Looks like that volley should be enough to get that unit to rout. Second unit coming into play now, but probably going to suffer the same fate. And there it is. I think army loss is kicking in, and Tank going to concede defeat. A clean 2-0 victory to Ice Power. And a huge GG and shout out to VM Tank. Both of these players just playing incredible games today. So please give them some love in the chat. Make sure they know how awesome they were. And yeah, big shout out to both these guys. Thank you so much for playing. Tomb King Skeleton Chariots just doing Nekara's work there. So beautiful games all around. Let's go ahead and get to the final, shall we? So final, let's see, is it up? All right, so we won't have a bracket in the playoff, but we all know what happened. So let me go ahead, get a blocker up. We can throw my ugly mug back on the screen. And let's see. Raziel versus Void Loss. There it is. I need a spectator slot, you fools. Yeah, great games, Total War, Ice Power, and Tank. Great stuff. I'm glad you had good games, though. Unless you were being facetious for some reason. But I don't think you were. There we got it. ODM Razel here in blue. Let's get this updated. Well, the other player's coming in. ODM. Dark horse of today's tournament, coming in as a substitute player for his clanmate ODM Cypher, and getting all the way to the final. I wonder if he's going to split that prize money with the person who gave him that spot. Guess we'll have to see. Just kidding, that's none of our business.
All right, now we just got to get Void Lulls into the match, and we'll get it going ASAP. So, Void. I don't know if Void and Void Lulls are different players. I don't see Void Lulls online for some reason. Okay. All right, here we go. Wait, is this him, right? Or is this not him? It's him? Thank you, Legion. Now I need to put on VM because I didn't put on VM earlier. ODM versus VM. Yeah, Void Laws is top bracket, so he gets first pick. We'll see how it goes. Glad you don't need to play anymore. Yeah. This is what I was saying, is like, this is the 6-hour mark of the tournament. So this is where people are really tired, but we're starting at 3:15. So I'm hoping it will be less than 2 hours and we should be good to go. We will see though, we will see. MP Blue Ridge River for the map is what Void is confirming. And we'll see what his faction picks are in just a moment. Replay cast next season? Yes, absolutely, Legion. Hey, Han Adams, what's your question? Yeah, it's a best of 5. Replay cast next season. Kinder to players? Yeah, are you, I'm sorry, are you saying I've been too harsh on players? If that's the case, my apologies. Try to balance it. Can we have a usual pick and ban from next tournament? Most players, as far as I know, don't like the pick two ban 1. This is, I've changed the format of my tournaments to pick 2 ban 0 ODM hand-ins. So like this tournament is pick 2 ban 0. Usual pick and ban. Most players, as I know, don't like the pick 2. So yeah, I guess I'm wondering what you're saying. Are you, the old system is the pick 2, double pick 1, double pick and ban, and this system is pick 2 ban 0. Oh yeah, I know. For all the future tournaments, I'm going with pick 2 ban 0. So let me know in the chat if anybody strongly disagrees with that. But I think I'm getting rid of the ban system. That's kind of my plan for all tournaments moving forward. 2 ban 0. What else in Beastman? Razel is picking Tomb Kings, another Tomb King matchup. I don't even need to update the faction on the scoreboard. These guys treat me so nice. Okay. Red faction. VM Void
Kings. A lot better to see higher faction variety. Yeah, for sure. So a lot of factions just get banned. Must have been a really smart guy who came up with it. Yeah, really humble too. Like, so humble they wouldn't identify themselves. Yeah, of course, Anadins. I got you, buddy. But thank you. Let me know those areas of feedback. I'm happy to say that that feedback has already been implemented. So, boom. Beat you to it. But, yeah. Always let me know, chat. So, waiting to see if Void confirms Wood Elves or Beastmen against the Tomb Kings. My guess is Beastmen, but we shall see. Eric Wars, good to see you, man. Thank you for the follow. And Legion, feel free to message me DM or something too if I'm missing the point of what the feedback was. Definitely happy to implement it. I know you sent me a message in Discord that I didn't ever reply to. My apologies for that. But just so everybody knows, yeah, Season 9 of the HW League, which will be starting in November, you know, once we finish up the 8.2 mini league playoffs. That season is going to be kind of a reset. Like, I'll unban anybody I've banned, and just make it very clear like what the behavior needs to be, because I do agree that in the past, like, there's some behavior from certain players that based on how they behaved in many previous tournaments, I let it slide because I viewed them as, like, you know, not regular behavior, but in hindsight definitely need to be more strict about toxicity or anything like that. The toxicity of our cities, you know, to make sure that people are having a good time, not feeling bullied or anything like that. And so yeah, Season 9, fresh start. Going to make sure being harsher on people for being dicks. And that goes for the chat too. Be nice in chat. Random versus random, no mirrors, nameless order. That's quite the request. All right, Beastman from Void Laws. Let's go ahead and update his faction pick. A lot of Beastmen today. People liking the Beastmen since that patch. They've become one of the most popular factions, I think. Alright, Blue Reach River. Beastman, Vampire Counts, Beastman, and Chaos. Ooh. Tend to favor the Vampire Counts over Chaos there, so. But first matchup, Tomb Kings versus Beastmen, so we'll see how this goes. This is a matchup that intrigues me. I consider Tomb Kings and Dark Elves to be high tier. Dark Elves higher tier than Tomb Kings, but I consider them both to be high tier. Like maybe top of the mid tier. Bottom of the high tier. Alright, Razel is ready. Just waiting on VM Void Laws. Iron Thunder, I actually that thought crossed my mind the other day. It seems to me like the rule set is getting updated more often. Anticity uses it for his ladder battle, so I think I didn't want to do anything during mid-season, so the season's been going on for the better part of a year. But for season 9, I think we need to seriously consider that. We can throw a poll up in the Discord. The fruit rules. Nobody knows who develops it. Is it like a mystery? Yeah, Beastmen are pretty strong right now, which is why I wasn't like super. I was excited for the Beastmen patch, but I wasn't excited for Beastmen to stop being more of a niche faction. You know, Beastmen were since like the first game. I don't think they've had a moment in the sun to be like, oh, we're a top tier faction. There's a few, like a moment or two in the first game, Warhammer 1, but Warhammer 2, as soon as the patch came out, it's just like, fucking Beastmen. Yeah, missed that time too, bud. All right. Let's get going. Oh, actually, hold on. Was that lag? Alright, BB made their rule set as well. VM, if you remember correctly, and evens. That's a lot of different rules, Legion. The balkanization of the Total War Warhammer rule set is not a good thing for the community, as far as I'm concerned. But who cares? Clan-specific ones, but most tourneys seem to use fruit banners going the way of Warhammer Cup rules. Fair enough. Ladder rules, baby. Alright, Boyd, come on. Add your time. Usibus in the banner rule set right now, it has a special restrictions on Beastmen chariots because they were bugged. So with the new Cav beta, they aren't bugged. So there would need to be updates in the rule set that were put there specifically to address units that were broken or not working properly. Yeah. So yeah, it's like at their core, they still have the same tenets of their rule set, but there's basically some exceptions for certain factions based on certain bugs. I hate to rush people, but okay. Boy, just wishing good luck, have fun, and there they go. So here we are, round 1 of this best of 5 final between ODM Razel and VM Boyd Lulz. These two fine players carving quite a path of carnage through the brackets today to get to the final and fight over the $300 first place prize. Second place will be walking out of here with 125, so nothing to, definitely better than a poke in the eye with a sharp stick. But I know you, I know me. I guess I don't know you, but I know myself I would want that $300 prize. So should have some very good battles with a good incentive behind them. But keep in mind, these players have now been playing Total War Warhammer for 6.5 hours. And so this is the point where endurance becomes a very big factor in the game. Yeah, Legion, new season will start November and we'll end it right before Warhammer 3. So probably go like November to February. And then season 10 will be on Warhammer 3. Because I wasn't sure if I was going to start season 9 on Warhammer 3, but when they delayed it, that's when we're like, okay, not gonna wait until next year to do more tournaments. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, getting into the battle. We're going to start here with the Tomb Kings, led by ODM Razel, the dark horse of today's tournament. And here it goes. Starting with the infantry, we got skeleton warriors, 2 skeleton spearmen, and 2 more skeleton warriors. One of the spearmen will be King Nikesh's Scorpion Legion. They do have that poison damage. Now we have the Sphinx of Usep, a Tomb Scorpion down on the ground. And then we're going to be seeing the Chosen of the Gods, Ushabti. You bastard, stop running away from me. And then we have 3 Carrion up in the air. These vultures just ready to fly in and distract some units. 2 Nehekara horsemen for that mobility. Setcher the Imperishable on top of his War Sphinx with the Blessed Blade of Tra, the Wrath of Tra, as well as Maru's Incantation of Protection, Jap's Incantation of Cursed Blades. And that's going to round it out. So, Tomb King army, ready to jump in there, force the Beastmen in with their Ushabti great bows, and then come to grips with the Sphinx of Usep, etc. Now, for the Beastmen army, we do have Grog Hooves up in the front line, the ROR throwing axes. They're getting deployed on the left in the forest now. Front line of 4 Ungor Spearmen herd. Behind them, we're going to be seeing 3 Razor Gore herd. And then 2 Feral Manticores up in the air. Now down on the ground, we're going to be seeing some Tuskagore chariot action. It looks like we have 1 and 2 of them. And then here for the heavy infantry, we have a single unit of Bestagore, a Beret Shaman, a Wild with Traderkin, and then we do have Gore Bull and Torox the Brass Bull coming into the fight together. Torox the Brass Bull just really hanging out in that tree. One of the mechanics for the Beastmen is their units can pass through trees. So that, like, other units will actually get caught up on trees, and like you can pin a lord against a tree and kill it. But the Beastmen, they get to pass through them, which is great as a mechanic for the game. But it does look pretty janky when you see Torox the Brass Bull just sticking his head into a tree. But without further ado, the 2 armies are advancing, and as you can see, speaking of that mechanic, you will see Torox and his friends passing through the trees with no problem. Manticores up in the air may have some trouble with the 3 Carrion. The throwing axes will definitely be sorely needed to, keep them okay up in the air, because I just think if a Manticore gets routed, yeah, these vultures are going to chase them right off the fields. Oh yeah, Iron Thunder. I need to do that too. Alright, let's turn off this foliage so we can see what's going on down here in the trees. Centaurs and the chariots continuing to push forward. Carrion doing some scouting. Early screening. We have Nekar horsemen. Looks like there's 2 of them, which no, I did mention them, never mind. But sitting in the forest, and if they can catch these units by surprise, unsupported, they could potentially get up a free win here against these Tuskor chariots. But right now, neither player knows the other is there, and there it is. Who's going to react more quickly? Nekar horseman did not react at all. That was a lost opportunity. They possibly could have gone in there, but in his defense, he does not know what is else in the forest behind them. So probably the right call to be a bit cautious there. Over here, we do see Traderkin coming in, and that's going to do quite a lot of work to the carrion. They're going to try to pull out of the engagement now, but they're slowed down. Manticore is staying on top of them. Over here, going to see Tuskor Chariot getting charged by Setra the Imperishable. Going to stop it in its tracks. Razor Gore Herd now coming forward, but Setra and the Tomb Scorpion pushing out, trying to have some fun. Over here, Vestigore Herd charging into the Skeleton Warriors. A rather interesting formation. Wrath of Tra going down. Razor Gore Herd all rampaging. One of them below half health, the other one getting there. And now we have the Sphinx of Usep. Torox the Brass Bull's going to have a very hard time against the Sphinx of Usep. Why, you ask? He does fire damage, and the Sphinx of Usep does have that 25% fire resistance. So this is going to be an interesting fight right now. Torox is going after Setra the Imperishable by the looks of it. Setra going to pounce forward and knock him on his brass ass. And now it's time to go into the back line. Setra and the Sphinx of Usep look like they're coming back here, trying to get on top of the Feral Manticores, and the Sphinx of Usep did it just in time to get in on that Traderkin, unfortunately. And now Manticores may be in a bit of trouble. Torox the Brass Bull doesn't look like he's going to be committing to an engagement to support him. The Tomb Kings do have the edge here in the back line. And the Beastmen, I think, can be a bit patient here because they are dominating those frontline engagements. And the Tomb Scorpion is going down for the count here. I don't see it getting out of this engagement. Torox is chasing it. You have Razor Gore Herd nearby. And Tomb Kings look like they're having a rough time against the Beastmen at the moment. One Manticore did get shattered, though. The other one is routing. If there's any carrion left to chase it in the air, then the Beastmen may be out of both Manticores. But at the moment, it looks like the Manticore is going to not have anything to chase it in the air as the last of the carrion do crumble out of existence. Setra are going to try to keep it on the ground, but it looks like it just got away from them. Manticore will be back to fight another day as leadership climbing up as soon as it gets in the air. Alright, Gorebull coming after Setra, but going to get pinned in place by these Nehekara horsemen. And then countercharged by Setra, but then Setra's going to get countercharged by Torox the Brass Bull. And Torox Brass Bull just dishing out so much damage, and now that Manticore is coming back, and Setra has to run for his life. Alright, here comes the Ushapti summon, and now it looks like Setra's coming back into the fight. Miru's Incantation of Protection on top of him with the 40% physical resistance. But the Bestigor are inbound, and I don't know if that Ushapti summon is going to be enough to turn the tide here. Sphinx of Usep coming in with some big hits. If they can get a terror route on top of Gorebull right now, then maybe, just maybe, they can pull this around. Gorebull losing a lot of leadership, but I think another cheeky Traderkin is on its way. Setra coming out of the engagement now. Looks like he's trying to go after the Bray Shaman of Wild. He's going to then turn and charge into the Bestigor Herd. And the Bray Shaman's actually charging against him right now. Looks like Setra the Imperishable is going to be going down for the count. He is not looking pretty. Approaching the 500 health mark. Getting throwing axes into him. And yeah, without Setra, the chances of the Tomb Kings go down to pretty much nothing. Over here, he's going in for a charge, but there he goes. Back to the sands of Nehekara. Best of 5. Yeah, I mean, the Tomb Kings, I like the build. I think the Tomb Scorpion, not necessary, personally. And maybe one less carrion. But no, really the Tomb Scorpion's the only problem I have here. Because I think without the Tomb Scorpion, you could afford to maybe bring Tomb Guard. And perhaps Tomb Guard with Halberd. Because they will do great against Ungor and cheap infantry. Bestigor Herd would dominate them, but Beastmen don't tend to go super heavy on Bestigor against Tomb Kings. I don't know, just the infantry did disappear very, very quickly, and I think that kept the Tomb King army on its heels. It just didn't have enough meat on the bones to support the Tomb Scorpion and the Sphinx of Usep and Cetra, so I would have liked to have seen a bit more infantry in this army, especially in the Spearman front. Get another 2 in here. You know, I mean, a great game, ODM Razel, getting some very good plays throughout it. Getting the Manticores routed early on was a very nice play, but, he just wasn't able to seal the deal anywhere, eliminate any targets completely, so they just kept on coming back to bite him in the ass, and then, his infantry just melted super duper quickly. Super duper. So, at this point, Void Laws does lead 1-0 over ODM Razel. Let's do top 8 for sure, and then kind of review them from there. This is a weirdly short season for the long season for the fresh recruits too, so maybe we should lean more towards 16 graduations to get that fresh recruit pool weeded out again. All right, Schlosshafen is the map, and who will Razel be picking? Yeah, top 16? Alright, it's cool with me. Yep. Agreed, Legion. I feel like against the Beastmen, I don't know. Lots of skeleton horsemen, archers, Nehekara horsemen, and yeah, I feel like a skirmish mobile game against the Beastmen might work better for the Tomb Kings, but I don't know. Skirmishing against the Beastmen can be a difficult thing since they have that good speed, but I think Nehekara horsemen and Centaurs trade pretty evenly against each other, and if you have skeleton horse archers, then those are 500 a pop, and they outrange anything the Beastmen have as far as skirmish cav. They just have the throwing axes and the lightly armored Centaurs. Ooh-wee. I feel like some skeleton horse archers, very, very nice pick against Beastmen in my experience. Alright, map is set. Beastmen and Wood Elves are the pick for Razel. And we'll see what Void counters with. Yeah, I think Necro Knights would be an overspend against Beastmen. I think Beastmen numbers are more important, because that's going to be one of the main advantages you have over them as any undead faction, is that your units don't rout. And they all cause fear as a passive ability, so the more numbers you have, the more you can drag those Beastmen down. But in my experience, a small elite army against the Beastmen, they can just swarm it and just send in a death ball involving Minotaurs with big axes. Yeah, Traderkin's pretty vicious, man. It's back in the spot where it's pretty much a staple of most Beastmen builds I see now. Hey, scattered to the winds. I appreciate that. I look forward to you winning the lottery and sending me some money so I can fund big prize pools, baby. Yeah, Verknectar 131. Eric Wars, thank you for the follow, by the way. Sorry for missing that. Void going to Wood Elves, forcing the Mirror Match or Beastman matchup. So let's see how this goes. So Void Laws going with... Hey, what doth life? Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it, friend. But yeah, it looks like Void Laws going to be going with the Wood Elves. Say Wood Elves weird. Beastman. Copy result. This is round 2. Oh yeah. All right. Oh, yeah. Well, welcome, What Doth Life. Turn's a great guy, a great streamer, so glad you were able to recognize the name. I am his son, after all. Hey, I'm glad you're enjoying that River Troll graphic, Jeff the Jar. It's pretty macabre, the full picture. It's just barfing on some poor Empire spearman. The guy's flesh is falling off of his bones. This is a big open map for a Beastman Wood Elf battle. These are pretty fast battles, and I don't mean as in like quick, they end quickly, or they go by fast, but they're fast. Both very fast factions. So a lot of micro are going to be involved here. And I favor the Wood Elves in this matchup. That's me personally. I'm sure there's people who disagree, but yeah, I think Wild Riders are awesome against the Beastmen. Beastmen Infantry, Beastmen Centaurs, you name it. Wild Riders can do some good work. Sorry guys that I'm going to be quiet for a second. I just need to I need to conserve my energy. Because it's going to be 7 hours of streaming in 14 minutes, 13 minutes. So, should have drank more coffee. Alright, ODM Raidzel has readied up. ODM Void still working on the build. What's interesting too is that both of these are forest factions, and there's no forest on this map at all. So look at these two factions agreeing to meet out in an open plain. How strange. But I'll see you on the battlefield in just a moment, chat. So throwing up the intro card, we have ODM Razel with the Beastmen, trailing VM Void Laws with the Wood Elves 0-1 at the moment, as round 2 of this best of 5 final. Once again, this is a $500 prize pool playoffs. First place takes home $300. Well, second place takes home a meager $125. And so here we are, loaded into the map now. Balance of power going to start out pretty squarely in favor of the Beastman faction here, which reminds me I need to update that scoreboard. So we'll see what the troop count looks like once these players load in, but we may be seeing a relatively small Wood Elf build, but I don't know, it just feels like Beastmen are always favored in the balance of power. Like, I see Beastmen favored so hard in so many battles before it even begins. And here we have it, round 2, going over to our red player, VM Voidlaws, with the Wood Elves. Not going to be any infantry in sight here. We're going to have a full cav air build. We have the Sisters of Thorn. We're going to have a single, or no, just kidding, make it 2 units of Glade Riders with spears. We're going to have 2 Glade Riders with one with Hagbane tips, one without, so these guys cause poison and magical damage. Up here in the air, we have Hawk Riders. And it does look like we're going to have 2, one on either flank. Now, for the back line here, we have Wild Riders and the Lost Sylvan Knights Regiment of Renown, Great Stag Riders. He's Ghost diving into battle. And then see the Spellsinger of Life on horse, Earthblood and Awakening of the Wood, and the Sisters of Twilight on top of their dragon. In battle here, they have the Eagle Quiver and Kithanhar's Tenacity. And do they not have that heal ability when they're on the dragon? Anyways, I don't know. I can't see it. So let's go ahead and check out the Beastmen army, which is being led by our blue player, ODM Razel, fighting to get a point on the board. We have a front line of 5 Ungor Spears. We're going to have 3 Raiders, Blackhorns Ravagers, 4 Centaurs, and 2 of them will have throwing axes. We have a Bray Shaman of Death, Spirit Leech aspected to Dread Knight, Bray Shaman of Wild with Traderkin, and Morgor the Shadowgate. For the first time, we're not seeing Torox today. He's going to have both of his Chaos Spawn summons. Good to see you, sir. It's been a while. I've been looking at the Minotaur quite a lot. And I have to say, it's a welcome sight to see your Skull Dreads and just disgustingly mutated body. Alright, Sisters of Twilight opening fire, immediately hitting the Ungor Spearman herd. They have some shields, so not going to be the best target. They're also cheap as hell. But it does look like they're going to push forward and start changing their target immediately. Going after the Bray Shaman of Wild. Eliminate that Traderkin would be incredible. So, yeah, absolutely agree with the targeting. If they can get rid of this Bray Shaman with the Traderkin, be a very, very big pickup, because it will really help the kiting chances for this Wood Elf army. They have a lot of Centaurs to deal with, so they have to be careful. And if a Traderkin gets on one of them, not only will it cause that damage, but that minus 25% speed debuff is vicious. So looks like the Wood Elf's playing this patiently, and we will see what happens from here. Right now, fulfilling the attacking role, because, you know, they're just shooting in with the Glade Riders. And the Dragon getting some nice breath attack here on top of the Ungor Raiders, bringing them down about a third health. And Beastmen kind of, you know, chasing right now, but Wood Elves are refusing engagements. So all about the Beastmen being patient, keeping their formation, not getting messy. Because if they get messy, they will suffer quite quickly. Throwing axes being sent over here to screen out the Sisters of Twilight, so we'll see how they do. Glade Riders are also here, though, and they outrange those throwing axes significantly. And it looks like we have some Hawk Riders, too, that may be able to come over, support the Sisters of Twilight. And there they go, opening fire into those Centaurs with throwing axes. You can see just a little bit of damage here and there, but it adds up over time. And the Wood Elf's doing a good job just refusing these engagements, continuing to pull back. They're not going to play in a way that's going to, you know, work in advantage of the Beastmen. So right now he's fulfilling the attacking role. He's got the Glade Riders firing away, Hawk Riders coming in and getting some nice shots off here and there on top of the more valuable units. Unfortunately, they're going to miss it. A nice dodge by the throwing axes. And the Sisters of Twilight are going to go right back to targeting the hero squad here. Acid Django, thank you for the follow, and whoever followed before that, I missed it, but I'll give you a call out later in the stream. Sisters of Twilight keeping on the pressure, but it looks like they may have switched targets to the Brave Shaman of Death, and I'm just a firm believer that until you eliminate the entire caster, maybe, oh no! That was a bit whiffed. It looks like the breath just wasn't on the target you wanted to. Oh, never mind. It was the Ungor Raiders, and I completely missed that it hit them. So my apologies. That probably did do some decent damage. Spirit Leech going down on top of the Lost Sylvan Knights. That's going to kill some models, no doubt about it. Looks like it's killed one so far, but Earthblade Blood upgraded did go down to counteract it. So nice play by the Wood Elves. Beastmen still have that balance of power, though. Lore of Deathcaster is getting shot down, though. Looks like he's changed his target to the Lore of Deathcaster. We'll see if he switches back around, though, because the Deathcaster is routing. If he can get that unit chased, then he'll be okay. Right now, though, Sisters of Thorn running out of room, and it looks like they're going to get caught. And that's going to be a very big loss for the Wood Elves, unless they can stop it. Lost Sylvan Knights diving in for a big charge, trying to get those charges. Awakening of the Wood going down, slowing down all the Centigores, along with Curse of Iron Hair. Their speed is down to a meager 13, and those Centigores ain't going anywhere. I thought they were about to get a juicy treat. They thought they were about to get a juicy treat, but instead, Wood Elves get a very nice engagement there and are routing off some of the Centigores right now, including both of the throwing axes. That is insane. Lost Sylvan Knights taking a ton of damage, though. Shield of Thorns is on top of them. If they can get a terror out, they'd be in a great spot. But right now, we'll see what happens. Glade Guard with Hagbane tips firing in. Looks like the dragon's coming in for a breath. And oh, wow, a beautiful breath doing a lot of damage. Lost Sylvan Knights are about to rout, though. And they're on the edge of the map. Can you imagine that? If these guys rout because of a Santagore charge, that would be something. But does look like the Brave Shaman, the Lore of Wild, is now getting targeted. And there's a terror route. Earthblood going down on the Wood Elf Blob. And VM Voidlaw's playing this beautifully, guys. He is on fire in today's tournament. And the Beastmen are looking like they're losing the edge in the balance of power. They still have some units scattered around the field, but the terror on the edge of the map here is just causing Beastmen units to, be in a very precarious situation. Especially if they route the wrong way, because then they're off the map before they know it. But Lost Sylvan Knights, another Spirit Leech. This one upgraded going down. Brave Shaman of Death down to a mere 466 HP. The Brave Shaman of Wild is still routing. So the Wood Elves, if they can eliminate this magic, I think they have this in the bag. Excuse me. In the bag. My voice is still changing. In case you didn't notice, that's why my voice squeaks. But anywho, going to the scatter shot on top of the Ungor Spearman herd with shields. But right now, I just feel like the Wood Elves have it because the Sisters of Twilight are so healthy. If there's nothing else, like, the Sisters of Twilight are looking pretty strong right now. Chaos Summons coming into play now. You can see that Morgor has one of these Chaos Spawns procced and chasing off the Lost Sylvan Knights. Going to be seeing the Hawk Riders coming in, shooting things in the back. And the Glade Lord going to get that Brave Shaman of Death routing once again. Brave Shaman of Wild regaining the leadership. Will the Sisters of Twilight notice? I just don't know. And look at that. Sisters of Thorn still alive. Did not even see that happening. 1 HP for the Brave Shaman of Death. He is down. And now the Sisters of Thorn have one more magic user to eliminate. And then they'll be in a pretty good spot, I think. No more Traderkins, no more Spirit Leeches. But Lost Sylvan Knights have taken a ton of damage. And what is their model count? Their model count was 10. So yeah, they've taken over half of their models out. So healing will be limited on them. But Sisters of Twilight still in a pretty good spot. Got Sisters of Thorn, some Hawk Riders with good ammunition left. So we'll see what happens. Right now, Sisters of Twilight getting shot by everything the Beastmen have left, which is Ungor Raiders. Ungor Raiders don't do the most armor piercing, but the volume of fire will add up over time, and the balance of power is no longer in favor of the Wood Elves. But just like that, the Chaos Spawn summon times out, and it's going to get a little bit more even once again. Beastmen have a significant numbers advantage, 663 versus 85 in terms of troops on the ground. But the Wood Elves have that terror. Beastmen have none. And, yeah, I just don't know. The Sisters of Twilight have used all of their breaths. They're starting to get low on ammunition. But we will see. Hawk Riders going to be firing in too. Looks like the Ungor Raiders are trying to eliminate Sisters of Thorn. Actually firing into the Sisters of Twilight. So many sisters in this army. Silva Knights turning around to get the hell out of there. They have 90 speed, so they are faster than the Centaurs. Centaurs almost caught up to them with that charge speed bonus. But Lost Silva Knight's going to stay just ahead of them. You can see our high elf player if we take a higher level view here, which it isn't letting me do. Just kind of has his units deployed on every side around this Beastman force that is now just kind of, you know, regrouping, forming up, so they can, you know, try to counter the inevitable cycle charging from every flank. Ungor Raiders still high on ammunition, so they can sit tight and just, you know, trade skirmish fire because they have the troops to sacrifice, whereas the Wood Elves really need a clean win from here on out. They can't afford to make many mistakes at all. Centaurs coming out. Looks like they're catching the Glade Riders. Glade Riders pulling away. Centaurs may be getting a bit out of position, but there's nothing the Wood Elves have nearby to punish it. A very nice Earthblood going down here, though. Hitting the Lost Sylvan Knights, the Sisters of Thorn, and the Hawk Riders. And that's going to help the balance of power significantly for the Wood Elves at this stage in the battle. Now, coming back to the Beastmen main formation, you can see the infantry just kind of sitting tight, pushing out the Ungor Spearman herd with shields to, you know, absorb any missiles that are still inbound. But Lost Sylvan Knights look like they may be making a play or just trying to get some baits in here to distract the Beastmen forces. And there go the Sisters of Twilight hitting the Ungor Raiders. She needs to get out of that attack animation quickly, but it looks like she's staying in there. She's going after the Centaurs next. Morgor the Shadowgave is getting in here, though. Ungor Raiders are firing away. Lost Sylvan Knights coming in for a charge. Hitting hard on that charge. Here comes a Chaos Spawn summon, though. And I think the Wood Elves may have just lost this here with this engagement. Chaos Spawn summon, ace in the hole. But looks like the Sisters of Thorn will be able to disengage. They have plenty of units to chase that are routing right now. And Lost Sylvan Knights still alive. Still kicking. They have 10 models still. We'll see if they can get healed up at all. But the Beastmen did lose what looks like the remainder of their Centaurs in that engagement. And that's a huge loss. Centaurs were the last mass and mobility they had left. But, oh god, the Spellsinger of Life also got caught on the ground. Spearman herd and Morgor are finishing her off. And, yeah. Looks like the Beastmen may have pulled it off, I think. Yeah. Shattering that Spellsinger of Life is a big morale hit. And the Sisters of Twilight would have loved an Earthblood right about now. Looks like the Wood Elves are going to focus, though, on trying to maybe corner and eliminate this isolated Centaur before they do anything else. Not a bad move. Like I say, every little bit counts. And now the Wood Elves, at the cost of a Spellsinger, have eliminated every mobile unit from the Beastman army besides this Centaur. Chaos Spawn are about to time out, and that should help the balance of power so it isn't quite so overwhelming. Yeah, you can see it dropping back to a more reasonable place now. Alright, there it goes. Centaur's getting shattered. They're going to be running off the field from these Hawk Riders. Hawk Riders and the Sisters of Thorn, along with the Lost Sylvan Knights, still representing the Wood Elf army here. Sisters of Twilight have ran... Oh no, they have one more shot. They have 2 more shots left, interestingly enough. But, like I say, I don't see the Conjoined Destiny. So somebody let me know. I guess he just didn't bring it. And possibly because they had the Spellsinger of Life, which Unfortunately, it didn't work out. Over here, though, as you can see, there's no mass for this Beastman army, which means terror routes are going to be nasty. Terror route cycle charging. There's nothing the Beastmen have to stop the Wood Elf cycle charge now. Those Centaurs were the only thing they had to keep them at bay, to try to hit them in the rear and chase them off the map. But now it just looks like the Wood Elves are going to be playing this game where they charge in, get a couple Beastmen units to terror out, chase them off, and then turn around and re-engage, which is exactly how he needs to play this if he wants to win. There's money on the line. This is the final best of 5 match, not a time to hold back. And looks to me like the Wood Elves still have a shot at winning this, and a very good one in spite of what the balance of power says. Eliminating those Centaurs is, and he drew out both of the Chaos Bond too. Sisters of Twilight and the Hawk Riders using the last of their ammunition. Using it on the Blackhorns Ravagers. I like that decision. They are the most elite infantry here. All of the infantry has shields, so it doesn't really make sense to, you know, it's not like there's an unshielded variant to choose, so just go for the elite ones. And Sisters of Twilight are out of ammunition. Sisters of Thorn, Lost Sylvan Knights. This is, oh man. Wood Elves coming in for the charge. There go the Hawk Riders and the Glade Riders. Full surround. Lost Sylvan Knights coming in for the final charge. Terror Route kicking in on one of these Ungor Spearmen. 2 Ungor Spearmen now terror routing. Gore Herd and 1 unit holding on there. But there it goes. The 3rd unit of Ungor Spearmen Herd is routing. Glade Riders and the rest of the Wood Elf mobility now going to peel off from that center and keep those Ungor Spearmen Herd routing. Terror Route kicking in again pretty much as soon as the Sisters of Twilight got in here. And just kidding, it was just a regular old route. Glade Riders continuing to take advantage of that mobility. And, you know, I can't blame the Wood Elf player. I'm sure it's a frustrating thing possibly to watch and most certainly to play against. But our Wood Elf player is recognizing the win conditions, flexing the muscle superior or the mobility superiority, that at this point in the game, even though the balance of power is against him, it's allowing him to pick his engagements. He doesn't have to get into any fights he doesn't know he's going to win until he finishes routing off all of these other Beastmen units. And right now, I think the Wood Elf's got this in the bag. Hawk charge bonus is insane. 42, yeah, that's pretty significant. All right, and here it goes. Possibly the final stand of the Beastmen or the Wood Elves. I think, you know, this is just winner takes all kind of engagement here, so we will see what happens. But in come the Sisters of Twilight, going to be diving into that infantry. The poor Blackhorns Ravagers getting hit on every side. They're holding firm for now. Balance of power still in their favor for at least the moment. But it does look like terror finally kicked in. Blackhorns Ravagers are routing. And now it's just Morgor the Shadow gave all by his lonesome. And I think it's not going to be possible. He's a tank. But he can't just get cycle charged nonstop with a dragon. Yeah, Wood Elf's not taking any chances getting on top of the Gore Herd. Morgor the Shadow gave still like, well, I'm not scared. Like, slightly nervous maybe. And there it goes. Wood Elf's going in for the Alpha Strike. They're going to want to break his leadership more than likely than try to kill him. And they may be able to do so quicker than we think. Over here, his leadership going down, closing in on half health. The Blackhorns Ravagers coming back into the fight now, though. Sisters of Twilight turning around immediately and charging back into Morgor the Shadow gave. Morgor is completely surrounded. Blackhorns Ravagers are going to get routed now. And the balance of power, for the first time ever, I think, is going towards the Wood Elves. Big hit, and that's going to be all she wrote, everybody. Morgor the Shadow Gave, surrounded by deer, ethereal elk, and a dragon covered in forest moss. And, yeah, that all-cav build from the Wood Elves is going to pay off in the end, in spite of a very daunting balance of power at about the midpoint of that game. GG, well played. Ah, I left Forest Dragons, Iron Thunder. No, what you're talking about. What a bloodbath indeed, scattered to the winds. All right. I mean, Morgor hanging in there till the bitter end. Wood Elves doing a good job. Target prioritization. Blackhorn's Ravagers getting 1,200 value. They're just doing work. Centaur's pretty well used for the most part. The throwing axes did get shut down pretty hard there, but I mean, 1,400 on them. Sisters of the Twilight MVPs, no doubt. They sniped down the magic from the Beastman army, and from there, you know, it was a much easier fight for the rest of its army. Sisters of Thorn doing very good work too. So great second battle. Voidlaw's now leading 2-0 though, and he's already on match point in this best of 5. We've seen all sorts of best of 5s, comebacks from like 0-4 deficits, complete shutouts. So what will we see today? I don't know. Stay tuned to find out. We're going into round 3 after this. Match point, VM Voidlaws. All right, on that note, I will be right back. I'm going to go grab some more water, and then we'll get right into the fight.
Alrighty. Are we back? Yeah, we're back. Welcome back to the stream, everybody. My son HW here. And getting into round 3 between ODM Razel and VM Void. And it's going to be Lizardman versus either the Greenskins or the Vampire Counts. Could see it going either way there. Gonna see Greenskins from Void. Alright, that has been confirmed. Got the Lizardmen versus the Greenskins for round 3 of this best of 5. Let's throw in a little bit of Wurzag action and go from there. Now, where did I put you? Intro card. By the way, Hadrorus, thank you for the follow. You were the person I forgot to mention earlier. So thank you so much for the support, friend. And hopefully we get into this battle shortly. Pressure is definitely on ODM Razel. He is trailing 0-2. And this is best of 5, so Void Laws is on match point. If he wins it here, he seals the deal and is the official champion of the HWL Season 8 playoffs. So, best of luck to both of these players. We'll see what happens. Greenskins, Lizardman, I think this is a very even matchup. So it just depends on what the players bring. I don't know. I feel like in this matchup lately I've been seeing Carnosaurs versus Spiders, Ragnarok Spiders. So we'll see if that trend continues or not. But both these factions also have a very strong skirmish game. And you will tend to see, you know, perhaps a lot of Pterodon riders versus a lot of Forest Goblin Spider riders and Wolf riders and the likes. So time will tell. And looks like our players are just wrapping up the final touches of their builds now. ODM Razel's army getting fleshed out. And I cannot see Void's army. Alright, Void is readied up. Wishing good luck, have fun to his opponent. ODM Razel. Based on what I see, it looks like he's pretty close to the point spend. We'll just see where it goes. Yeah, there he goes. Wishing good luck, have fun. And here we go, guys. See you out there on the battlefield. And here you have it, ODM Razel bringing the Lizardmen up against VM Void Law's Greenskins. This is round 3 of their best of 3 final, and it is match point for VM Void Laws. They're fighting it out on Altdorf outskirts. And once again, whoever wins, the Empire loses. I don't know, maybe Master Moody would be okay with him.
And here we go. Loading in. 3, 2, 1, and go. Here we are. Going back to our blue player, fighting for his life, ODM Razel, round 3. We're going to be seeing a lot of skink cohort here. It looks like 4 with javelins, 3 without. Going to have 3 chameleon stalkers up front. Going to be seeing the arcs of Sotek. Just looks like one of them though. And then we're going to have 2 horned one riders. These guys have good speed, pretty high weapon strength at 60, and their armor piercing, so we'll see how they do here. An interesting pick indeed. Got the cohort of Sotek, unbreakable infantry, kind of a staple of most Lizardman armies at this point. We have a skink priest up in the air on a pterodon rider with the transformation of Kadan and Wissen's wild form. And then we have Krokar down here on a horned one, hand of the god swiftness of Itzel, and sacred spawning of HWL. Now let's take a look at the green skin forces over here, led in red by VM Void on match point, currently leading this best of 3 2-0. We got Forest Goblin Spider Riders and 1 Mongrim's Mangy Marauders holding down the center. Going to be seeing Goblins, looks like 2 of them. Got 2 Orc Boys up on the front flank, and then in the center, the 8 Peak Loonies Regiment of Renown. Now backing up this infantry formation, we're going to start from the right flank with some Orc Boys, Orc Boar Chariots. Got some missile power here in the form of 2 Orc Error Boys, the Rusty Errors Regiment of Renown Night Goblin Archers. We have the same combination of Orc Boar Boys and Boar Chariots on the left flank. And then for the Hero Squad, we got a Goblin Big Boss on top of a Wolf with They Need Stabbing, Giant River Troll Hag with Mither and Spirit Leech, and the Goblin Great Shaman on top of his Spider Shrine, riding this Arachnarok Spider into the fight. Don't even try it. Crown of Command, Arcane Conduit, Itchy Nuisance, and Vindictive Glare, along with Sneaky Stabbing. All sorts of sneaky things in here. And the battle begins. Chameleon Stalkers, I would argue, wasting one of their rounds here on top of the Forest Goblin Spider Rider Archers, but we will see what happens. I just think it's going to be better spent on top of the tightly packed infantry. Now, at the moment, both players just playing this cautiously. The Greenskins refusing their engagements. They're just pulling back, and I agree with that decision. Just keep pulling back, counter-skirmishing with your mobility, and see how much damage you can get done before the line is closed. These Chameleon Stalkers are going to be susceptible to prolonged missile fire. They have a nice missile resist of 20%, but they aren't quite up to snuff like Chameleon Skinks in their 40% missile resistance. Over here, Orc Boar Chariots coming through, though, hitting these guys at a perfect angle and doing a lot of damage there on the charge. Orc Boys going to be on the other side of this Chameleon or Stalker sandwich. And yeah, I mean, right now, Orc Boys doing some good work, but Horned One Riders coming in, big charge, but it looks like the Orc Chariots are going to be able to pull back. And the Greenskin Army is going to continue retreating at the moment, so we will see. Lizardmen desperately trying to close that gap, but it looks like they're going to call off the engagement over here on the left flank, as the Lizardmen, I think, are definitely sensing that, you know, Greenskins refusing these engagements. They're waiting for a good engagement, so trying to play it cautious here. You know, the Lizardmen are fighting to stay alive, whereas Void Lulls, you know, still has 2 lives left, so to speak. But that doesn't mean he won't want to end it here in a convincing victory. So right now, Krokar pushing forward. The Lizardman infantry continue to push forward. They have a lot of Lizardman infantry kind of far back here, but it looks like the frontline engagements are still going pretty well for the Lizardmen. Orc Boys just not holding up against the cohort of Sotek and other infantry units here. I just don't know. Right now, we do see They Need Stabbing going down on top of Krokar. He's going to turn around and just go for it into the Goblin Big Boss. The Spider is on top of him too, though. Itchy Nuisance is going to be going down. Krokar may not want to be in here anymore, and it looks like he may be extracting himself from the situation. Meanwhile, taking a higher level view, it does look like the bounce power is leaning to red a little bit here, but definitely anybody's game at this point. All of the Greenskin Archers, though, as you can see, got a nice concave avenue of fire into all of these Lizardman forces. But just like that, Goblin Great Shaman starting to take some significant damage. Horned One Riders getting around the flank here, chasing after these Orc Boar boys who won't be able to outrun them. There goes a nice rear charge on top of them as soon as they stopped. Horned One Riders going to be taking them out, no doubt about it, and the balance of power is dead even at the moment. Right now, Goblin Great Shaman. Ooh, a nice loon from the 8-peak loonies, taking out a good number of Chameleon Stalkers there. And the Greenskins winning this central engagement, but at what price? The Goblin Great Shaman is taking a ton of damage, and it may not be worth it in the end here. All right, Goblin Great Shaman the Goblin Big Boss coming after Krokar now. He has that physical resist, though, from the Sacred Spawning of HWL. And, ooh, I just don't know. Lizardmen are starting to pick up some gains. Goblin Great Shaman probably just wants to get out of combat here. Have the Crown of Command going down on top of him, making him unbreakable, which is always nice. And actually, the Manticore now is probably going to rout. This is such a back-and-forth game right now. Both players, everything is on the line right now. Over here, Horned One starting to regroup. Looks like there's some Orc Boar Chariots trying to come back into combat. Orc Boar Chariots are going to charge the Cold One Knights. Funnily, or the Horned One Riders, sorry, and a rear charge from Mogrim's Mangy Marauders into the back of them for a second there, and it looks like they thought better of it. Over here, Horned Ones are going to disengage, and the Orc Boar Chariots are going to stay right on top of them. Balance of power, dead even again with that Manticore summon. We have the Goblin Great Shaman having to run away. Goblin Big Boss is currently routing, and the River Troll Hag is all by her lonesome just like that. Meanwhile, Manticore summon going right after the Arachnarok Spider, and looks like it's going to be able to stay on top of her. We have the Mogrim's Mangy Marauders with their immune to psychology on top of the Manticore, pinning it in place and buying some much needed time for that Goblin Great Shaman. But does the Greenskin army have enough meat on its bone to pull themselves back into this victory? 2 Orc Air Boys still quite healthy. The Rusty Air is still doing okay. Manticore summon, though, proving to be difficult, and it is on top of the Arachnarok Spider again, and the Spider needs to get the hell out of here. Krokar is on his way. Over here, we do see Arcane Conduit. Oh, Hand of the Gods not missing there, sending that Arachnarok Spider carrying the Goblin Shaman on a route. And over here, the Manticore summon still in there. It's getting ready to time out now. But will it be enough? The Greenskins need a leader on the field or they will lose this battle. No doubt about it. And if they can't save the Goblin Big Boss, if they can't save the Great Shaman, it's going to be a GG from there. I think the River Troll Hag has already been killed. Going to see a charge going in there from Mogrim's Mangy Marauders to slow these units down. Greenskins desperately trying to save this hero, but it looks like it's not going to happen. And just like that, it's going to slip through their fingers as the Lizardmen take the victory, I think. Goblin Big Boss going off the map, and that's a GG. Yeah, there go both lords. River Troll Hag is dead. Do not see the Greenskins pulling this off. Yeah, army loss is kicking in. GG, well played. And we're going into round 4. With ODM Razel getting back on the board after a very close fight. Padres, that was the opposite of the Hand of the Gods we saw last time. I see your prediction in there. But Hand of the Gods actually did some good work this time. Horned Ones able to get into the back lines, do some good work. And, yeah, Greenskins just got overwhelmed there. They were doing strong for a minute, but I think the Goblin Great Shaman was really greedy there. I think she could have been pulling back into combat a bit more times than Void did. You know, some really good value across some of these units, but I think they just got outplayed there. Looks like Krokar and his Horned One squad really played it well. Well executed by ODM Razel, finding to stay alive in this tournament, bringing it to 1-2. Let's throw up that army blocker and encourage these guys to get into it. All right, we're going into the 8th. Yeah, this is hour 7 of the stream. Another 29 minutes and we'll be at hour 8. Holy shit, this has been a long tournament. So yeah, just a heads up, I'll probably leave here in a rush. So my apologies for not giving a good goodbye, but I'll have to get out of here in a hurry once we finish up this final. All right, Gorgazan looks like it's going to be the map. Or Gorgazan, however you want to pronounce it. And, yeah. Hey, Dr. Y. Yeah, I used to do like 6 to 8 hour tournaments every weekend, and it's just too much of a time suck. So now I do it for the playoffs, but not for the regular tournaments. I'll usually join a bit later in the tournament and just cast from there on out. Oh, Pantalinade rooting for Razel, rooting for that comeback. Ice Power rooting for Razel too. So who's going to take it home, ODM or VM? We got ourselves a ball game now. ODM Razel bringing himself into this match. Looks like his first pick is going to be Gorgazan, and for the factions he's going Chaos and Wood Elves. So let's see what Void counters with and take it from there. When did they increase my son's entity size from infantry to large? Hey, Optimus Pine. I just decided you really wanted to see my face, you know. Welcome to the stream, friend. Yeah, I ate a really crazy mushroom. It made me quite big. All right. And now is the moment when I think Void is probably going to suddenly be nervous, because, you know, nothing makes you more nervous than the idea of being one battle from victory and then losing it in a 3-game sweep. He really wanted to avoid that. Optimus Pine, damn you. Iron Thunder, get out of here, man. You are the best. Thank you so much for everything. You can see what happens tomorrow. I'm knackered too, but we got to finish what we started, right? But no, you get out of here. You've done more than enough today. Everybody tell Iron Thunder you love him right now, because he's awesome. We couldn't do this without him. It could, but it'd be much, much worse and more confusing. Closing 1 a.m. over here. Yeah, get out of here, man. It's been a long tournament day, but I'm glad we got through it. The second, third place matches are definitely what's pushing this over the edge, but I'm happy to do it. See these awesome players duke it out. I love Lamp. Oh, do we have a Lizardman pick from Void? We may. He hasn't confirmed it yet, though. Yeah, no, hasn't gone too poorly, I would say. I feel like it's been a pretty good tournament, good games for sure, and definitely a lot of top-tier players in spite of all the dropouts. But I can't also blame, the dropouts and stuff. This season started in June, and we did the playoffs in November, almost November. So, yeah, totally get it. Yeah, 1 a.m. versus 3 a.m. gaming. Well, hey, at least none of them are in Australia or Korea or something where it's probably like closing in on 8 in the morning or something crazy. Oh, he's French Legion. That's cool. Razel somehow. Ooh, maybe a Bretonia build. So, as a reminder, chat, Norska and Vampire Coast were the only two factions we haven't seen today. So, if we see either of them, that's a good thing. Right now, it looks like Chaos and Wood Elves. Neither faction there you'd probably want to bring Norska or Vampire Coast against. So, it looks like Bretonia is going to be the counter pick. Interesting. All right, Chaos versus Bretonia. It makes sense. Probably don't want to bring Wood Elves into Bretonia. It's typically a Bretonia favored matchup, as are all the elf matchups. But let's see what happens here. Got the army blocker up, right? Yes, we do. And then for Void. So Razel, Warriors of Chaos, Void Laws, Bretonia. This is round 4. Okay. All right. Looks like we're good. So still match point for VM Void, but ODM Razel is up on the board. He is now trailing 1-2. So he's fighting to get to the tiebreaker and stay in this tournament. Void Laws is fighting to seal the deal, trying to get a 3-1 victory from here. Doesn't want to take any chances, I'm sure, at losing that $300. Hey, Dr. Y, what made Vampirates a subpar pick? What tipped the balance? They just had a series of debuffs over time. I still think they're a cool faction. They're just not nearly what they used to be in terms of like power level. Yeah, somebody in the chat let me know who's more specifically familiar with the mechanics of it and like why they became weaker, but yeah, I can't tell you the specific mechanics of what changed to make them subpar. It's just they, over the last few patches, they've gotten debuffed and other factions have gotten buffed. The bombers, yeah, that's a big part of it for sure. Most the bombs did get debuffed. Mongols were debuffed from what they were at launch. Mongols used to have regeneration. Or no, all caused terror. Now only the ROR causes terror. So yeah, there's a few things. Gotcha. HP nerf. See, this is why I love the chat. Everybody's answering the questions for us. Yeah, Ramlin dog, going into... In 20 minutes, it will be 8 hours. Yeah, I can't go over the 24-hour stream. I gotta go take care of the kid after this. So, not 24-hour. That doesn't sound good to me. Yeah. 8 hour? That sounds okay. After 8 hours, I'm dead. I'm already dead. I'm very tired from sitting in this chair and watching the screen all day. So, definitely can't wait to get out of here, go on a walk with the pups and the kid, get some fresh air, maybe treat myself to a meal after this long stream. We'll go from there. So yeah, I hope that answered your question, Dr. Y.
48-hour streams, that's insane. Doesn't sound fun at all for anyone involved. But without further ado, here we are loading into Gorgazan. Let's get rid of the army blocker and my ugly mug. See you on the battlefield. Alright, thank you so much for gifting the subs. Dr. Y gifting 5 subs to Jeff the Jar, J Phoenix, Kuma Kun, Deadly Bunnies, and ODM Hanadins. Thank you for gifting those 5 subs. Really appreciate it, my friend. Now let's get to the battle. Had to give him a shout out though. We got ODM Razel with the Warriors of Chaos fighting to stay alive against VM Voidlaws and the Bretonians. VM Voidlaws is on match point, leading 2-1 in this best of 5. Warriors of Chaos are so hot these days. Alright everybody, let's get to the battle. Once again, a huge shout out and a thank you to Dr. Y for gifting those 5 subscriptions. It's far too kind of you. I appreciate it. Now let's go ahead and go to our red player since we are on the 4th round here. It's time to cover our red army again. We have 3 mounted yeoman archers, including the Ward of the Montfort with their poison. We have 3 units of peasant mob. We have 4 foot squires. We are going to have a healthy cavalry force in the form of 2 Knights of the Realm and 2 questing knights. And then we are going to be seeing a hero squad. Looks like we have 2 Pegasus Paladins up in the air, 1 with Guardian. And then we have the Fey Enchantress down below. Fey Enchantress will be bringing her Unicorn Silveron with the Chalice of Potions, Earthblood, Mist of the Fey, and that's going to be it. Now going over here to the Forces of Chaos. Going to be looking down here at 3 Chaos Marauder Horsemasters. We're going to have Warhounds out in front of them, backed up by a front line of Chaos Marauders, 2 Chaos Warriors with Halberds, a single throwing axe, and then we're also going to be looking at 2 Chaos Chariots. Up in the air, we have the double Manticore, and Archaon the Everchosen will be leading this battle. Same kit as he's been using under ODM Razel's leadership with the Slayer of Kings, Bowseeker, Burning Head, Cascading Fire Cloak, as well as Kindle Flame. So here we go. Bretonia versus the Warriors of Chaos. Match point for Voidlaws. If he wins it, he takes it all. Archaon the Everchosen, he does magical attacks. Let me check something. Saw somebody in the chat saying he destroyed Torox, he'll destroy the Fae. I'm not certain of it, to be honest. What is her magic resistance? 60% magic resistance. So really, she is one of the worst lords for Archaon to try to kill. 60% magic resistance, Archaon the Everchosen does magical attacks. Not going to be the best engagement for him. Alright, skirmishing begins. Mounted yeoman archers shooting at the horse masters, but nice dodge from the horse masters to avoid that first volley. Mounted yeomen do have the range, but the horse masters will crush them in combat and also have much higher weapon strength, or missile strength, I should say. Both, honestly. Over here, Manticores are coming out, but Paladins are coming in, and the Manticores are going to have to be so careful. Paladins will too, because they can't, get into a combat with those Manticores while there's ground skirmishers supporting them. But they do have superior speed and should be able to dodge most of those javelins with their little hitboxes.
Such high weapon strength at 517. Archaon is an absolute monster. Alright, Chaos regrouping, keeping their skirmishers behind the shielded front line, and just pushing forward. We'll see how the foot squires do. They do, I think the Bretonnians, funnily enough, do have, the 4 foot squires, they have an edge in the infantry combat, but the chariots from the forces of chaos, I think, are going to make the difference. Chariots are going to be very, very difficult for foot squires to contend with, but it's all about the cavalry play, too. Right now, it looks like Chaos has been able to close the distance without taking too much damage, to be perfectly honest, though. Over here, Paladin's going after the Feral Manticores. The Feral Manticore is going to have to be very careful. One of them already taken some serious damage on that charge from the Paladins. Looks like the other Manticore is coming into the fight now. One of them's going to get a rear charge on top of the Paladin, but the other one is already below half health, rampaging, and the Paladins picking up a very nice victory there in the early stages of this battle, as they eliminate one of these Feral Manticores by the looks of it. Other Feral Manticore now in their sights, but now they're going to be pulling away, running away from all the skirmish cav that the forces of chaos have. Here comes a Burning Head that could do a ton of work. Foot Squires getting destroyed. Half health damage as that Burning Head just goes flying through that tightly packed infantry formation for the Bretonnians. Over here, Paladins getting on the ground on top of this Manticore. Manticore once again taking a big hit, going into Rampage, and the double Paladins on the Pegasus, an excellent answer to the Manticores here that Chaos brought, and I'm worrying about Chaos's chances here. They're definitely taking some bad trades in the early stages of this battle. Infantry looks like they should win that engagement. The Chariot's really giving them the edge, like I was mentioning earlier, but there's still some full health foot squires on the field, and right now only one of them has been successfully eliminated, so anybody's game, definitely, but the elimination of both Manticores by the Bretonnians is a huge boon to their effort. Over here, second Manticore did regroup, but it's, Paladins can peel off and eliminate that quite easily. Over here, Chalice of Potions, and I missed it, but I saw the damage it did to those Chaos Warriors with halberds, and that's a beautiful sight to behold. The Chalice of Potions flying down from the sky. Very cinematic spell, even from a long distance. Over here, Horsemasters chasing down the mounted Yeoman Archers. The Manticores trying to get back into a place where it can be supported by its friends. Warhounds and Marauder Horsemasters being chased by the Paladins. Archaons nearby. Paladins need to get up in the air, otherwise they are going to die. I have seen Archaon murder Paladins like nobody's business, and I think they're getting greedy here. This could be a chance for the Chaos forces to get these Manticore, or to get these Pegasus pinned on the ground. Will this one be able to get up right now? It's looking questionable. Will the Paladin get in the air? He's continuing to get touched. He is not getting in the air as of yet. It looks like the Marauders are going to be able to pin. Oh no, he got up! He got up! And that's like that. Questing Knights were going to go in for a charge, perhaps to play the defensive role to get the Paladins back up in the air, but no, they're doing okay now. Over here, Fey Enchantress and the Foot Squires have gone on a far left engagement and are actually winning decisively, and a lot of Bretonnian infantry is pulled up over here. So if the Paladins just stay up in the air, eliminate this Manticore as quickly as possible, nothing really stopping you from doing that, and then regroup with the Fey and all these infantry units, and I think the Bretonnians have a pretty strong chance here. But as we've seen before, it's not over till it's over, and the Paladins here, if they make any big mistakes, Chaos has the tools to punish them. No doubt about it. If these Paladins get charged by Archaon, Slayer of King gets popped, 2 good hits, and he can get them routing, no doubt. He will slaughter Paladins, because he gets close to 1,000 weapon strength when he has Slayer of King. So 2 good hits, yeah, these guys are almost dead. Peasant mob going in to clog up the Chaos advance. Foot Squires still have 2 of them at half health, 1 at full health. Chariots coming in here to try to say something about that. They're going to get a nice charge into those Foot Squires. We just don't have any mass to stop them. Archaon, the Ever-Chosen, coming into combat. I'm not liking this. What the hell are you doing, Fey Enchantress? There goes an Earthblood upgraded. Looks like she's going to be relying on that magic resistance to try to help her, but Slayer of Kings has popped. Archaon's weapon strength 952. But it does look like the Fey Enchantress. Oh no, is she not going to get microed? Oh yeah, she's going to be pulling away. As long as she keeps her distance, she'll be just fine. Another Burning Head coming through. Going to do a lot of damage to those poor peasant mob. Paladins getting down on top of the chariots. Fey Enchantress getting pinned in place by the Marauder Horsemasters. We have Knights of the Realm going into counter. Oh, she's going to be able to narrowly escape there. Archaon killing off the remainder of her Knights, though. Fey Enchantress. Oh my god, what a close fight. Bretonnians taking the balance of power right now. We're going to be seeing that Chalice of Potions come in, narrowly missing the Halberds, who are desperately trying to pull through the Foot Squires to stay alive. But right now, balance of power is really going in favor of Voidlaws. One Paladin nearby Archaon, the Ever-Chosen, who is currently pinned in place by Knights of the Realm. But I would honestly recommend the Paladin get the hell out of there. Yep, there he goes. And it looks to me like the Bretonnians may be reaching that point in the balance of power that it's going to be insurmountable here. Archaon's still very, very healthy, but our Bretonnian player has been doing a good job of just avoiding Archaon this entire fight, really not paying him any mind until the very, very late game. Over here, Burning Head coming through the Foot Squires and some of these questing knights. But I don't know if it's going to be enough. Archaon beelining it for the Fey Enchantress, Cascading Fire Cloak, Foe Seeker, everything popped on top of them. Here come the Paladins, the Knights of the Realm. Everything is diving in to surround Archaon, the Ever-Chosen. And I do believe the Lady of the Lake will be victorious in the end here. And everybody, thank you so much for making it a great season. I really appreciate you all so much. It was a great season, a long season because of all the confusion and the game getting delayed and whatnot. But I've had a wonderful time, and I want to thank you all for sticking with it. Now, huge shout out to ODM Razel. He was the dark horse today, and he got all the way to second place. Going to be winning that $125 prize. And then a huge, huge shout out to VM Voidlaws for some beautiful games there. And, some very nice builds too. Very good Bretonnian victory here at the end. It wasn't, over right away, but, clearly the double Paladin, a beautiful answer against the Chaos Feral Manticores. Manticores are just going to suffer so hard in that engagement. But definitely wasn't over after that point either, because Razel, an excellent player, bringing it right back to become a close match. Now, let's go ahead and throw up the camera, say thank you to the players. All right, everybody, thank you so much for tuning in today. Let's do a quick shout out to all the new followers and subscribers. Starting down here at the bottom, looks like we got, where are you? All right, Pink Pony Knight with the resub. That's 19 months of subscriptions. Thank you so much, Pink Pony Knight. We got Ankritzler, Jageralf, HYJT Potts, Aridit, Boy Mister, Eric Wars, What Doth Life, and Hadruris with the follows. I really appreciate you guys. And then we have for the subscribers today, as I mentioned, Pink Pony Knight, Viking gifted a sub to Shavak, who's been subbed for 3 months. Do Not Touch This has subbed for 6 months now. We got Greyest Wolf resubscribing for 14 months now. And then we had a lot of gifted subs here from Dr. Y at the end, gifting out 2 subs here. Verk Nectar also with the sub. Thank you so much, man, and congrats on winning the Fresh Recruit League playoffs last week. Sending me that gift card this weekend, my friend, now that it's been the 5 business days that we've been friends on Steam. So everybody, stay tuned for more information about the HW League Season 9. It will be coming up after 8.2 is completed. A reminder, the 8.2 playoffs will be November 6th. Got some Clan War Cup stuff coming up next weekend and the weekend after the 8.2 season playoffs.
So mid to late November is when season 9 will start. So stay tuned for that. And everybody, thank you again for tuning in. Y'all are the best. Take care, be kind to one another, and be safe out there. My son HW signing out from here. I'll see you all on the battlefield. Take care, everyone.